It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. Mr. Lametti, member for the electoral district La Salle et Mar-Verdun, by resignation effective Wednesday, January 31st, 2024. Pursuant to paragraph 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed a warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy.
It is my duty to inform the House, for the purposes under the provisions of Section 50 of the Parliament of Canada Act, the following members have been appointed members of the Board of Internal Economy, namely, Ms. Sahota, member for Brampton North, in place of Ms. Gould, member for Burlington, as member of the King's Privy Council, and Mrs. Fortier, member for Ottawa-Vanier, in place of Ms. Sahota, member for Brampton North, as representative of the government party.
Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32, Bracket 2, and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Bank of International Settlements on establishment of an office of the Bank of Canada for the operation of the BIS Innovation Hub Toronto Centre, done at Ottawa on January 31st, 2024.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Sachs, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, number 2. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Holland, appuyé par
Mr. Halton, seconded by Ms. Sachs, proposes that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Presentation of petitions. The honourable member from Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on behalf of constituents in Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon today to present two very important petitions. The first petition is in relationship to Red Tape Awareness Week and the attack of the Canadian government on producers and manufacturers of natural health supplements. Constituents in my riding are calling on the government to stop over-regulating and let Canadians use the natural health supplements, the Chinese medicine that are a very big part of their daily regimen. The second petition I'm presenting today comes from the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers in Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon, and the needle exchange program that the government is about to implement in federal institutions. Drugs and drug paraphernalia are considered contraband in prison, yet this government is forcing our correctional officers to simply turn a blind eye and allow dangerous drugs to be used inside of our institutions. These correctional officers are calling on the government to cancel the prison needle exchange program, stop permitting the use of illegal drugs in Canadian prison, and to focus on efforts, on helping inmates recover from their addictions in a compassionate way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by Canadians calling on this government to take all necessary measures that are at their disposal to overturn an unjust decision of the Supreme Court of Canada that struck down a just law passed by the Harper government that would apply consecutive parole ineligibility periods to criminals convicted of multiple murders to take into account each life lost. The petitioners call for the government, among other things, to invoke the notwithstanding clause to override this decision.
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise to present a petition on behalf of folks who note that a guaranteed livable income would, first of all, establish an income floor below which no Canadian could fall and reflect regional differences in the cost of living. They go on to note that it could replace the current patchwork of federal and provincial income assistance programs with a single universal cash benefit. They note that it could be administered through the existing tax system and require no means testing, thereby dramatically reducing federal and provincial administrative costs. They go on to note that it could reduce poverty, thereby reducing the demand on social services, law enforcement, and health care, resulting in additional cost savings for government and taxpayers, and most importantly, that it would provide a financial safety net for all Canadians, especially through major economic shifts, pandemics, natural disasters, and industry automation. As a result, they call on the Government of Canada to implement a guaranteed livable income for all Canadians.
The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition to present that says, whereas preserving our Christian heritage rooted in the Canadian Bill of Rights and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is vital, we seek to celebrate December as Christian Heritage Month annually, promoting love, equality, peace, and our Christian foundations recognized globally shape our identity. We, the undersigned residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to celebrate December as Christian Heritage Month annually, promoting love, equality, peace, and our Christian foundations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Signed by constituents that are calling upon all members of Parliament to actually stand and support the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. They recognize that it is coming up for debate, and they're hoping that every member of every political party will in fact vote in favour of this particular trade agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
I have 4 petitions to present today. If you want to stop me and then come back to me, I'm happy with that. I'll leave it at your discretion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first one specifically calls to the attention that the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Section 2B, protects freedom of thought, belief, and opinion. It further goes on to discuss how the Canadian Bill of Rights, Section 1, protects the right of individual life, liberty, security, and persons and enjoyment of property. And the undersigned members of my community are calling on the Prime Minister and Minister of Justice to protect Canadians' right to advocate without fear, reprisal for Palestinians to live in peace and security. The second petition that I have, Mr. Speaker, this one actually had good news because the government announced measures with respect to it towards the end of last year. This one specifically talks about the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and that we have been warned repeatedly that rising temperatures over the next 2 decades will bring widespread devastation and extreme weather. Addressing climate change requires a drastic reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, and that in 2021 the federal government committed to cap and cut emissions from the oil and gas sector to achieve net zero by 2050. The residents and Canadian citizens call upon the government of Canada to move forward immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the necessary targets that Canada has to reduce emissions by. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've presented a lot of petitions in my day. I've never had the Leader of the Opposition heckle me while doing that, or the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman, so I'll just jump straight to his petition. This petition, I think, is meant for the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman. This comes...
I'm going to ask the honourable member as I will ask the member to please rephrase his statement so that we could just talk about what the subject of the petition is. As you know, the Speaker has made a ruling on this effect not to make comments about where these have come across. So will the honourable member please withdraw his comment?
withdraw my comment to singling out the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman. Mr. Speaker,
I recognize the member from Carleton Rising on a point of order.
Not.
Oh. The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, calls on all members of Parliament. It says that back in September 22nd, September 2022, at Ward.
Peace River, Northern Rockies. The honourable member from Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker, for consistency, he just did again what you asked him to withdraw about a minute before. This was a big deal yesterday or this week with my colleague from Battle River, Crowfoot. You made me apologize for doing something similar. You are not being consistent. This has been the accusation all along. You pick your battles, and we lose most of them, Mr. Speaker, and the Liberals are allowed to just keep doing what they're doing. So I wish you would be consistent, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah. Goes along the line a little bit.
So I'd like to thank the honourable member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies for raising this point. And indeed, as the chair had made clear in a ruling late on Monday, the idea is, of course, an apology and a withdrawal. The first opportunity is always to ask members to withdraw a comment, and that was offered to the member from Crowfoot. It went to a second round, therefore it went to one where it would be an apology and a withdrawal. I've asked the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands to withdraw the comment, and indeed he did. You'll forgive me if indeed I will review Hansard to see if that is the case. I was occupied in referring to another issue, but I am glad that the member from Kingston and the Island withdrew the comment. I hope, given the current controversy, and we don't want to have disorder in the House, that he will stay far away from causing disorder in this House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just so there's no ambiguity on this, I apologize and I withdraw that comment. Now, what I was saying is that this petition calls on all members of Parliament, and it specifically says that in it. It calls on all members of Parliament to immediately and swiftly enact Bill C-57 that will put into law the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement that will assist Ukraine in rebuilding after they defeat the illegal invasion of Vladimir Putin. It actually says in the petition, Mr. Speaker, that misinformation regarding Canada's carbon pricing scheme have an effect on this agreement has been widely debunked. Therefore, we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, call upon the House of Commons and all parliamentarians to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to Ukraine by swiftly adopting the updated free trade agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now, my last petition, Mr. Speaker, that I have today, this one comes specifically from members in the Nexus Bay Ridge Secondary School community of my riding, and they're calling upon the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, and the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food to prioritize a national school food program through Budget 2024 for implementation by fall of 2024. They specifically draw to the attention of the government and the House, Mr. Speaker, that Statistics Canada indicates that 1 in 4 children in Canada lives in a food insecure household, that the Leader of the Opposition is heckling me. I'm just trying to present this on behalf of my constituents. And finally, Mr. Speaker, that school food programs are recognized around the world as essential to health, well-being, and education of students, with over 388 million children in at least 161 countries receiving free and subsidized school meals. I really want to thank the community at Bay Ridge Secondary School in my riding of Kingston and the Islands for
Point of order to the honourable member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, who, just by the way, is not in his seat. I know he's very close to his seat. I'll just give him a little bit of time to do that. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a bit of the ruling yesterday, too, was how long these were taking. And we were spoken about against that you know, there was a tight rules about how petitions were supposed to be tabled in this House, right? And so you weren't to mention members, and now it was supposed to be a brief statement was what I brought to you. So where's the brief statement in this case, Mr. Speaker? Again, we're seeking consistency. I wish you would be consistent in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member from Peace. From Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. Also, that was what was also mentioned in that ruling yesterday is that although the standing orders have been very clear about in terms of if you were to strictly to interpret that it has been the habit of this House and through various chairs, through all chairs, all people who have assumed the presidency here, to allow a bit of latitude on that front, and that was contained in terms of the length. But we do ask members not to offer opinions as to if they agree or not on that, but just really present the points of view that are presented by the petitioners to the House. The honourable member from Kingston Islands, I believe, has one last petition to present.
Just in conclusion of that petition, I was just saying that I wanted to thank the incredible school community at Bay Ridge Secondary School in Kingston for their advocacy on this issue and for using their voice in Parliament.
Petitions. The honourable member from Sherwood Park. No more. The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands is rising to present a petition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today here in traditional territories of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. To them we say miigwech. I'm presenting a petition, Mr. Speaker, that speaks to an issue that has seized this House in a number of different ways in terms of pending legislation. It relates to, the petitioners are asking the government to take account of the degradation of Canada's waterways and watersheds, and that current laws do not adequately protect Canada's waterways and watersheds from irresponsible industrial practice. The petitioners call on Canada to update our water laws to ensure that no industry or single corporation can take precedence over the health of Canada's waterways and watersheds, and by extension, to the health of the people of Canada and to the various species that, of course, also rely on the health of these waterways, and to ensure that Canada's water laws are updated under the guidance of professionals and specialists in the field of water conservation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further petitions? Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on the carbon tax, standing in the name of Monsieur Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, moves that given that the carbon tax is proved to be a tax plan, not an environmental plan, the House call on the Liberal government to cancel the April 1st, 2024 carbon tax increase. The honourable member from Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, he is not worth the cost. That is why Canada needs a common-sense government to lower taxes, build homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. That's why we need a common-sense Conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Let's start with the first. I think we have to be clear. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. And today I rise on the first of those Conservative priorities. I think members across the way are becoming more and more convinced that we might be onto something with this 4-point plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Why do we want to axe the tax, Mr. Speaker? Well, let me start with yesterday's debate with the Prime Minister. I highlighted once again the Medeiros family farm. They produce mushrooms for all of the city of Ottawa, but have been facing tens of thousands of dollars in monthly carbon tax bills alone. Now, the Prime Minister claimed that I had told the farm to stand on its own 2 feet when it was trying to bring natural gas to its farm, and I couldn't possibly understand what he was referring to, because of course I'd helped the farm. I dug up the quote, and I said in response to high energy prices that the goal is to find a commercially viable way that this kind of project, natural gas for farms, can stand on its own 2 feet, pay for itself, and create some jobs. Now, from that moment, I went to Enbridge, which, being a large multinational pipeline company, it'd been hard for an individual farmer to get on the phone. I got the executives on the phone. I told them why this pipeline was needed to take gas to the mushroom farm in order to generate the steam and the other power that's needed to produce mushrooms. And ultimately, the project got done without any tax dollars and paid for itself because natural gas is significantly cheaper and less polluting than propane and oil. This is an example of how we can do great things for our farm families without costing money to Canadian taxpayers and without creating new federal bureaucracy. Now, the Prime Minister's comments, though, do speak to his patronizing view of all Canadians. He believes that Canadians can never stand on their own 2 feet. Well, in fact, the only reason Canadians are struggling to do that is because he is on their back. Right? It's like the Canadian people are carrying a backpack, and he comes along and says, "Can I help you with that? It looks heavy." He puts the backpack on his shoulders, and then he piggybacks on the Canadian who was carrying it in the first place. And now they're carrying not only the bag, but they're carrying him. And in this case, the analogy refers to his carbon tax. That same family farm, which was thriving through intelligent investments, including in natural gas, which he and his radical environment minister want to eliminate. We're thriving and employing dozens of people in our community. Now, they are paying carbon taxes of $10,000, $20,000 per month, an amount that the Prime Minister wants to quadruple to 61 cents a litre and an equivalent charge on natural gas. On April 1st, the Prime Minister, with the full support of the NDP, intends to raise the carbon tax by 23%. This at a time when Canadians cannot afford to eat. Moments ago, the Prime Minister had one of his parliamentary secretaries, the member for Kingston, get up and say that 1 in 4 school children are not able to eat. You know what? That is quite an admission from a government that has been in power for 8 years. They used it as a justification to create a new federal bureaucracy. They say it's a school food program, except that there's no food in the program. In fact, it's not even in the schools. It's in Ottawa. So in downtown Ottawa, they propose to create a series of meetings and bureaucracies and organizations that will collect yet more money from the rest of the population in order to talk about creating agreements and frameworks on, discussions for, consultations about an eventual program that supposedly will feed the 1 in 4 kids that are hungry because the government is taxing their food. Mr. Speaker, why not skip all those steps and just stop taxing the food?
Here.
Like everything this Prime Minister does, he doubles housing costs, and then he says, oh, we need a new government housing program. He doubles the number of shootings in Canada with his catch and release policies, and then he says, oh, we need new government programs to combat the gun violence that the government unleashed with its criminal code changes. So he causes these problems, and then he says that the problems that he causes are then a pretext for him to have more power and more money. Well, Mr. Speaker, we all know that this Prime Minister is not the solution. He is the problem. The last thing we need is to take more money from our working class families and farmers and seniors and put it in his hands. And so we stand in the House of Commons as the only party that opposes this carbon tax hike. The NDP has betrayed working class people in places like Vancouver Island, in northern British Columbia and in northern Ontario, where their constituents rely on pickup trucks, where the rural people and farmers use energy to power their combines, their tractors, their farm drying, and their barns. The NDP raises taxes on all of those people. The NDP wants to shut down Canada's resource sector. Just the other day, the member for Le Petit Patrie, Rosemont Le Petit Patrie, cheered at the prospect of shutting down the entire natural gas economy, which would devastate the people in the NDP riding of Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
That's right.
So what we have is a radical agenda by the Prime Minister and his NDP allies, coalition partners, to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre, all while shutting down our resource sector so that we can import from dirty dictatorships. What we have from this Prime Minister is a pro-Russia energy policy which shuts down our energy industry to give more and more business to power Putin's war machine. All of this supported by the NDP. These facts build a firm and final case that only common sense conservatives stand on the side of working class people who need their pickup trucks to do their jobs and build the country. Seniors who need to heat their homes in Edmonton in minus 50-degree weather. Single mothers who are putting water in their children's milk because the cost of produce has risen under the Liberal NDP carbon tax. Children, 1 in 4 of whom, by the government's own admission today, 1 in 4 of them are going hungry in our schools. This is the misery that Canadians are living after 8 years of this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the definition of insanity is when you do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Raising taxes and shutting down industries has sent 2 million people to the food bank. It has doubled housing costs. It has led to homeless encampments that we never had before in cities across this country. 30 homeless encampments in Halifax alone. The reemergence of illnesses that were long ago banished, like scurvy, because people have become malnourished under this Prime Minister's impoverishing policies. We as common sense conservatives will undo this damage. We will axe the tax to lower the cost of gas, heat, and groceries so that our seniors can heat their homes. Our families can feed their kids. Our farmers can once again repatriate production of food to this country using the best environmental stewardship on planet Earth. Our energy and resource companies can harvest the cornucopia of bounty that our country has beneath its feet and use those resources to lift the world out of poverty in the most environmentally friendly way that could possibly be imagined. We are the best. Our workers are the best. Our inventors are the best. Our businesses are the best. If we could get the government out of the way, then we could have the best. We will have that, and we will do it not because of big, powerful government dictating from on high. We will do it by the great Canadian people standing on their own 2 feet, the common sense of the common people, united for our common home. Your home, my home, our home.
The honourable member from questions and comments.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. I thank the member for Carleton for his speech. Hearing the Conservatives, it seems that using tax measures to fight climate change is never a good idea. But there are measures the Liberals put in place that we don't agree with because we don't find them helpful, like the carbon capture tax credit, and other tax credits for hydrogen. So I'd like to hear the member for Carleton's view of those tax measures. Is it ever useful to use tax measures to fight climate change? Or is it good just when it's not money that goes into oil companies' pockets? The Leader of the Opposition. First, We do not put money in the pockets of any industry. And I would add that our energy industry is able to raise its own revenue in the free market. It's obstacles put in place by the Liberal government that prevent these companies from doing their own business. We don't want to subsidize anything. We want to allow freedom for businesses. Regarding green energy, we need to give the green light to green projects. We need to give the green light to hydroelectric dams in Quebec, not hold them up for years, as the federal government wants to do with the bloc support. We want to allow lithium, cobalt, and other types of mines to start up in 18 months rather than 18 years so we can produce electric batteries here in Canada. We want to have nuclear energy, to have zero-emission electricity. We will give the green light to green projects.
The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Leader of the Opposition referred to 2 Quebec mayors as being incompetent. I wonder if he has had an opportunity to reflect on that, and if he still feels that way, or if he would like to apologize for having called 2 mayors in Quebec incompetent.
The honourable member from Carleton.
Absolutely false. I referred to far more than 2 mayors as being incompetent, Mr. Speaker. The former mayor of Vancouver, who made it $1.3 million of government costs for every newly built home, incompetent. The current mayor and council in Toronto that's bringing in a 10% tax increase on their people, absolutely incompetent. There are many competent mayors across the country, in Victoriaville, in Saguenay, in Trois-Rivières, in other places. The former mayor of Langley, very competent. They got out of the way, accelerated construction. We believe that we should reward those mayors and those councils that get out of the way and let builders build. Let's incentivize local municipalities to speed up and lower the cost of construction so that we can put roofs overhead after this Prime Minister doubled housing costs.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have been witnessing flooding, extreme weather, droughts, and experts have been clear that what's raising costs on food is far more the climate crisis than carbon pricing. Now, over a decade ago, when the Leader of the Opposition was a minister, the Harper government cut the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy, which collected information on the costs of the climate crisis. You know, he says he wants to cut taxes, but we know he wants to cut childcare. He wants to cut the school food programs. He wants to cut the experts who would...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I know it's really hard for the Conservative men to control their toxic masculinity. I mean, they do support men got to go their own way. But my colleague's trying to answer a question.
Is this a matter of order?
I was wondering if...
You're calling out members.
So I'm going to go... I'm going to ask all members, please, to allow the questions and comments to be asked without interruption so that we can hear the question, especially for the person who is trying to answer the questions that are being asked. The honourable member for Victoria has to be very brief in order to allow the honourable member an equal amount of time to respond. So if we could just wrap this up in the next 5 seconds, please.
Mr. Speaker, he says he wants to cut taxes, but what we know is he wants to cut childcare. He wants to cut school food programs, and he wants to cut the experts who would refute his misinformation.
The honourable member from Carleton.
First of all, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let's go through them point by point. She says that the natural disasters would be stopped by a carbon tax. Well, the carbon tax has now been in place for 5 years, and as she points out, these events continue to happen. So clearly, the carbon tax is not solving the problem. In fact, all it has done, in fact, it hasn't even reduced emissions. The government has missed its own targets in all but 1 year, and that was when we were locked down for COVID. Their own environment commissioner says they won't hit their targets by 2030. Second, she just revealed what she wants to spend money on, a national roundtable, a bunch of activists and lobbyists and bureaucrats in Ottawa. She refers to a food program that she claims I want to cut. There is no food program.
Yeah, exactly.
What they have is a program to bring a bunch of bureaucrats and activists to talk about food in Ottawa. This is exactly the kind of waste and mismanagement that we will get rid of so that we can bring home affordable food.
The honourable member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour this morning to follow up on our leader's speech about our Opposition Day motion today. That is calling on the Liberals, the NDP, the Bloc Québécois to support common sense. After 8 years of this Prime Minister and the NDP Liberal coalition, Canadians by the millions are getting increasingly frustrated at the out-of-control tax increases under this Prime Minister. Let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. $27,571.29. That is on an invoice from Rutter's Elevators. I was speaking to Michael Obey in Chesterville yesterday and again this morning. That is the carbon tax bill, the line on the bill for drawing at their elevator for one farm in Chesterville, Ontario last year. $27,000 just in carbon taxes. Canadians believe that is getting absurd. But the worst is yet to come. On April 1st, the carbon tax is going to increase by 23%. And the Prime Minister and the NDP, their coalition partners together, they are going to quadruple the carbon tax in the coming years. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are dumbfounded at the fact that this Prime Minister and the Finance Minister and their government believe putting a $100,000 carbon tax bill for one farm alone is not going to increase the cost of food and inflation in this country. Nobody believes it. When just again this week, the Finance Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister go out and say the carbon tax is revenue neutral. No wonder why we can't balance the budget in this country under their watch. They can't do basic math and economics to understand that. The Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed the impact that it's going to have on farmers. $1 billion in carbon taxes are coming under this current plan and the continued carbon tax increases to farmers in the coming years. Nobody believes that you can add $1 billion in taxes to the bills of Canadian farmers and not expect food prices, the cost of living, and the cost of doing business in this country to go up. That doesn't even include, Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax on trucking. My family, I'm proud of my father Ed, now happily retired from Jet Express in South Mountain, Ontario. We were in the trucking business for years. You can't put 61 cents a litre on the price of gas in the transportation business and not have that drive up the cost of food, of everything that Canadians buy. Everything has to be shipped and trucked in this country, and again, driving up the cost. Canadians are tired, and they've had enough of these tax increases. So we have our common sense conservative motion here today that builds on our 4 priorities. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And Mr. Speaker, that is resonating because that is what Conservative members heard in every part of the country once again over the Christmas recess and holidays out and about in our community. And talk about out of touch. I want people to picture this for a second if they can. We go home back to our ridings and we go into Christmas open houses and we're going out to public events and we're dropping by. I want you to picture a Liberal MP and just how out of touch they are. Apparently, they went home and they went out to the local Tim Hortons coffee shop to grab a coffee and shoot the breeze with people in Avalon, rural Newfoundland. They come back, Mr. Speaker, to Ottawa, and after weeks of feedback, the Prime Minister had a great idea this week. They said, we've heard the message about the carbon tax loud and clear. They don't like the name of it, Mr. Speaker. Their idea, after going back and hearing from Canadians apparently, was it wasn't the fact that the carbon tax is going to quadruple, it wasn't the fact that it's driving up the cost, it wasn't the fact we're adding $1 billion in taxes to Canadian farmers in the coming years. It's the fact that maybe Canadians just don't like the name of the carbon tax. Out of touch. On this side of the aisle, the motion is clear. On April the 1st, the carbon tax is going to increase by 23% as part of that plan to quadruple the carbon tax from its current rate right now. If Canadians think it's bad now, just wait until year after year after year it gets to the totals in their plans. They may not even be done after that. There is no part of this country that is not impacted negatively from the failed carbon tax, and it has been a failure. Emissions are not going down, they are going up. And the cost of living and the cost of doing business is skyrocketing at rates like we've never seen before. But I want to point out a couple points in this country. Just this week, CTV News had an article, the headline, 40% of Nova Scotia households struggle to pay their electricity bill. They still plan to quadruple the carbon tax and drive the bills up even further. But the part of the country I would like to highlight today, Mr. Speaker, are the good people in Northern Ontario, who for years have overwhelmingly elected many Liberal and NDP MPs to go to Ottawa, and now they're seeing week by week, month by month, budget by budget, just how out of touch their Liberal and NDP MPs have been. It was very interesting here, and I want to call out the hypocrisy, particularly of the NDP. They always talk a big, tough game. They yell and they do all their things, whether it be a committee or in question period, and they always claim they have these great ideas, and they vote, and they do all these things. They make it look like they're fighting on behalf of folks, particularly in Northern Ontario. At the end of the day, when the budget comes, Mr. Speaker, the NDP are just as complicit as the Liberals are in driving up the carbon tax. In hypocrisy, I have to call out the member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, an NDP MP that goes on the record and says, quote, about the carbon tax, quote, I think it's a black eye for the Liberals for what they have done. Excuse me, to the NDP, they have voted with the Liberals every single time, and they are going to quadruple. The only reason Canadians aren't having a choice right now is because the NDP keeps propping them up time and time again. And, Mr. Speaker, I think what is important here, too, is that they go and they say one thing back in their ridings, and then they come to Ottawa and they vote a completely different way. Well, what we say is rent's up, gas is up, the carbon tax is up, housing costs are up, and for the NDP, time's up. Canadians, particularly in Northern Ontario, aren't buying it anymore. And I think of my favorite part, one of my favorite parts is the NDP member from Timmins, James Bay, who gets triggered. I've had the honor of, I'm glad that he's here this morning, glad that at the...
The Honourable Member Kingston of the Islands. And I did catch that. We can't refer to whether someone is here or not, and I think the Honourable Member knows that. The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Timmins, James Bay, what I can say is, when I visited Timmins last year, and when our Conservative leader visited Timmins time and time again, first of all, they never see or hear from their NDP MP, first of all, but just how out of touch the NDP has come, how they've sold out working families, particularly in Northern Ontario, in Timmins, James Bay, is the fact they continue to prop this Liberal government up. It was just in the news last week, the Daily Press up in Timmins. It was the airport manager of the Victor M. Power Airport that said he has a serious concern for the rising cost of living in this country. And I'm going to quote the manager here. Quote, we're burning hundreds and hundreds of liters of fuel, and that price is going to go up a huge amount. That cost gets passed on to the traveling public right out of Timmins. So my budget is going through the roof in the next couple of years. My focus is running the business of the airport. I need to do something to make sure people can afford to fly and not have to pay $800 seats just to go to Toronto. That is because carbon taxes are driving up the cost of living in Northern Ontario. It gets cold in Northern Ontario. To heat your home, you need to have heat. They should not be penalized for doing that. They have to drive. If you're going from Timmins to Sault Ste. Marie or Sudbury or North Bay or Timmins or Kapuskasing or Hearst or any point in between, There's no subway. The Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister just hops on the subway. Well, I've been up there a few times in Northern Ontario. I found a Subway restaurant, but haven't found the subway yet that she suggests people in Northern Ontario can just do. So, Mr. Speaker, the motion we have is clear. Our position as Canadian Conservatives is clear as well. We will axe the tax entirely on everything for good. The Prime Minister is playing games with Bill C-234 and giving an exemption or a carve-out to farmers to save $1 billion. They won't go for that. They're playing games in the Senate and now here in the House. Now they have the opportunity to go on the record. They don't have to increase the carbon tax again on April the 1st. It is time to cancel the increase and give Canadians some much-needed relief after 8 years of this Prime Minister and his NDP partners.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives, and this member in particular, want to talk a lot about the price on pollution, but don't want to talk about the other things that the government is doing, in particular for the agriculture sector. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, there's one riding in Ontario that receives $6.8 million through the agriculture sector emissions reductions and clean tech funding. This is money that is actually given to the agricultural sector to help them reduce their emissions, to help them find clean technology. Do you know whose riding receives $6.8 million a year from the federal government for that? This member's riding. What? This member's riding receives $6.8 million of federal money to help the agricultural industry move away from emissions and in the direction of clean tech. I'm wondering, in the interest of axing everything, would he comment on whether or not the Conservative government would axe this clean tech funding and this $6.8 million to his riding?
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Member from Kingston and the Islands talks about $6 million. I just went through and told you the millions of dollars in carbon taxes being paid by farmers going to be quadrupled in the coming years. They are getting tax increases like they've never seen before. $1 billion is what Canadian farmers are going to pay in the coming years. And the arrogance of that Liberal government and that Liberal member in particular say government knows best. Drive up their taxes and give it back. We have a common sense solution. Get green technology red tape out of the way. Tidal Energy in New Brunswick. There's numerous hydroelectric projects in Quebec that are being stalled because of federal red tape. Their answer is, we'll just tax you, jack up your taxes and carbon tax and try to cut a check for some of it back. They don't believe it. It's failed and it's not working. And again, I just encourage the member, come visit a farm or two in Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, and he's going to get an earful about the Liberal record on everything.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You know you're last.
And I want to preface my question with how disappointed I am in the member opposite. The member speaks about being out of touch while we see, in my home province of Alberta, children and trans kids being attacked, and this member has the power and should have the courage to stand in this place and condemn that violence. Will the member now, I'll give him the opportunity, stand to protect trans rights in this country and stand against Conservative premiers who, as we speak, are attacking children's rights? Will he have the courage to do it now?
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, not anything to do with the motion and the debate here at hand on the carbon tax. What I will say, I'm going to say, Mr. Speaker, that to question as a proud gay man, to question my integrity or my commitment on anything, I have been proud as an example to stand up to end the discriminatory blood ban that the NDP and Liberals propped up for far too long. I won't take any lessons from him trying to lecture me about anything. First of all, back to the matter at hand. Talk about out of touch and talk about aloof is that member from Edmonton. Temperatures in Edmonton reached minus 50 or 45 only about a week or two ago. And what that member wants to do, he doesn't like the convenience of it. He's going to have to go door knocking in the next election and explain to people in Edmonton why he wants to quadruple the carbon tax and their home heating bill on it that way when temperatures hit minus 45. The reason people are using food banks, the reason people are struggling, the reason housing costs, and the reason the economy is out of control is their constant tax increases that he keeps voting for. I know he doesn't like to talk about it, but it's about time he smartened up and did. Hear, hear.
Order. Order. Let's all sit down for a second. It's okay. I haven't called for questions yet. I'm just waiting for calm. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, a dairy farmer in my riding called me, and he was calling in reference to one of these federal government grants, and he said, it's almost as if the government's forcing me to spend money on something. What the Liberal government doesn't seem to understand, he said, is that I want to lower my input costs. I want to make my barn as efficient as possible, but I don't want to be cajoled into a single program from a bureaucrat in Ottawa about what I should be doing with my business and my family farm. So maybe the member from Ontario can comment about what a Conservative approach would do to let farmers produce the food that we need and not to let government get in the way all the time.
We are almost out of time. The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
The comment and agree wholeheartedly, and I hear the same thing from farmers. I mentioned before about the elevators, Rudders Elevators in Chesterfield. Talked to Mike Obey about the carbon tax bill and the massive increases they are seeing there. Mike was telling me that they want to go and actually increase. They want to build greenhouses. They want to expand their operations. Whenever you're seeing bills go up by the hundreds of thousands of dollars and their overall cash flow, it creates a serious problem. On the increases they're forced to pass on to everybody else. But Mr. Speaker, it doesn't allow new projects, Canadian-grown food to be expanded. Right in Chesterfield is a perfect example.
The continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Lac St. Louis. Mr. Speaker, here we are once again talking about the same motion based on the same red herrings that we've seen time and time again coming from the Conservatives. I, listened to the question from the member from Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon just moments ago, where he tried to imply as though the federal funding towards the reduction of emissions and towards clean technology had something specific, was only one particular program. It's clear that the member has no concept whatsoever of what the federal government is doing for farmers, in that there are so many. When I said $6.8 million, I was giving the total number over a whole vast array of various different programs. It's not a single program, but it's not new. It's not unique to me, Mr. Speaker, to hear Conservatives talking like this, because it's what they want to do repeatedly. They want to take an issue like global inflation and try to apply it to Canada and say that it's only a problem in Canada, to say that this is a problem that's been created by a price on pollution, which is ludicrous. Because, we know, Mr. Speaker, that according to the Governor of the Bank of Canada, the price on pollution contributes to 0.15% as it relates to inflation. It is literally, Mr. Speaker, negligible, and could be chalked up as a rounding error. But yet Conservatives jump on it as though this is, what is making life unaffordable for many Canadians right now. They don't want to talk about the realities. They don't want to talk about what's actually going on throughout the world and how Canada is positioning itself to be at the forefront as it comes to these new technologies. To make sure, I heard the Leader of the Opposition talk about building car batteries in Canada. Is he not aware that the member from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington had one of his Conservative members had the largest investment, not in Canada, but in North America, for building batteries to go into vehicles? That's all happening a 20-kilometer drive from where I live, Mr. Speaker, in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. This is setting the course for the future in terms of the industry being on the forefront, so that we will not be importing technology, so that we will be the ones that are actually creating the technology and developing those products right here in Canada. That particular facility, Mr. Speaker, Umicore, will produce 800,000 batteries to go into vehicles each and every year. It is a multi-billion-dollar investment from Umicore into not just Canada, but into Ontario, into Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, into the Kingston region, Mr. Speaker. This is huge, but it's only one. You're well aware of Stellantis and the other various different players that are emerging in Canada as it relates to the environmental technologies and the green technologies of tomorrow. People look towards Canada. Companies and businesses look towards Canada because they know that we have the resources, we know that we have the political will to push towards this new and emerging technology, and that's why we're seeing people come and invest. Do you know why Umicore, while I'm on the topic, even picked Ontario, Mr. Speaker? Because Umicore said, and the President said in his press conference, where the member from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington was there with a big smile on her face when it happened back at Queen's University 2 summers ago, he said, we chose Ontario because we are producing an environmentally sustainable product, and we want to know that what goes into those products is environmentally sustainable. And a vast majority of the resources that go into building those batteries comes from electricity. And he recognized that Ontario doesn't burn coal to produce electricity, thanks to a previous provincial Liberal government, by the way, that Ontario is moving in, has taken great strides towards ensuring that we have a renewable, sustainable electricity that is produced in a responsible way. That's why companies are choosing to come and invest in Canada. That's why they're choosing Ontario. That's why they're choosing Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. And I can tell you, the mayors in the surrounding area, including Kingston, are thrilled about this. The city councils are thrilled about this. The economic opportunities that are being produced as a result of investments like this, because of the initiatives of this government, will last for generations, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker. And so I get a real kick out of it when I see Conservative members who behind the scenes back in their ridings are super excited about these things, but then come to the House of Commons here and toe the line of the Leader of the Opposition that the only solution forward is to go back to burning as much fossil fuel as we possibly can. And so when we talk about the price on pollution and what they're proposing today, I think it's really important, Mr. Speaker, that we actually talk about what they're proposing. They talk about axing a lot of stuff, Mr. Speaker. What they're going to be axing, Mr. Speaker, are rebates to families. Might not be the families that they're interested in, because lower income families receive more through the Climate Action Incentive rebate than upper income families, but the reality is what they'll be axing is a family of 4 in the spring of this year will receive $244 for 1 quarter. In Manitoba, $264. In Saskatchewan, $340. The same family living in Alberta for 1 quarter will receive, and do currently receive, $386. Now, you will hear the Conservatives routinely say, well, they're going to double it, they're going to triple it, and of course they don't tell you the timeline, because some of those timelines are, a decade out. But what they forget to tell you is that the rebate doubles and triples as well. And it's all because, Mr. Speaker, that we recognize that in order to transition away from fossil fuels, which I want to do, and I know many members of this House of Commons do, and I know many members of the Canadian population do, many of our constituents, the majority of our constituents, in order to do that, we have to incentivize people to make change. And you incentivize people, and you'd think that a Conservative, before anybody else would know this, in an economic model that is built on capitalism, that is built on supply and demand, the way you incentivize people is by putting a price on things that you want to change behavior on. Same thing happens with taxes on tobacco. Same things happens with taxes on other products where you're looking to change behavior. But the key difference to any other tax, and what the Conservatives never want to mention, Mr. Speaker, is that in order to accomplish this, but still be reasonable for families to be able to absorb those prices, is to return all of the money to them. So their natural question is, well, why do it in the first place then? I just assumed that Conservatives can understand how market mechanisms work to incentivize and change behavior in the market. And apparently they don't. But the good news is, Mr. Speaker, we know that it's working, and we're starting to see that. And the projections are showing that by 2030, over a third of the reductions in greenhouse gas emissions will be able to be attributed specifically to pricing pollution. We're not the only ones that price pollution, Mr. Speaker. Countless jurisdictions throughout the world price pollution. Ukraine prices pollution. Ukraine, a country that is literally at war right now, prices pollution. And they have priced pollution since 2011, Mr. Speaker. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because that was the only way that the European economy was going to let them participate in the economy, was to price pollution. Most, if not all, European economies have a price on pollution in one form or another, whether that's a direct price or cap and trade or one of the various different models. But Conservatives never miss an opportunity to try to conflate and to confuse Canadians as to what the realities are when it comes to the pricing pollution and how it works, generally speaking. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, we find ourselves in a position where Conservatives have brought forward motion after motion after motion on the same issue, not just the issue of pricing pollution and the fact that they're against it, but on an issue that they ran on in the last election. All of them, all Conservative members in here, whether they say they agreed with it or not, knocked on doors under a policy that included pricing pollution. But now they have such buyer's remorse over their last leader that they've used just about every Opposition Day opportunity in this session of Parliament on this particular issue. Mr. Speaker, I am looking forward to answering questions that my colleagues might have. I'm quite certain that this is not the last time they'll bring forward this motion, but it is certainly a policy that I think is going to be to the benefit of our environment in the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, it's my first opportunity to rise today to explain the many reasons why the Green Party will be voting against today's opposition motion. But the earlier debate, and I'd like to ask my friend from Kingston the Islands to comment on this. We had an earlier exchange about whether enforcing a carbon tax or raising a carbon tax can stop fires and stop floods. And the answer from science is clear. No, it can't. What we can do by reducing emissions now, we can't turn back what's happened to the atmosphere in terms of atmospheric chemistry and physics. We can avoid runaway global warming, the kind that self-accelerates and becomes unstoppable. We must not stoke the furnace further on future warming to destroy the lives of our children, which is why we need carbon pricing, and we need more to reduce emissions much more quickly. I ask my honourable colleague if he has any comments.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I certainly agree with my colleague from the Green Party on this. And the reality is this a false narrative or this red herring reminds me a lot of the one that we hear quite often from Conservatives about, well, Canada's fossil fuels are the cleanest in the world, as though that is some reason why we shouldn't seek to do better. So their solution is, rather than doing anything about a problem, let's exploit our resources because they're slightly more clean than other jurisdictions, when in reality we know, Mr. Speaker, that what it really comes down to is that it comes down to Canada being a leader. Look, we're a G7 country. We benefited off the Industrial Revolution immensely, and it's to the benefit of each and every citizen in our country, like all other G7 partners. We have an obligation to the world to be at the forefront, to lead the charge in terms of changing our environmental practices throughout the globe. So this idea that we can somehow dismiss the issue away because we're a little bit better than some other countries, it's a huge red herring. It's what we hear time and time again from Conservatives, and it's getting pretty stale.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In December, the Atlantic Caucus of the Liberal Party got together with the Prime Minister to make an announcement on heat pumps. It just so happened that that announcement was taking place at the same time as the carbon tax was about to go up. So for all of the rhetoric we're hearing from the member from Kingston today, when push comes to shove, when the government was faced with a price increase that people in Atlantic Canada couldn't afford to stomach, they backed down. Secondly, Does the member think it's okay for Canadians to pay more in a carbon tax, pay more in carbon taxes than the actual heating, like natural gas, that is very common on bills in Canada today? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the second part of his question, 8 out of 10 Canadians get back more than they put in. Yes, there are some Canadians that have very large homes, that have multiple vehicles, that probably end up spending more than they get back. But in particular, the individuals in Canada that are on the lower end of the economic spectrum are certainly getting much more back than they're putting into it. So to his question specifically, but I just find it, really interesting how he accuses me of all of this rhetoric, but Conservatives continually miss the point of explaining to Canadians that they're going to get back more than they put in, because they'd rather seek an opportunity to capitalize off a political narrative that suits them right now, because it will benefit them politically, but will do nothing for the environment and nothing for our country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to have things start with a new look and new priorities with the Conservatives. It would be nice to move on to something else other than carbon tax. But in my colleague's intervention, he named something that I find interesting in terms of the energy transition. He talked about the impact on Ontario. Not only was electrification of transportation highlighted in Quebec, but also we did more than the U.S. in terms of investments and subsidies. Instead of developing the industry with the supply chain in our mines and regions, how to make sure we have economic development and a green economy at every stage. And that's how we were able to save and able to make an energy transition that is sustainable. Otherwise, we buy Chinese lithium. Where is the government's priority right now in terms of electrification of transportation if we want to return the carbon tax?
The priority is to build right in Canada. I spent 5 minutes of my 10-minute speech talking about Umicore, which is a multi-billion-dollar plant that's building right outside of my riding, in a Conservative member's riding of Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, that will build 800,000 car batteries per year in our country. Mr. Speaker, there's also a lot of rhetoric. I got a kick out of the member from Mission Mask Fraser Canyon when in the previous question he was talking about Atlantic Canada. And again, trying to pigeonhole this as though it's something about just Atlantic Canada. There are twice as many people in Ontario that will benefit from the 3-year cap on heating with oil than there are in Atlantic Canada. But does that change the narrative of the Conservatives? No, of course not, because it doesn't suit them right now, because it would be better to make it seem as though there was some big deal that contributed to that announcement.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Merci, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I get started, I'd like to underscore that I think there was an error that slipped into the title of this motion. In the motion, we're talking about, asking the Liberal government to cancel the increase in the carbon tax as of April 1st, but there is no carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. It's a price on pollution. So I think we are misleading the House and Canadians in terms of this issue. Why is it not a tax, Mr. Speaker? For something to be a tax, the government has to cash the funds in its coffers and use these for either expenses on programs or to invest in the futures of Canadians. But this is not what the price on pollution is. The price on pollution, when you talk about it, you're talking about intermediary revenues. They are, in fact, returned back to Canadians themselves. It's what we call a price mechanism. And this is something that economists Milton Friedman, for example, supported as a measure, an economic measure to fight pollution. So how do these mechanisms work when we're talking about a price on carbon? It's quite interesting. There's a bit of magic in it because when you go to spend, we see the price may be a bit higher. We're not thinking about the fact that you'll be every quarter receiving a check that will be deposited in your account from the government of Canada to offset that. Some people don't think about that. They just look at the price and they say, oh, it costs more and we're going to consume a bit less. So you save on that level. And then when January 1st rolls around or April 1st, we realize that there is money that was paid into your account, and you say you're lucky twice. You saved on the one hand at the pump, and then the government is giving us money back. So that's how the price on carbon works. And it's at the very heart of the efficacy of this measure to fight pollution, and namely greenhouse gas emissions.
Mr. Speaker, you know, what's very frustrating about this debate, in addition to the fact that it's the same debate over and over and over again, based on a very symbolic and superficial understanding of what the price on pollution is, but what is really frustrating is these conclusions that the official opposition wishes to draw, these flimsy conclusions that the official opposition wishes to draw about the impact of the price on pollution on inflation, more specifically on food prices. Now, rigorous academic study after rigorous academic study has pointed to the fact that the impact of the price on pollution on food prices is extremely small. The Bank of Canada, now we know that the official opposition has no respect for the Bank of Canada, that it would like to take the Bank of Canada under its wing and dictate monetary policy, but it is an incredibly credible institution filled with some of the best economists in this country. And what does the Bank of Canada say about the supposed link between the price on carbon and inflation? Well, it says that the price on carbon contributes about 0.15 percentage points to inflation overall. And about the University of Calgary, which is not, I might add, for anyone who follows schools of thought in this country, who follows academic life, the University of Calgary is not what I would call a hotbed of socialism. But what did the University of Calgary say about the supposed link between the price on carbon and food inflation? University of Calgary economist Trevor Toombs estimates that the price on carbon, I'll call it because I don't want to mislead people, it's not a tax, is responsible for less than 1% of grocery price increases. And now, how did Professor Toombs come to that conclusion? Did he just pull a number out of the air, the way the official opposition likes to do? No, he used a Statistics Canada modeling program. Now, again, we have some of the country's greatest econometric experts working at Statistics Canada, like we do at the Bank of Canada. So I don't know if the official opposition is calling into question the integrity of and expertise of Statistics Canada. Maybe they are, but I would say that the Statistics Canada modeling program is a credible instrument, and so that's what Professor Toombs was using. And he goes on to say in Alberta, because this is very much focused in many ways on Alberta and the oil industry, he says the price on carbon has increased prices by about 0.3%. That's just 30 cents on a $100 bill. In Manitoba, it's 0.9%, and in Ontario, it's 0.4%. So these are credible, rigorous academic studies, but we don't get any of that from the official opposition. We just get like this kind of false logic. You know, it's like the shin bone is attached to the knee bone is attached to the thigh bone. So it starts with there's a price on carbon. That means it's going to cost more to to drive a truck. That means it's going to cost more for this. And eventually it's going to show up on the shelf. But that's not real logic, and that's not logic that is founded on rigorous analysis. That's just the fact of the matter. Okay, Mr. Speaker. Now, the other point I'd like to make is that the price of food has gone up. But there are many other factors, according to credible news media like CTV News. There are a number of factors. Only 3 minutes left. I was just getting going, Mr. Speaker. According to CTV, an article on the CTV News website, there are a number of factors that are contributing to the price of a high price of food. Number one, climate change. Devastating wildfires continue to rage across Canada, destroying forests and farmland. Now, let's use a little bit of simplistic logic that maybe the official opposition can understand. If you destroy farmland, what happens to the supply of food? It goes down. And what happens when supply goes down? What happens when supply? I mean, the leader of the opposition thinks of himself as a wonderful and great economist, but what happens when the supply of food goes down but the demand stays the same? What happens to the price, Mr. Speaker? Do you know, Mr. Speaker? It goes up. So that's the number one cause of rising food prices, basic logic. And the really interesting thing is that greenhouse gas emissions from the agricultural sector are not regulated. There's no price on carbon on greenhouse gas emissions from the agricultural sector. And as a matter of fact, a lot of people have been writing to me saying you have to price greenhouse gas emissions from agricultural lands, but we haven't done that, Mr. Speaker. Now, what's another aspect that is causing challenges to the supply of food? Well, guess what Ukraine has been called, Mr. Speaker? It's been called the breadbasket of Europe. And I think they're going through some tough times, which may be limiting the supply of wheat from that part of the world, Mr. Speaker. Again, if you constrain supply in the face of a demand that is stable or even increasing, you get higher prices. I don't know why the leader of the official opposition doesn't click into that. It's basic economics 101, Mr. Speaker. So we have to look at these other causes. The price on carbon is not the cause of all the woes around the world. It just isn't, and we have to stop, saying that. What the official opposition really likes to do is over and over again through these opposition day motions is build straw men that they then demolish on social media while pretending to be heroes. That's all this is about. It's all about social media hits. Is my time up, Mr. Speaker?
20 seconds.
20 seconds. You know what, Mr. Speaker? I'll stop there and I'll take questions.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Before I begin, I want to recognize the life of a very significant individual in my riding, and that is one Bob Gieselman, who passed away recently. Bob devoted a lot to the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou and around in service to the community. My condolences to his family, and may perpetual light shine upon him. Now, my honourable colleague said that we're having the same debate and that it's superficial and symbolic. What's not superficial and symbolic are the people who are writing me letters saying, I've got to choose between heating and eating. I can't afford a $6 bag of lettuce. What are we supposed to be doing here if we're not talking about these issues, about Canadian affordability? So I really take issue with the Liberals framing this as, nothing to see here. There is something to see here, and it's that people cannot afford to live in Canada, and the Liberals should be ashamed for ignoring that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
First of all, condolences to my honourable member on the loss of his constituent. I'm glad that he took the opportunity to mention that. I'm sure his family, the constituent's family, will appreciate that deeply. Mr. Speaker, the member just wasn't listening. We don't deny that the price of food is high. We're just reminding the member and his party that it's not because of the price on carbon. There's a war in Ukraine. There are wildfires and floods that is destroying farmland in Canada. These are the factors that are driving the price of food. Fortunately, food inflation is coming down to match general inflation. That's a good sign. Let's hope that that continues.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's fun that we're talking about the carbon tax today because this morning the Parliamentary Budget Officer gave us the assessment of how much the tax credit for carbon capture, utilization, and storage will cost. How much will that measure cost for the next 5 years? About $5.5 billion. So I'd like to know from my colleague if he agrees with me that this money would be better invested in real green energy rather than trying to have us believe that oil can be green. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I haven't seen the report that my colleague has mentioned. But of course, the Liberal government is not trying to eliminate oil. We have to live with it for some time still. And yes, there are green energies. The member for Stormont Glengarry talked about green energy from the ocean. And we must invest. The government is investing. But there are technologies that are not quite developed yet. In the case that my colleague from Stormont Dundas mentioned, it's not the federal government regulations that mean that the project in the Bay of Fundy didn't succeed. It's that it's very difficult to bring to fruition that type of technology at this time. So there are limits, but we must continue to invest. And unfortunately, we have to deal with oil for some time still. Thank you.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I've got great respect for my honourable colleague, but I was a little frustrated this morning because trying to use logic on a party leader who bases everything on a bumper sticker slogan, my colleague is, I think, wasting his efforts. The issue at hand here is he's accusing the Liberals of not having an environmental plan, which I might agree with on most days, but there is no Conservative environmental plan other than letting the planet burn. And what they're willing to throw under the bus to let the planet burn right now in Alberta, not a single member of the Alberta or Saskatchewan MPs have stood up about the climate disaster that's unfolding. 13 counties have declared environmental disasters from the drought. This is 4 years into a drought. There is no snow in Edmonton. The climate crisis and a burning planet is affecting farmers. And not a single one of them would ever stand up and defend farmers from climate change. They'd rather throw them under the bus so that Rich Kruger and Suncor can make more money. That's their environmental plan.
In about 20 seconds, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Well, indeed, I believe there was the member is totally correct. There was an article in I think on the CBC website last night about how Alberta farmers are very worried about the loss of groundwater. So at some point, the Alberta farmers are going to go see the Alberta government and say, look, we have a problem here. We know that the oil industry is important in our province, but think of us for a change.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member for Mirabel. I'd like to speak to you today about a serious problem. People are having their savings legally stolen as they struggle to make ends meet, to pay all of their bills, and to find housing. This is during a time of skyrocketing cost of living and an affordability crisis. And we're talking about the price of energy, the main cause of inflation. Let's face it, using carbon is expensive. People are exhausted and financially strapped, but the out-of-touch elite is enjoying a comfortable life. Indeed, while the world is reeling, the oil and gas sector is reaping record profits. For the years 2020, 2021, and 2022, we're talking about billions of dollars. Half in 2022 alone. About $270 million. $270 billion, rather, in the pockets of large corporations, and 70% of shareholders are foreign. Of course, the petro-monarchy in Ottawa could be counted on to offer them princely guarantees by heavily subsidizing, directly and indirectly, this industry that in no way needs it. But of course, the Conservatives won't talk about this. They are incestuous with the oil companies, which are swimming in profits, despite their rhetoric about common sense. But they have no plan to get out of fossil fuels. They prefer today, for the umpteenth time, to talk about the carbon tax that does not apply in Quebec. Let's be serious for a moment. If we want to talk about the issue at hand, we'll immediately address 6 tax credits that will total $83 billion by 2025. In the last 2 budgets of the Liberal NDP government, 2 in particular stand out. The first is the Clean Technology Investment Tax Credit, which, despite its name, will encourage increased bitumen extraction and gas exports. And then the second is the tax credit for carbon capture, utilization, and storage, which helps oil companies pump every last drop of oil by supporting an experimental technique that has all the hallmarks of a greenwashing strategy. Not to mention the fact that Ottawa has nationalized an oil pipeline, Trans Mountain, whose cost will hit $30.9 billion, most of which will be paid for by taxpayers. But this is nothing new. According to a report by Greenpeace in April 2019, Finance Canada and Environment Canada failed to deliver the goods when it came to cancelling fossil fuel subsidies. $1.6 billion to the oil companies, according to the organization. The same group estimated in November 2018 that from 2012 to 2017, Export Development Canada offered 12 times more money to fossil fuels than to clean energy. If you doubt Greenpeace, because some people say it's an activist group, let's ask the International Monetary Fund what it thinks. In 2019, it estimated that direct subsidies and indirect support for fossil fuels in Canada amounted in 2017 to $54 billion. The problem is clear, crystal clear, and should be obvious to anyone willing to see it. While people are suffering from galloping inflation, wealthy oil and gas companies are benefiting, with the utmost complicity of the Liberals and Conservatives. All of this at a time when scientists agree that 80% of oil must remain in the ground if we are to be responsible. What's more, over 95% of Canadian oil comes from the oil sands, which is among the most high-polluting in the world. The Conservatives never mention that climate change is expensive for everyone. In 2025, it could be $25 billion for Canada and Quebec's economies. It is unfair, and the religion of oil above all is not even good for the economy. The exploitation of natural resources is closely linked to the decline of the manufacturing sector. Let's remember that job losses were due to the rise of the Canadian dollar, which was linked to the rise in oil exports. So a question arises. How can we help people with their financial woes? Of course, we can listen to the Conservatives, who are proposing the abolition of the so-called carbon tax without the proposed motion defining what it is. Let's not forget that the carbon tax does not apply in Quebec, which has set up its own carbon exchange system in partnership with California, with whom Quebec shares a cap-and-trade system. This system has been enforced with no negative impact since 2013. It was voted on under Jean Charest, who sought the Conservative leadership. It's a system that means that we are not affected by this tax. As for the other carbon policy, what some are calling, and I'm looking over there, the second carbon tax, which isn't a tax at all, because it doesn't go into government coffers. Not a cent goes into government coffers, but it's the Clean Fuels Regulation, which is really just a modernization of a regulation adopted by Prime Minister Harper, whom the current Conservative leader was parliamentary secretary under. There's only one change. Rather than imposing a means 5% ethanol in gasoline in the Conservative version, it imposes a result. In concrete terms, the new regulation requires that by 2030, the production of each liter of gasoline must have generated 15% less GHGs than in 2019. That's all. In this regulation, unlike the previous Conservative version, the government does not tell oil companies how they must go about reducing their emissions. They are therefore free to reduce the emissions they emit when extracting oil, or to reduce the emissions they emit when refining it, or to choose oil that is less polluting than that from the oil sands when refining, or to add more biofuels such as ethanol. Everything is on the table. It is up to them to decide. In Quebec, the effect of the regulation is minimal, if any. The government of Quebec has already adopted the regulation on low-carbon gasoline and diesel, which already requires gasoline sold in Quebec to contain 15% biofuels. The Conservatives are proposing today, I'm saying today, but it's like every day of their lives, a measure that pollutes because it offers a bonus to those who heat with polluting fuels without offering one to those who don't pollute, such as people using electricity or renewable sources. Unfair because it is mainly lower-income households that benefit from the carbon tax, from a certain point of view, because the government has committed to returning the proceeds of the fuel levy directly to individuals and families through the climate action incentive payments. So this is profitable to low-income households. They receive more than they pay. So suspending it is not in the service of the most vulnerable. The real solution doesn't lie in inventing false problems. If Quebecers are relatively spared by rising heating costs, it's not even because the federal carbon tax doesn't apply in Quebec. It's because they have long since opted for renewable energies, particularly in their means of heating. What's costing Quebecers dearly isn't Canadian taxes. It's the billions of dollars of taxpayers' money that Ottawa spends on direct and indirect subsidies to Western oil and gas companies. Let's put an end to it. Let's adopt a serious energy transition plan. The economy and our planet will benefit. We will all benefit. That is real common sense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question, come on.
Questions and comments?
And comments? The Honourable there you go. Just make sure I get that right. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was admiring the way in which the Honourable Member presented his case, and really quite concerned about the effect of climate change in this country. What seemed to me, if in fact he thinks that this is that revenues from oil sands are problematic, shall we say, is it his position that the transfer payments that go to Quebec out of the revenues of the federal government should be reduced accordingly, so that Quebec, the position that the honourable member takes, has some consistency?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my colleague that equalization is largely a myth. I'd also invite him to read a document that was published a few months ago on Quebec's finances as an independent state, which would show that we would have the means and our funds would not be administered by a state that has other priorities than ours. Our money could go to the aerospace industry, to renewable energy, sectors that are totally neglected by Ottawa, which focuses on oil and the auto industry in Ontario.
Comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member is speaking about the issues, and he wants to solve the environmental issues, but only from one lens, and what suits Quebec, what doesn't suit other places such as Alberta, where the temperature was minus 50 degrees a few weeks ago. The carbon tax is not working. Emissions are not being reduced. It is just more Canadians pay than they receive from out of that. So if the system is not working, does he believe that we should continue with it, or we should halt it and just move to another way of dealing with the environment?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I also talked about the consequences on the Canadian economy. I talked about it a number of times. It goes without saying that climate change is a global issue, an international issue. It's an issue where the decisions of one country will have an impact on all the other countries. That goes without saying. But these systems aren't working. I spent a lot of time in my speech explaining that the system is not working. But the problem is that, to me, the carbon tax is a minor measure that has very little impact. It's not, if there's an impact, it's not particularly negative. There's not much there. The heart of the problem is the billions of dollars going to oil and gas companies that are raking in the profits. That is the problem. And there's no real plan for an energy transition. That is the heart of the problem. So, yes, the system is not working, or we could say that for some it is working very well. And the system is only working for the rich, for the elite. But unfortunately, the Conservatives don't call that into question.
Parliamentary questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. As my colleague knows, people are frustrated to be paying more for their bills as oil and gas CEOs are making major profits at their expense. Why does the member think that the Liberals and the Conservatives refuse to require CEOs to pay their fair share and put money back into people's pockets? Well done. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. First, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her excellent French. It's very impressive. I think we can applaud her. The effort was there. I don't know if she's learning French. We can discuss that later. But congratulations, sincerely. But now I need to say something else. She voted for the Liberal budgets. We're giving more presents to the oil and gas companies, but I do agree with her that we need to call for more from them, and we need to give that back to the people, of course. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm uncomfortable making a speech today. The parliamentary leader called me yesterday and said, Jean-Denis, there's a very original motion on the carbon tax from the Conservatives. And I read the motion. And I said to the leader, it should be the member for Montarville doing this. He's the critic on foreign affairs. This is a topic that doesn't really apply to Quebec. One day we'll be a country. We'll talk about it at the UN. Now we're talking about it in someone else's parliament, but it doesn't apply to Quebec. This is really a matter for diplomacy. And those who know me know that I might not be the best diplomat. But here I am before you today. We're discussing a motion like we often see, a ridiculous motion. Let's say it, Mr. Speaker. It's an absolutely ridiculous motion. It's false. We don't know if it's from bad faith, incompetence, or a combination of both, as is often the case. And the reason the Conservatives put forward these motions is because they want to say once again that the Bloc Québécois voted for the carbon tax, etc., etc. They'll try to pick it up again to have an echo. And what we hear from these motions, it's like any echo. It's empty. There's no real content. If you go to the Grand Canyon and you say hello, it echoes, oh, oh, oh. But when you look at the Conservative motions, it's first, second, third, fifth one on the carbon tax. It's just an echo. It's empty. They started with the first. The first was the real carbon tax. They went off, oh, hello, Mr. Speaker. Your glasses look great. And so they talked about the first carbon tax, but they didn't know it didn't apply to Quebec. We understand. They didn't have the expertise. It happens. Mistakes happen.
It's hard to admit when you've made a mistake, especially in politics. But finally, they admitted that this tax didn't apply in Quebec, but then they invented a second carbon tax, the clean fuel regulation. But then they realized that Quebec had its own regulations, which already applied, and that the federal regulations would only apply in 2030. But they still found a way to spin it. They told us that prices were going to go up by 13 or 14 cents. And they told us that people wouldn't be able to buy turkeys and that Thanksgiving would be spoiled. But actually, gas has gone down by 20 cents since then. It actually went down at Thanksgiving. And yet, the Conservative leader and Conservative Quebec MPs didn't tell us that things had worked out. But we know that even though they ended up looking a little silly, well, they're resilient. They bounced back. These Conservatives are resilient. They invented a third carbon tax. If you were to listen to the Conservatives, you'd think that if you buy a piece of furniture at IKEA, clearly it comes from Alberta. Everything comes from Alberta. But despite what they said, we finally got our inflation numbers. And they love inflation. They're always talking about it. Well, inflation is a point higher in Quebec than in Alberta. But Alberta is where the federal carbon tax applies the most. So at a certain point, they're going to have, well, they must have told themselves we're going to have to invent a fourth carbon tax. And this is a good one. Hold on to your hats. The member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles he's the Quebec lieutenant for the Conservative Party. He may be a future minister for the party. And he said, yes, Quebec has its own price for emissions licenses, but the reason the prices have gone up is the federal government's false. We wanted to table a document to show that that's false, but he refused to let us do that. For him, it's all about correlation. For him, in his mind, if in the summer there's more drowning cases, it's all because ice cream sales have gone up. It's all about the correlation. He doesn't understand that not everything is about correlation. The prices for these emission licenses in Quebec have to do with a Quebec decree that predates what happened at the federal level. This is coordinated with our California-Quebec carbon market. It all has to do with the target being set based on 1990 levels. And it's California demand that is raising prices. Mr. Speaker, it's not that I don't like your country, but Californians don't care at all about the Canadian federal government. They buy permits, and I think the next time the Conservatives come up with another carbon tax, it's going to be about the Masons and the World Economic Forum. That's where things have gotten to. It's unfortunate. Now we're at the umpteenth carbon tax that these Conservatives have. They're telling us that it's not an environmental plan, that it's a tax plan. And here there's a translation problem, because to use the word plan fiscal in French sounds gentle, but tax plan in English is a very harsh sounding phrase. They like to say that tax plan. Now, when we think of the concept of eco-tax planning, well, they seem to have forgotten the eco part of that word. They just don't care about protecting the economy and actually leading to a more thriving economy. They don't understand that. They think it's all about extraction. They can understand the idea that more extraction is better. The fact that they don't seem to think that taxes can be part of an ecological plan, they don't understand that. Of course, they do like it when there are tax credits for their buddies in Alberta, which Quebec is paying for. And they also like it when there's a tax credit for carbon capture. And then suddenly they like tax measures. Then they come around and say that it's a great idea. But of course, that's not a real tax plan, as they say. And they're saying that Quebec taxes should pay for... We're saying that Quebec taxes should pay for mini nuclear plants so that we stop paying for Alberta gas, oil and gas, and send it through new pipelines to the new ports in BC. Because this is all based on taxes. That's what's enabling all this to happen. But they don't consider this worthy of the name tax plan, Mr. Speaker. Not at all. And yet, when it comes to tax credits for dirty hydrogen, what kind of plan is that, Mr. Speaker? Oh, suddenly they can see a connection between taxes and the tax system and environmental planning. And yet, when it comes time to read the scientific results that clearly link emissions reductions to carbon pricing in the other provinces, for example, in Quebec, many empirical evaluations have been carried out. We've seen it in BC. We know it's working. With the European cap and trade system, with the US cap and trade system, and other plans they have in the States. So when it comes time to recognize science, no, the Conservatives are just never there. They tell us that this is a tax plan, and yet these Conservatives are supposed to love the market. They're on the right. They're supposed to love the market. They're supposed to believe that people react to market price signals, and yet suddenly when it comes to protecting the environment, they don't care. They forget about Econ 101, just like that. What do these Quebec Conservatives believe in? Maybe they're too busy working on the 8th, 9th, and 10th carbon taxes. Perhaps they're just too busy inventing that. But ultimately, this is a plan to tax Quebecers in favor of oil companies. These oil companies are compulsive tax recipients. These taxes are going to be paid for by Quebecers, and it's all going to flow into the pockets of Alberta oil companies. And during that same time, people in Quebec are waiting in ERs, are waiting for healthcare, and yet these Conservatives are nowhere to help increase the health transfers. No, they disappear, and they're never seen again. Or look at immigration. Look at what's being done to help people. $470 million that Quebec has spent that should be reimbursed by the federal government to help people who have arrived irregularly. But now Quebec is being told they will only receive $100 million and that this debt is not going to be paid. And yet no Quebec Conservative has spoken up against this. Because there's no amount of money that they think is too much for the oil companies, but they always feel that any amount spent on taking care of Quebecers is too much. So all of these Quebec Conservatives think they're going to become a minister. I don't know minister of what, and I wouldn't like to be the one to choose. But Quebecers are going to pay a steep price for all this. The Conservative Party has already started abandoning Quebecers. And very soon, there's going to come a time when we have to explain our platforms and justify our actions to Quebecers. But we in the Bloc Québécois can say that we have been worthy of trust. And what I've just said about the Conservatives, Quebecers will understand it. What I've just said, they will understand that because they are much smarter than people in the Conservative Party think.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member when he says, that Canadians as a whole are smarter than what the Conservatives are giving them credit for. In fact, what we're seeing is a great con job by the Conservative Party on the issue of their so-called first priority, that being the carbon tax, getting rid of the carbon tax. And the type of misinformation that is out there is quite significant. One of them is tying the price on carbon to inflation. And interesting enough, Mr. Speaker, when the issue was brought up with the Bank of Canada, Governor Tiff indicated that the contribution, he's referring to the carbon tax, the contribution that's making to inflation 1 year to the next is relatively small. If you want me to put a number on it, it's in the range of 0.15% on which is quite small. That's incredible. If you listen to the Conservative spin, you would think that is the driving force of inflation in Canada. And I'm wondering if he would attempt to dispel that particular untruth that's being spread by the Conservative Party of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Well, the Conservative leader thinks of nothing but the carbon tax. He seems to be obsessed with it. And so, of course, inflation, according to him, is caused by the carbon tax. Yes, we know that the Parliamentary Budget Officer and that the Bank of Canada have told us that it has nothing to do with it. But now there are things happening in Quebec that are leading to prices going up. For example, the housing crisis. Yesterday, during question period, the Liberals were boasting of matching amounts spent by Quebec, and that they spent that money to help Quebec. We had to make so many efforts to get that money, and yet not enough is being done. When it comes to housing, the Liberals are refusing to just give the money to Quebec. They prefer to have photo ops with their logo in front of work sites. They're refusing to hand over the money. They prefer to have fights. The parliamentary secretary is saying that we should turn against the Conservatives, and yet the Liberals should also realize that they've had failures, and that they often also treat Quebecers like fools, telling them that they're building housing. Quebec has asked to be consulted on immigration, and yet the immigration minister is telling Quebec that the federal government isn't an ATM, as though we in Quebec were just slackers and users, and that we don't actually pay our fair share. So it's all very well to attack the Conservatives, but the Liberal government should also reflect on its own failings.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to try to pose another question in French. My question for my colleague. Quebecers are very lucky, to be able to depend on a hydroelectric network. So could my colleague say what type of carbon pricing system could be used that would be fairer for all Canadians, including considering the system that exists in Quebec with hydro energy? The honourable member for Mirabel. Well, I don't want to seem like someone who doesn't want to answer the question, but it's ultimately none of our business. The federal carbon tax is none of our business. The way carbon is priced elsewhere is not something that applies to Quebec. Quebec made a decision to reduce its emissions by 37.5% by 1990 standards by 2030. We found partners. Other Canadian provinces participated in that system originally, but then they just left. They left, and now they're stuck with the federal carbon tax. We in Quebec are very proud of this system because we don't need to ask ourselves these types of questions. We have a system that reflects our own values, that has to do with the quantity of emissions. This is consistent with the way we produce our electricity, as my colleague says. And as for what happens elsewhere, well, I prefer to leave that up to Canada.
L'honorable député de Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Timmins James Bay. Mr. Speaker, Canadians across this country are feeling the squeeze. After years of successive Conservative and Liberal governments, Canadians are left with being priced out of home ownership, skipping meals to save money, unable to afford to pay for their home heating, unable to afford their medication. And at the same time, they're witnessing extreme weather events, flooding, droughts, record-breaking heat waves. But the Liberal government continues to delay, downplay the crises, and disappoint Canadians. We're living in an affordability crisis, in a climate crisis, and this government seems like it is comfortable just sticking its head in the sand. And while the Conservatives love to talk about affordability, the truth is they want to cut the services that Canadians depend on. They have no plan when it comes to tackling the climate crisis. The Conservative members refuse to actually acknowledge the impacts of the climate crisis. They have voted, they're not sure if the climate crisis is actually real. And their national governing body is made up of about 50% lobbyists from the corporations that are gouging Canadians, big oil and gas, big pharma, real estate developers. These are the wealthy people who profit at the expense of everyday Canadians. We have had this debate in this House several times, and every time Conservative members are showing Canadians that they think big oil should get away with polluting obscene amounts. The Conservatives believe that mega corporations should be able to pollute and have Canadians pick up the tab. Corporations like Imperial Oil feel like they can operate with impunity. They don't feel like they have any responsibility to Canadians to keep the environment healthy. I urge my Conservative colleagues to listen to First Nations and Métis people in Northern Alberta who've been shouting from the rooftops for decades that corporations like Imperial Oil have no regard for human health, the environment, and the future of our planet. Every summer, crops are failing because of the conditions. They are too dry, it's too hot, there's flooding. Food can't grow effectively in these conditions. So do my Conservative colleagues not understand the connection between the climate crisis and the cost of groceries? Or are they willing to ignore this reality? Having no plan is not an option. On the other hand, the Liberal government is also failing Canadians. While Canadians are struggling with the cost of living, the Liberals have refused to implement a windfall profits tax on the record-breaking profits of the oil and gas industry. The Liberals keep giving huge handouts to oil and gas giants to fund false climate solutions like carbon capture and storage. And now it's come out that the Trans Mountain Pipeline has cost taxpayers $35 billion. That's $35 billion that increases oil and gas pollution, increases our national debt, operates at a loss. This is $35 billion that could have been put into green infrastructure, into renewable energy, into home retrofits. This is $35 billion that could have gone to sustainable jobs, to supporting communities who are impacted by the climate crisis. It is bewildering to me that when there is an opportunity of creating high-quality union jobs in the clean energy sector, the government continues to pour money into supporting the corporations who are making record-breaking profits, all while wildfires rage and ravage our forests every summer. We need to take real climate action. Currently, buildings are the third highest source of emissions in Canada. So retrofitting buildings is essential if we want to achieve our climate targets. It's essential if we want to achieve net zero, and it's essential if we want to make life more affordable for Canadians. If the government can make taxpayers pay for a $35 billion pipeline, surely they can afford to fix and expand the Greener Homes program. Surely they can provide heat pumps for Canadians who need it, not only to heat their homes, but also to cool them when we're having record-breaking heat waves that take the lives of hundreds of British Columbians. But we are also living in a cost of living crisis, and tackling the climate crisis, it can actually make life more affordable for Canadians. In fact, there are so many ways that this government can help Canadians save money and fight the climate crisis at the same time. Unlike the Conservatives and the Liberals, New Democrats have a plan to tackle the climate crisis, to tackle the affordability crisis. Last fall, the NDP presented a motion to make heat pumps free for low-income and middle-income Canadians, as well as take the GST off all forms of home heating. Instead of providing Canadians with real solutions to fight the climate crisis and the affordability crisis by voting with the NDP, the Liberals and the Conservatives teamed up to vote our motion down. Heat pumps are such an easy solution to make home heating more efficient. They use up less energy, reduce electricity and heating bills, and will play an important role in decarbonizing buildings. They also save lives in heat domes. An average family would save $700 to $1,900 per year if they were supported to switch to a heat pump. But the current government grants that exist for heat pumps are difficult to apply for, require folks to pay up front and wait months to get their money back, and are inaccessible for so many, especially for low-income Canadians. But instead of fixing these problems for this very popular program, the Liberals have decided to cut funding. There are simple, cost-effective solutions out there. Renewable energy and insulating heat pumps will make the cost of electricity cheaper. But the Liberals and the Conservatives show time and time again that they aren't looking out for the best interests of Canadians. They're looking out for the best interests of CEOs of oil and gas companies. These parties show their true colors, and they will always side with corporate elites and billionaires over everyday Canadians. Canadians are tired of watching our government fail to take action when we are living through a cost of living crisis, a climate crisis. People shouldn't have to choose between a party with no plan and a party that continues to drag its feet. New Democrats have a plan to tackle the climate crisis, to tackle the affordability crisis, and we will keep fighting for everyday Canadians. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Tyre, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in many ways, I think it's important for us to look at the contrast that is on the table today in regards to what it is that the Conservative Party of Canada continues to propose and has become, no doubt, a major election platform where they are determined to get rid of a price on pollution. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, that policy is something in which is quite contrasting to what other opposition parties are saying and the government is saying. And the amount of misinformation that the Conservative Party is spreading through social media and otherwise, I believe, is to the detriment of sound policy. I'm wondering if the member can provide her thoughts in regards to the misinformation about the price on pollution that's out there today and her thoughts in terms of the damage that causes.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. And I think the misinformation, it's incredibly concerning. The Conservatives have come to British Columbia, to my home province, with a campaign to axe the tax. The federal carbon price doesn't apply in British Columbia. British Columbia has its own carbon tax that was put in by a small C Conservative premier years and years ago. Yet this Conservative caucus and the leaders seem shameless in promoting this kind of misinformation. But Canadians also don't realize that the current carbon pricing system that this government has put in place allows big corporations to really pay a small fraction of the carbon price. Suncor pays 1/14 of what Canadians pay. This is appalling. We need to fix the loopholes in the output-based pricing system that allow big corporations off the hook.
Yes. Questions and comments? Question Kamal Tyre. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so, you know, I know that the member is part of a party that's always up on their feet talking about the unaffordability and the way that Canadians are struggling. But does she not realize that the carbon tax is part of the problem here, because you're taxing farmers, you're taxing the shipping of food, the processing of food, the shipping of food to grocery stores, taxing the grocery stores, taxing people's heating bills? I mean, this is part of the affordability problem, and other G7 countries have just decided to cut taxes because they know that that will help people. Does she not see that that's the right approach and we should axe the tax?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
It is unfortunate that the Conservatives continue to ignore the fact that what is causing the increases in the cost of food, in so many costs along our supply chain, is the climate crisis. The climate crisis has a huge impact on farmers. When I speak to farmers, they talk about the droughts, the heat waves, flooding, how this impacts the work that they do. Yeah. And experts have been very clear about what disproportionately impacts food prices in Canada. Why does the Conservative Party still have no plan to tackle the climate crisis? Yes. And the member also raised other countries. Because other countries are also seeing that we need to implement carbon pricing, it means that the borders are soon going to have carbon adjustments. And if we don't have a real plan, it means that we will be paying higher prices.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagot. Mr. Speaker, the last answer was quite good. I often say, I live in an agricultural riding, highly agricultural riding, and there's always the false opinion that farmers pollute a lot. But if they understand the consequences of climate change, above all, it's the farmers that understand it. I agree with many points. I agree with the main idea, but I'd like to ask the member, in the last two budgets, from the Liberal government, there are at least 6 tax credits that will be offered to the oil and gas industry with billions of dollars of gifts. I'd like to know why the member voted in favour of those budgets. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you to the member for his question. I agree wholeheartedly. Farmers understand the climate crisis and are speaking out and also doing incredible work to combat the climate crisis at the same time. But to his question about the fact that the Liberal government continues to hand out billions of dollars to carbon capture and storage and to all other false climate solutions, it is shameful that we have a government who seems more interested in taking care of the rich oil and gas CEOs than everyday Canadians. It's part of the reason why I am part of the New Democrat Party who is pushing this government to do better. Without us pushing them, they would not have implemented dental care to support millions of Canadians. They would not have implemented a Sustainable Jobs Act. They would not be doing the things that actually help everyday Canadians and fight the climate crisis. We will keep pushing them because they seem unwilling to do it on their own.
Yes.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honored as always to rise in this House. I've been here 20 years. And I have never seen a time when I feel that our country and our planet is as at risk as it is now, a time when people should be looking to parliamentarians to come together to deal with solutions. Instead, we are dealing with yet another Conservative motion which shows that the Conservative Party leader's entire economic plan could fit on a lapel button. I think what's missing in the discussion today, in the fact that we are in the midst of a crisis globally, with Europe worried that they're dealing with a massive expansion of a potential war with Putin, the need for Canada to be a strong ally, contrary to the member who lives at Stornoway. Ukraine is not some faraway land, as he quotes Neville Chamberlain. It's the front line in the fight for democracy. This is something we should be coming together on. We're seeing a mass humanitarian disaster unfolding in Gaza, with Canada cutting off supplies at a time as people are facing starvation. This is a humanitarian disaster that Canadians could step up for. Instead, we are siding with Netanyahu. We are dealing with the fact that every hour, 30 million tons of ice melt from the Greenland ice floes. 30 million tons an hour. Last year, 200,000 Canadians were forced out of their homes from climate fires. And yet we had the Conservative leader flying in to the fire zones to brag that he was going to make burning fossil fuels free. So when I read this motion, the audacity to claim, the Liberals do not really have an environmental plan. That's something we should be arguing. They don't. But the Conservatives refuse to put forward a climate plan other than let the planet burn. That is the sum total of what I've heard from the Conservatives for the last 3 years, is let the planet burn. At a time when our young people are facing a future that is increasingly unstable, we're left with yet another dismal debate in the House of Commons on slogans and bumper sticker excuses. When Kelowna was facing a potential catastrophic disaster of fire, we had the member for Kelowna bragging that her government, if they form government, they would make fossil fuel burning free. You know, in Alberta, I was there last week. There was just a little bit of powder of snow on the ground in January. It's above freezing now. They are now coming into the 4th year of a serious drought. 13 counties in Alberta have declared environmental disasters because they can't get their crops out. In 2021, the cattle farmers were talking about only 36% of their crops were in good condition. That was 2021. They made it through that year by getting the holdover of hay from 2020. Well, now coming into 2024 with no snow on the ground, we're seeing rivers drying up, and not a single Conservative from Alberta or Saskatchewan has ever bothered to stand up to defend their farmers in the face of the biggest climate crisis since the dirty 30s. They'd throw them under the bus to satisfy their leader who lives in a 19-room mansion because it's about letting the planet burn. The Conservatives from British Columbia who get up and falsely try and mislead their own citizens that they're paying a federal carbon tax when there isn't one. Not a single Conservative from British Columbia has dared stand up in the House to talk about the fact that the rising hydro prices in BC are from the depleted reservoirs from the droughts. That British Columbia, a hydro superpower, had to import 20% of its energy capacity last year because it could not keep the lights on because of the droughts and the low reservoirs. That is the effect of the climate crisis. So we're dealing with real-time planetary breakdown of the disappearance of the ice shelves, of unprecedented fires, where much of last summer, across from Chicago, across North America, children couldn't go outside without getting sick. What did we hear from the Conservatives? Let the planet burn. Now, the other thing that I find in all my years, there were times when we came together on simple things, like jobs. But that's not in the Conservative agenda, because they would rather, they tell people that Canada's broken. Even though we were voted #1 in the world, if Canada's not broken, they will make it broken. And so with Bill C-49, a bill so that Canada could get in the game with the clean energy projects that are taking off in the United States. Right now, since 2021 under the Biden administration, $360 billion in clean energy projects have gotten off the ground. And they're not getting off the ground here for two reasons. One, well, you know, the Liberals, they're trying to get their tax credits and they're trying to work it all out. Biden's getting that money out the door. But we're also seeing the Conservatives blocking sustainable jobs legislation, doing every kind of monkey-wrenching, idiotic stunt to stop workers from having a seat at the table. But even more astounding is Bill C-49, where the Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia premiers have called for Ottawa to come to the table because the United States is moving ahead so rapidly on offshore wind development that is going to set up projects for construction and long-term jobs in the hundreds of thousands of homes that are getting clean energy. But the Conservatives from Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia, they are determined to block jobs because that's what their leader said, make Canada broken. If it's not broken, we're going to break it, because what's their plan is to let the planet burn. Now, here's the thing. The Premier of Nova Scotia said, Bill C-49 is a necessary first step in unlocking our energy potential. Yet the member for Cumberland Colchester said, there's no economic, the guy who's just been elected, how many, two years now, maybe 3 years, announcing that he's going to oppose offshore development and jobs in Nova Scotia. That we had the member for the Costa Bay Central Notre Dame who said he thought the poor Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador had been hoodwinked, telling us that the Premier wasn't bright enough to negotiate good construction and permanent jobs in Newfoundland and Labrador. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, where we would have all worked to get those jobs off the ground, because we know sustainability in every part of Canada is important. But these are clean energy jobs, and that's something that the leader of the Conservative Party doesn't want to have happen, because what's his environmental plan? It's let the planet burn. You know, they talk about affordability. It was the Conservatives who led the fight against taking the HST off home heating. This isn't about making it easier for people. It's about making people angrier. That is his one plan. But what really concerns me now is that we're dealing in the midst of a climate catastrophe that's unfolding in real time, and we need to bring our plans to the table. We need to be debating them. We need to find out how Canada can, number one, get in the clean energy market that is taking off in China, taking off in Europe, taking off in the United States while we're sitting at the side of the road. But even more is the need to reassure this young generation that we will have their backs in trying to address the catastrophic collapse of the ice shelves. The unimaginable burning that we saw last year, that we still have fires burning in northern Alberta today. That is unprecedented. The northern boreal forest burned at an unprecedented rate. And yet what do we hear from the Conservatives? They don't have an environmental plan. They have a bumper sticker slogan, and if you push them hard, it's let the planet burn. Well, I didn't come here to tell my kids and their next generation of kids, guess what? We let the planet burn because it was easy. Yeah, it's easy to let the planet burn. And yes, it's going to be hard to make sure that we stand up for our kids. Yes, it's going to be hard to stand up to Putin. Yes, it's going to be hard to come together. But we need to do that as a nation right now, because this is a nation that will be judged on the absolute failure to put forward a plan in the midst of the biggest existential crisis the human race has faced, and it needs something better than a bumper sticker and a toxic lapel pin slogan.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mission Mascouche Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, when I was listening to the member from Timmins in Ontario speak about the floods and the fires that happened in Mission Mascouche Fraser Canyon, I could not but remember the order paper question I received this week, which outlined that the government came to my riding on multiple occasions, said we're giving billions of dollars to help rebuild British Columbia, to help rebuild the climate infrastructure that we need for the future. Madam Speaker, barely a penny of it has arrived, and just this week the Sumas River is on flood warning again. Just this week we're about to have another flood. The government could have fixed that, but they can't because the NDP back up everything this irresponsible slogan government does, and my community is suffering because they're not taking action on the very things they talk about day in and day out. When will the money for the DFAA to fix British Columbia actually be allocated to the communities that need it the most?
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, we finally see someone from British Columbia stand up and actually speak for his community that is facing a climate disaster. Because what have we seen? We've seen, get that tax off, let's burn the planet, let's burn the planet. All the people in British Columbia who are not paying a federal carbon tax, we got to get them all stoked. So I would like to say to the member, yeah, he's ground zero in the climate catastrophe, and his leaders' response is, let them burn. He's got nothing. Does that member have a climate plan? No, he doesn't. He's got a bumper sticker slogan and some little toxic lapel pin that says, let them burn. That's their only response. They're leaving their people behind. We will stand up.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, at the beginning of the member's comments, he made reference to Ukraine. And I want to pick up on that point because it is somewhat profound that we, had the President of Ukraine come to Canada last year. We have a trade agreement in which has the support of Liberals, New Democrats, Bloc, and I understand the Green Party too. And the Conservative Party, one of the red herrings, the reasons why they're saying that they don't support it, is because the fact that there's a carbon tax reference to price on pollution. And then we find out that the Ukraine actually has a price on pollution since 2011. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in regards to the degree in which the Conservative Party is prepared to go out in order to be able to have the bumper sticker he's talking about.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, I would interpret it slightly differently. What we've seen is in the far right, are Putin trolls machines. We see the Tucker Carlson, a white supremacist, who is like a Putin propaganda puppet, who's vetted and treated by the great leader, the great visionary of the conservative movement, Danielle Smith, and that the leader of the Conservative Party gets up and quotes Neville Chamberlain, of all people, about Ukraine, that the leader of the Conservative Party, his defense critic and his foreign affairs critic, I watched them stand up and vote against Operation Unifier. They're sending a message to Putin. They're sending a message to Europe that this Conservative Party is against us standing the gaff with Ukraine, and they are willing to let Zelensky and the Ukrainian people fall to Putin because you know what? They said they don't like a carbon tax. How on God's earth can you go into the...
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will speak to my colleague and neighbour from Timmins James Bay on the issue of climate change, which directly affects his writing because it affects mine, the forest fires we've experienced. And he talked about it when he talked about the impact on farmers. The carbon tax has a minimal impact, but how can we help our farmers? It would be good to talk about that today. One of the issues related to the drought in his writing, because we experienced it too, the winter frost, because we experienced it too, and the impact on everything else that's not happening. Agri programs didn't work for us. What was the impact for him? Was the federal government there for his farmers?
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay, 20 seconds.
Merci pour cette question.
Thank you for that question. It's very important to put in place a plan to respond to climate change in the north, in our region. The incentive plan was a disaster. In the James Bay region, there were many major forest fires that affected Indigenous communities, and there was no plan or support from the federal government. It's necessary for Canadians and Quebecers to respond to the climate crisis to protect the future of our region.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portage-Liskeard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, we are in a cost of living crisis. Inflation, tax hikes, and rising prices are emptying people's pockets. Seniors' pensions are quickly losing their purchasing power. People are drowning in debt and barely staying afloat. And what does this Prime Minister do? He throws them an anvil with this heartless plan to hike the carbon tax once again on April 1st. And I should mention I will be sharing my time with the great member for Peterborough-Kawartha. Now, families and seniors are struggling to put food on their table. And everybody who goes to a grocery store knows exactly what I'm talking about, and there's simply no end in sight. The latest food price report is deeply troubling. It shows that food costs will continue to climb, with the price of meat and vegetables being the highest. We only have to look at the skyrocketing numbers of people visiting food banks to get a clear picture of what is happening in our great country. Almost 2 people are now using a food bank at least once a month. Now, this isn't just a statistic, Madam Speaker. We are talking about our fellow Canadians, many of which have full-time jobs and still can't afford groceries. The problem is that their paychecks can no longer pay the bills and feed their families. And it pains me to know that parents are cutting back on healthy foods for their kids because they simply can't afford it. Now, my amazing wife, Kaylee, and I were blessed to have a beautiful baby girl just a few weeks ago. Thank you. Bravo, bravo. And it has given me a deeper understanding of what it means to be responsible for and to care for others. And my heart goes out to the families who are feeling the weight of those unpaid bills and their maxed out credit cards. And I know that moms and dads are having to make incredibly difficult decisions about how to feed their kids and to give them the best life possible. And, Madam Speaker, that shouldn't include watering down baby formula just to be able to afford it for their kids. And even if they do, many still can barely pay to heat their homes and to keep a roof over their head. The cost to rent a place in Canada has hit another record high, going up another 8.6% in the last 12 months alone. And for those looking to purchase a home, under this Prime Minister, we've now become a country where millions, particularly our young people, will forever be shut out of the housing market. And it is so disappointing to millions of Canadians, Madam Speaker. In the province of Manitoba, the average price of a home shot up 6.7% in the last 3 months alone. And to make matters worse, the number of homes on the market plummeted 71% in the last couple of months, and the total properties sold are down 35%. The one thing about this Liberal government that boggles my mind is how they always blame their communications for why people don't like their policies. Interview after interview, Liberal MPs say if they just found the better words to explain their carbon tax, they could convince the family living off their line of credit that they're actually better off. And if they could just hire a new wordsmith in the Prime Minister's office, preferably one that doesn't use incredibly crude language on Twitter, they'd figure out a better way to gaslight Canadians. And at this rate, Madam Speaker, it won't be too long until there's a ministry of truth, where war is peace, ignorance is strength, and the carbon tax is good for your wallet. When you apply the carbon tax on almost every aspect of our economy, it doesn't matter how many millions of tax dollars you spend on fancy commercials promoting it, people still aren't buying it. Now, of course, the latest plan is to rebrand their climate change incentive payments. This rebranding exercise explains a lot about how this government thinks and responds to issues. It's not about getting results. It's not about solving problems. They think their words and their wonderful symbolism will somehow fix people's problems. Now, the Liberal insiders and their consultant buddies aren't going to like this, but I can save the government some time, some effort, and some money that will be spent on rebranding the carbon tax. It won't work, so just don't do it. Stop it. It's time to axe the tax. It's a tax plan. It drives up the price of everything. It contributes to inflation, and it is making life harder for families to make ends meet. It doesn't matter what you call it, Madam Speaker. People can't afford it. Families can't pay their rent or their mortgages using Liberal talking points. And it's like how houses don't get built at photo ops of announcements. And it's like how press conferences threatening tax hikes on our grocery stores hasn't reduced food prices one bit. Now, I get, Madam Speaker, that governing is difficult. And when you are out of ideas and out of touch, it gets a lot harder. So maybe it's time for that carbon tax election that the Prime Minister clearly so badly wants. And everyone knows the hardships being caused by the ever-increasing carbon tax. And even the Prime Minister acknowledged that fact when, under heavy political pressure from his Atlantic Canadian members of Parliament, he gave one group of Canadians a carbon tax exemption. To quell his internal caucus revolt, he gave 3% of Canadians a temporary, just past the next election to hopefully get their vote, carbon tax exemption on their heating bills, and left 97% of Canadians out in the cold. Now, the one lesson that we did learn from this Prime Minister is that he has no shame in giving special treatment to one group of Canadians that he thinks might vote for him. Here's my advice to the Prime Minister. Give all Canadians the same deal. Stop dividing Canadians. Stop pitting one region against one another, and stop picking winners and losers. Because heating your home in this country, Madam Speaker, is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Not only should the Prime Minister exempt all home heating for all Canadians, but he should immediately cancel the upcoming tax hike on April 1st. Now, Madam Speaker, I represent a rural riding made up of small towns and small cities. And the reality is that people must drive long distances to get where they're going. It seems like every hockey game or baseball game that we went and played is about an hour away each way. And that's part of our way of life, and it's part of our quality of life, but it is how we live our lives. Some folks, they commute to the next town over for work. They could be commuting 50, 60, 80, 100 kilometers each way to work, to pay, to put food on their table and a roof over their head for their families. Now, Portage Lisgar isn't unique in this sense, and many of my colleagues on this side of the House represent rural constituencies. And what we all have in common is there's no LRTs. There's no subways, there's no bus stops to take you from one town to the next. There's no bike lanes on our highways, and even if there was, it wouldn't be very pleasant riding in 6 months of snow-packed, cold, wintry weather. And while the Minister of Finance can proudly claim she doesn't need to own a car in her constituency, in my riding we don't have a limo service that can shuttle us around from town to town. And a good example of how widely out of touch this Liberal government has gotten is how they've mishandled Bill C-234. Almost every single Liberal MP, including the Minister of Agriculture, voted against this common sense legislation. The bill would have finally exempted farmers from the carbon tax on drying their grain or heating or cooling their livestock barns. And as someone who grew up on a farm, has worked for farmers, and now represents the voice of farmers, I found it a bit rich when I hear Liberal and NDP MPs who've never stepped on a farm have the audacity to tell farmers that they should just be quiet, shut up and take the carbon tax. It's offensive to farmers, and I'm not surprised at how angry they are with this tax. But now they're going to have to brace for the upcoming increase on April 1st too. But where does that leave the rest of my constituents who live and work and play on the land? As it stands, the carbon tax is about $65 a ton. And for every liter of gas that they put in their car or truck, they're paying 14 cents a liter more. And if you're one of the countless people who drives a pickup truck and has a 90-liter gas tank, that's close to $12.60 every time you fill it up. And the average rural person who is driving a pickup truck is paying at least $360 a year more in carbon taxes. But that doesn't include the carbon tax on their home heating or baked into the cost of everything that they buy in their day-to-day lives. Now imagine when that $65 a ton goes up to $170 a ton in just 6 years. Now in closing, Madam Speaker, I would urge my Liberal MPs across the way to stand up for their constituents who can't afford to pay their bills and to put food on their table, to vote in favor of this Conservative motion to scrap the carbon tax by April 1st, to stop the unnecessary suffering that people in this country are facing right now, to be honest with yourself, to acknowledge that the last thing that people can afford right now is another tax. It's time to axe the tax. It's time to build the homes. It's time to fix the budget. And it's time to stop the crime. So to my colleagues across the way, give your constituents hope that their MP will stop making their life more unaffordable, because it's never too late to do the right thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you know, it's interesting how Conservative members will stand in their place and have no problems whatsoever in terms of giving misinformation. Let me give you an example. The member talked about inflation, and he tries to give the false impression that inflation is being caused by a carbon tax, even though a majority of the constituents which I represent will get more back in the carbon rebate than they will pay in the carbon tax. And that is a fact. Madam Speaker, the issue is the Bank of Canada has been very clear. We're talking the impact of the carbon tax, as the Conservatives call it, is less than 1%. It's like that's decimal 1.5 on inflation. Yet you listen to the Conservatives, and you would think that it's like 8% increase. It's ridiculous, the type of false information the Conservative Party is putting and giving to Canadians. Why?
Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Yes, I agree that this government's policies are ridiculous. I think that it is important to highlight that the carbon tax is not the only thing driving inflation in this country. I agree. There are a whole host of terrible Liberal government policies that are driving up the cost of living. The fact that we have foreign investment fleeing this country, the number of businesses closing in this country plummeting, the number of businesses starting in this country lowering. The holistic view of this government is what we should be looking at. It's not just the carbon tax.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the chance to make his point of order.
Just in terms of the principle of not intentionally misleading the House, he said foreign investment is fleeing the country, yet Canada is number one.
That is a point of debate, and I would rather we leave that for the discussions. The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar, 10 seconds.
Well, his constituents, he may have been convinced them that they are better off. My constituents, they have the common sense that this country so badly needs to know that they are getting ripped off with this tax plan that's doing nothing for the environment, and it's time to bring home common...
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, a few specifications for the member. It's been said, but not enough. There is no carbon tax in Quebec. They keep talking about the carbon tax. Second, royalties, according to the PBO. So the fuel levy goes to households and provincial governments, leading to higher program spending. There's no impact on the budget. And then third, the Conservatives only talk about the carbon tax. We're not moving forward. It's 2024. They have no vision for the environment, no transition. We're talking about forest fires that we've had, droughts. They want to take away abortion. They don't talk about the economic reality. I have to give the opportunity for the Honourable Member from Portage Lisgar to respond.
Speaker, and yes, there is a carbon tax in Quebec. It's called the Clean Fuel Regulations, which is adding extra cost to Quebecers and people right across this country. Now, I mentioned during my speech how the other parties love to divide and distract, but I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that and I know many of my colleagues, when we're back in the riding, talking to our constituents, they are talking to me about the fact that they can't afford food for their children, about the fact that their mortgage has doubled, the fact that they are being evicted because of the policies and inflationary spending of this government. They are mad, and rightfully so.
Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it was an interesting speech from the member, but I would like to congratulate him on the birth of a child. I think that's an important thing. First of all, I just want to say how much I love rain. And I'm lucky to like rain because I live in a rainforest. But right now in my riding, we are in a moderate to severe drought across that area. I live in a rainforest. We also, at the same time, are seeing extreme storms and rain in our area that is washing away so much because we don't have the normal amount of water absorbed into the land. We're seeing forest fires in my area. We have never seen that before. So I'm just so confused. I feel confused that the Conservatives continue to mislead, especially British Columbians who do not pay any federal pricing, that how their plan is going to work. Can the member please tell us what is their environmental plan?
For Portage Lisgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the kind wishes for my daughter. Yeah, I'm well aware. As a farm kid, we have been dealing with a number of droughts and floods for decades and decades, but obviously there is some concern of the frequency of those. And I think that's why it's important that we rely on technology and not taxes. I'll use the case of agriculture for an example, in which we can use genetic improvements to improve drought resistance and moisture resistance. But the reality is, punishing Canadians with this punitive carbon tax is not going to do anything to stop the pollution coming out of major economies like China and India that are a bigger cause of this. Driving Canadians into poverty is not going to help us solve
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is always a true honour to rise in the House of Commons and speak on behalf of the folks of Peterborough-Kawartha. And today it's a real honour because we get to present our opposition motion, a common sense opposition motion that will make life more affordable for Canadians. So I want to read it into the record for folks at home. That given that the carbon tax has proven to be a tax plan, not an environmental plan, the House call on the Liberal government to cancel the April 1st, 2024 carbon tax increase. Now, just so folks at home know, that planned tax increase on April 1st by this Liberal Prime Minister is 23%. Now, I don't know who they're speaking with, but I don't know anyone right now that can afford that. And that's the reality of it. People are really, really struggling after 8 years of this Prime Minister. And it's a sad reality. So how does the carbon tax contribute to the cost of living? And I want to share the story of Jen White. Jen White is this amazing, charismatic, young, she's actually not that young, I guess, but she just looks so young, and she has freckles, and she's just this dynamic woman who's talented.
Sounds like you.
And 8 years ago, she started her business, Emily May's Cookies. Her grandma gave her her recipes. She's so talented, and she's so community-minded. In fact, please, if you're watching, follow this woman on all social media, Emily May's Cookies. You will love it. You will not regret it. If you're a television producer, please pick this woman up and give her a show. So Jen, I saw her just before Christmas, and she looked more desperate than I'd ever seen her look in my life. And she's not a dramatic person by any means. And she said, Michelle, it's crippling me. The carbon tax is crippling me. And she kept talking about butter. And you can imagine how critical butter is when you run a bakery, when you make cookies. And she would buy upwards of 40 pounds of butter a week. And she said, Michelle, when I started my business 8 years ago, butter was $2.49. Today, you can expect to pay upwards of $10 for a pound of butter. In most communities, it's about $7.49. 10 is on the extreme end, but today it's about $7.49. That's a 200% increase. Shortly after the new year, I was scrolling through social media and Jen made a post on Emily May's cookies. And she said, "This is the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life. I have to close down my business." And I said, "Can I come talk to you? I want to talk to you." And she said, she's just so polite, right? And it's hard to get political. People don't want to get political. They like to be congenial and they like to get along with people. But the reality is that every single thing comes back to politics. Everything comes back to policy. And today in this House, I heard one Liberal member say that the carbon tax is so minuscule it doesn't matter. $2.49 to $7.49. It's just a couple bucks. It's cents that adds up to dollars. Butter was the demise of this woman's heart and soul. And it is so simple. It's a household item that everyone should be able to afford. That is the reality of the carbon tax. And if that Liberal member who thinks it's so minuscule and doesn't understand it, I challenge that member to go speak with Jen. Go to the farmer where he has to pay the extra carbon tax to heat his barn, to pay the extra carbon tax to feed the cows the grain, to pay the extra carbon tax to ship the milk to the trucker. The trucker is going to ship the milk to the factory to make the butter, to the factory where they make the butter, where they have to pay extra carbon tax to heat the building to make the butter, to the trucker who has to ship it from the factory that makes the butter to the grocery store. It's really common sense that this is going to be catastrophic for people. Jade phoned me this week. And she said, "Michelle, I'm a single mom of 2 kids. I've worked really, really hard. I make $62,500 a year. And for the first time in my life, bill collectors are calling me." This isn't... and politically, I don't even understand how the Liberals and NDP can stand here today and say, we want to increase the carbon tax. Because nobody wants that, not the premiers of this country, no constituents. It's actually political suicide as well. It makes no sense. So I want to read into the record I asked folks to send me their heating bills. Michelle, I'm just sending a snapshot of our Enbridge bill that contains the carbon tax. This is for a family of 3 in a brick bungalow, approximately 1,000 square feet, heated by natural gas. The gas supply charge, $38.96. The federal carbon charge, $39.15. And wait, there's a tax on a tax. They can expect to pay $20.38 in HST. Hello, Michelle. I'm a resident of Ennismore and a widow who is trying her best to make ends meet since my husband's passing. Yesterday, I received my gas bill. I was shocked to see the total carbon tax applied to my bill. This is absolutely criminal. So the federal carbon charge is $104.33. The gas supply charge is $106.42. Oh, and the tax on a tax, let's not forget that, $49.59. Michelle, if the federal government wants to charge us the carbon tax, it should be on the gas used, not other fees like delivery or transportation. It's like charging someone the carbon tax on buying a coffee in the gas station on the same bill. I use $28 in gas. The carbon price is $28. Sounds like 100% tax to me. It should be removed. I'm for supporting the reduction of carbon, but alternatives are too expensive to implement. We're all struggling to get by, and this isn't helping. Food or heat, right? This one, federal carbon charge, $94.91. Gas supply charge, $101.27. HST on that, $53.28. Every member in this House should be asking their constituents to do the same thing. We were elected to create policy to help Canadians. This is genuinely hurting them. Full stop. And there's been members of the opposite party, and good for them to have the courage to stand up, and I'm looking at one right now to say that this doesn't work. Like, thank you. He lives in Newfoundland and Labrador, and he knows, he clearly listens to his constituents. Not one emission target has been met. And I think what's wild is we are of human, there is commonalities between us in this House. And to sit across and say, we want, that Conservatives want the planet to burn, like, what? It's the ideology and the belief system is so deep, I can't even believe it in this place. The Conservatives have put forward a four-prong approach in this session, and we do have the solutions. The reality is life wasn't this hard before this Prime Minister, and it doesn't have to be this hard after him. And it's going to be a lot of work to get out of this. I understand that. And I think there are incredible people with incredible ideas that really, truly innovate and are going to revolutionize our world. But carbon tax is not it. We need to axe the tax. We need to build more houses. We need to fix the budget. And we need to stop the crime. And so the first piece of that, of axing the tax, is the simplest and most common sense thing to do. And everybody who's watching at home, they're so frustrated by this place, and I want you to know, we are too. We are too. Because what are you guys doing? Well, we're in opposition, and the NDP and the Liberals signed a coalition. They'll call it a supply agreement. You can, call it whatever you want, tomato, tomato. The reality is they're going to work together for a majority. But we know, Conservatives know, the majority of you watching at home do not want this tax. We know that. We will not stop. We will continue to fight for this, and I urge every member to do the right thing and vote for this motion and axe the tax. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. How things change for a bumper sticker. You know, in 2021, including this member that just spoke, I actually campaigned on an election platform that had a price on pollution. There was actually 19 members that not only campaigned on it in 2021, but also campaigned on it in 2008. 19 Conservative members, including the leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. Oh, how things have changed. As other countries in Europe are accepting the need for a price on pollution, even in many American states, places south of Canada, we recognize that the environment matters. Why does the Conservative Party today, that far-right Magna Party, in so much disagreement in recognizing the climate issues need to be addressed? When will the Conservative Party come out with a climate?
Honourable Member for Peterborough-Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think what the member opposite is talking about is listening, gathering data, and as a real leader would do, recognize when something that you're doing doesn't work. And that's actually what we're asking the Liberals to do today. Instead of doubling down on something that they just believe is great, we're saying, listen, the data is in. This carbon tax is not helping anyone. It is not an environmental plan. There have been no targets met. A true leader listens and pivots and changes according to the needs of the people it is elected to serve. That is exactly what leadership is, and that is exactly not what the Liberals are doing.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Madame la Présidente, alors la députée en ouverture de discours a lu.
Thank you very much. The member read the motion, which I will also do, that given that the carbon tax is a tax and not environmental measure, that the government be asked to remove the carbon tax. And I would propose that tax credits to oil companies for carbon capture, that is also a tax measure, much more so than an environmental measure. So, in order to be consistent, would the member also think that we should get rid of carbon capture tax credits?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. The reality is you have to axe the tax. The people and Canadians are taxed into oblivion. Those bills I read into the record are asinine. You're being taxed on a tax. Yep. Go back to the butter, please. If you take away anything, the butter effect, it's melting away businesses and families. When butter goes from $2.49 to $7.49 in 8 years, that is catastrophic. It is the one example of how this carbon tax does not work. Get rid of the tax.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Peterborough, Kawartha, for her speech. I do care about the price of butter. I'm a cook, and I admit that I tend to go the Julia Child route. If there's more butter in the recipe, it never hurt anybody. But I know the price of butter has gone really sky high, but I just Googled to check the price of butter in Canada, the price of butter in the U.S., both countries have increased dramatically. And the reason, and I've dug into it a bit because I was prompted by this, and I do wish Emily May's cookies the very best. I double-checked, we're not related. Hers is M-A-E, I'm M-A-Y. But anyway, wish her the best. But the price of butter in Canada and the U.S., where they don't have a carbon price, has gone sky high. Explanation, when you look for it, is that the heat waves through the summer meant that the cows produced less milk at the same time that consumer demand for dairy products like ice cream, because it was hot, went sky high. So you ended up having a double whammy for dairy producers. I'm meeting with dairy producers next week. I can ask them about it. But the price of butter in the U.S. ranges in U.S. dollars from $2.92 a pound to $8.76 a pound, which converts to Canadian dollars from $3.92 a pound to $11.57 a pound.
I have to give the honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha a few seconds to answer, like 20 seconds.
And thank you to my colleague for the question. I think if you have any conversation with these dairy farmers, they will tell you without a doubt that this carbon tax is crippling them. This is across the board, and that's what Bill C-324 is about, right? And that's what I would push back on. And so
we have to resume debate. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to stand here and speak against this motion. It's a motion that's so based in ideology, and it would do great harm to Canadians. A carbon tax is regarded by the majority of economists and policy researchers to be the most simple and powerful tool to limit carbon dioxide emissions, based on the premise that the polluter pays, which after all is a basis for much of our just systems. It is the person who does harm pays for the harm that they do. That's what a carbon tax is based on. It's taxing polluters. Now, the price on pollution is not a new idea. Norway initiated a carbon tax in 1991, taxing 80% of all of its fuel emissions. And in fact, since then, its fuel consumption and its greenhouse gas emissions have gone down by 25%. It's not just Sweden. Other Scandinavian countries have done this. In 1997, we looked at Sweden that brought in 177 Canadian dollars a ton. In 1991, Sweden did that, which is six times what we're paying here now in Canada. And in fact, we also see that the other countries like Denmark and Finland have all initiated carbon taxes in 1991. Their greenhouse gas emissions have fallen considerably, and the economies and their jobs have in fact improved and increased. Now, I just wanted to pinpoint here that I just want to say, but I don't want to just hang around and talk about other countries globally. I want to talk about our own backyard. I want to talk about the example here in British Columbia, my province, which in fact initiated a carbon tax in 2007. Now, since then, greenhouse gas emissions have gone down by 15% in British Columbia. And it has not harmed the economy. In fact, the British Columbia economy is one of the most vibrant in all of Canada. The BC's GDP increased by 12.4% of 7 years after they'd initiated the carbon tax. And during the 2008 recession, I think the Conservative government was in at the time when that happened, BC outperformed the Canadian average, in fact increasing their GDP by 12.4%. And in fact, we see that it is now one of the lowest GHG emitters in Canada. Now, it is now thriving in its economy, moving upward. It's created 123,000 new jobs in the green tech sector, and those jobs are paying an average of $90,000 per capita. That's pretty good money. So it's attracting a lot of young people to come here and work in green tech. It's also attracting, and it has at the moment, 300 new companies from around the world that came to invest in British Columbia. Why? Because the premise of a carbon tax, which is a federal premise, that is revenue neutral, that goes back in rebates, the rebates and the revenue neutrality created for British Columbia the ability to lower taxes on some economies and industries, the ability to lower personal income taxes, and the ability to pass on money to low and middle income Canadians who are getting back more money than paid in their own fuel consumption tax. Now, what we're finding is that because of the low commercial income tax and personal income tax, 300 companies have come to invest in British Columbia. And that is because we've also, in British Columbia, invested, which is what the federal government is also doing, investing in green technology, in these new and well-paying jobs. Now, lower and middle income people, farmers, businesses benefited from that low tax rate and benefited from the rebates. And those went to help families, to help businesses, and to help farmers. Now, the World Bank and the United Nations have in fact cited British Columbia as it's the best best tax in the world, and it's decided that it is one that everybody should emulate. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, that they say the World Bank and United Nations says BC is the model to follow if you're going to go with a carbon tax. But I know that this particular political party doesn't think well of the World Bank and actually would like to leave the United Nations. I hear that this is one of their plans. So I'm going to cite somebody else that they might find more credible, and that's the OECD. And I'll quote, the OECD says that the BC carbon tax is a textbook example of how to get it right. But you know, I would like to say that let's balance off what the tax is doing and how it's helping people and what it's done to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and talk about what the Senate committee said in its report called Treading Water. What is the cost of not doing anything? What is the cost of climate change to us in Canada? Well, apparently climate change damage it costs $700 each year to every single Canadian because of the money that was spent to actually remediate the problems that we had with the fires and with the floods. In fact, just two wildfires, and we've had wildfires now for 6 years in British Columbia. Two of those wildfires had cost $720 million in insured losses last year, making it the most costly insured extreme weather event the province has ever seen. And over the past 50 years, storms, floods, wildfires in Canada have risen from tens of millions of dollars to billions of dollars annually. And who pays that? Who mitigates it? Who helps out? It's the federal government. So that's costing us money. billions of dollars. In fact, we found that in 2019 and 2010, the insured losses for catastrophic events went over $18 billion in Canada. $18 billion, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. So the health costs, in fact, in Ontario alone, the health costs were shown to be $770 million last year just because of the fires that were going on in Ontario. In British Columbia, we saw that when the floods occurred, the farmers that this party says they care about lost millions and millions of dollars in farmland and in livestock, and the government had to help them. Both BC and the federal government had to put money in there to help these farmers out of their problem. 1,000 farms in British Columbia were impacted in the floods last year. 15,000 hectares of land, $2.5 million in livestock in one flood. Now, the province of BC is still trying to calculate the loss of the fires to tourism. And I wanted to just say that this is what it is. I'm not hearing anything from the Conservatives about what they intend to do about all of the extreme costs that governments have to bear, all of the problems that we face when we do that. I just wanted to say that, Professor Tombe, who is an economist and public policy professor at the University of Calgary, said that if we axe the tax, as we are hearing repeatedly from these people, that what is going to happen is that, and I quote him, it would benefit the highest income bracket in Canada and be hardest on a large fraction of low and middle income families and businesses. So I want to end by quoting Mark Twain. Never let the facts stand in the way of a good story, or in this case, a good bumper sticker. So let's talk about facts. I brought the facts to the table, Madam Speaker, and let us do away with the ideology and really do the math and clearly see that BC is the best example in the world to look at what carbon tax can do. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peace River, Northern Rockies. I'm sorry. Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the fellow member from BC. I will bring facts to the table, and BC is a very reputable industry representative that's been very concerned about where Clean BC is going. And I'll get to my question, but the article is from their own article. BC warns Clean BC will lead to serious job losses on path to 2030. And I'll quickly quote what they say. Data suggested that BC's economy would be 28.1 billion smaller in 2030 due to the impact of Clean BC policies. Now, if you listen to the member across the way, she swears everything's going to be grand in BC. Our economy is going to contract by almost $30 billion because of policies like this. Can she please explain?
Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I actually said it all in my speech, but I'll reiterate it, and it came from Statistics BC and Statistics Canada, that in fact the BC economy rose by 12.4% when other economies in Canada were going down. That in fact 300 new companies since the tax has happened are now moving into BC to work in green technology. We're looking at 130,000 new jobs in BC at about 90,000 per capita. So I have no idea what the member is talking about. The statistics prove it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I found it very interesting. She did rather in-depth research on the topic to justify the carbon tax. Bravo. But I'd like to hear what she has to say about the following. In the last two federal budgets, the government invested or established 6 tax credits. I say 6, for a total by roughly $83 billion. These tax credits are mainly for oil and gas companies. What's her reaction to that? Is this okay? Should this money not be invested elsewhere? She talked about climate change. Should it not be the target of these investments?
I think it's very clear that we are not just having a price on pollution, we're also investing, as you can see clearly, in green technologies across the country, in Quebec, in BC, across the country. We are helping to build new industries. We're giving them startup funds. We're moving them forward, and they're growing extremely well. So that's one of the things that we're doing. But at the same time, some of that money has to go to paying for the costs, and I just read them out from the Senate report. The cost of fires, the cost of floods, the damage to farmers and livestock, the damage to families, that has to be reimbursed somehow. So that's a cost of not having a carbon tax. That's a cost of climate change.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. First, I just want to reiterate that I agree with much of what was said around the impacts and costs of the climate crisis that are being experienced by people across the country and in my home province of British Columbia. But one thing I noted was that the member was talking about how if you use it, you should pay. And one observation that contradicts that is that we did see Suncor, in fact, with carbon loopholes, pay 1/14 of what they should have paid last year in taxes. In fact, Canada's 5 biggest oil and gas companies had $38 billion in combined profits last year at the expense of Canadians. This is why the NDP and my colleagues have been calling on big oil to pay what they owe. And I'm wondering what the member can share around why the Liberals are continuing to protect the profits of big corporations instead of finally calling out big oil and gas to pay what they owe.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
I don't think the Liberals are doing that anymore. They have moved down to stop helping the oil and gas companies. And in fact, when I talked about British Columbia, one of the things that happened is that the fuel usage went down by 16%. So we're not using these fuels. We're investing in electric cars. Look at the electric cars across this country. We have a whole highway to allow for electric cars. We're putting money into the electric car industry. We're bringing down all the causes of pollution at the same time. So it's not a one-shot deal. You can't just poke at one thing. The multiple factors that go into changing greenhouse gas emissions is something that this government is addressing and the British Columbia government addressed.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
An honour to rise in this most esteemed House and to see many of my colleagues here this afternoon. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker.
In reference to the opposition motion, I have much to say this afternoon. First off, as I stated yesterday in this House, the IMF has put out its economic forecasts for the year and for 2024-25. And with our economic policies in 2024, we'll be in the top quartile for economic growth in the G7. And for 2025, we will actually lead the G7 in economic growth rate and real GDP. Madame la Présidente is a very competitive person, whether it was through sports or working on Bay Street or Wall Street or in all my experiences, I like to win. And in doing so, when we compete globally, our economy, we need to win. And Canada is winning. It is through many economic policies, it's through many economic pillars that we have put forward. And we will continue to win, Madame la Présidente. We will continue to grow a strong economy. We will continue to grow a strong economy from the middle out, from the bottom up, not from the top down. We will grow an economy that works for all Canadians, inclusive economic growth, Madame la Présidente. We know, as of today's February 1st, it's the favorite month for myself in many ways, although I prefer summer and over winter, that as of February 1st, in the month of February, the Canadian Dental Program is going to be hitting another milestone. Those seniors aged 72 to 76 in this country will be able to enroll in the Canadian Dental Program. 400,000 seniors have already signed up. That's amazing. Now we're going to get several hundred thousand more seniors signing up. This will deliver real savings to the seniors, not only in the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, but across this country. And it's just a very exciting thing that we are implementing. And the way it's being implemented, the provider with Sun Life, working with the Canadian Dental Association. It is what Canadians expect us to do day in, day out, work for them, strengthen our economy, make sure life is affordable, deal with the issues at hand. The other issue I'd like to raise is, I'm really happy to see that the European Union has reached a unanimous agreement to provide Ukraine, the brave Ukrainian people fighting for freedom and democracy, a 50 billion euro package as they fight against the tyranny of Russia and the unjustified invasion by Russia into Ukraine's sovereignty. I would hope, when this House again addresses the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, that the opposition party stands with the brave Ukrainian soldiers, stands with the brave Ukrainian people that are fighting for their freedom and democracy, much like the European Union is doing, our allies, our friends, our NATO partners. Because it would be a real shame if the Conservative Party of Canada voted against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Another measure that we've introduced, the First Home Savings Account. Over 500,000 Canadians have opened a First Home Savings Account. Now, the First Home Savings Account combines the great features of a TFSA and an RRSP. You make a contribution, it's tax deductible, it grows tax-free, and when you pull it out to buy your first home in years down the road, the withdrawals are tax-free. Again, another major measure that we put in place. And I can talk about the Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. I can talk about 2 middle income tax cuts. That is literally providing almost nearly $10 billion of annual tax savings to Canadians. I can talk about a national early learning and childcare plan. That by September of 2025, here in the province of Ontario, on average, daycare fees will be $10 per day. For my family, which is quite blessed in many ways, our little one, Leah, that means that the annual amount a family was paying at the daycare we bring Leah to went from nearly $1,600 to $1,700 a month in after-tax funds. So think about the before-tax calculation to now to just a couple $100. Those are real savings. And this is in collaboration with the province of Ontario, where their Minister of Education and responsible, who's my neighbor and a good friend, probably every other day touts this plan and how great it is. That is what Canadians expect. Now, when I turn to pure economic policy, we have a AAA credit rating, of course. We have the lowest deficit to GDP ratio. We will have the strongest economic growth. But what does that translate for Canadians? That means strong real wage growth, strong incomes, strong job growth, and that's where we are going. We are going to the economy of tomorrow, and it's happening today. That's what we need to embrace. That's what climate change is pushing countries to do. It's leading countries to do. Not only here in Canada, but the United States. Countries like China, Australia, the European Union, they are all going in that direction. You think about climate change, you think about artificial intelligence. Canada is a leader. We are leading. And we will continue to do so. We are a great, great country filled with over 40 million wonderful people that every morning these folks, whether it's in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge or across the country, get up and want the best for their families, the best for their kids, and make sure that we keep this country on a track where inclusivity and economic growth is paramount, where every child has an opportunity to succeed and have the best foot forward in their lives. Now, with regards to the motion and so forth, oui, ça me fait plaisir de participer.
I'm pleased to participate in today's debate. My colleagues in the opposition want us to take the price off pollution to make it free to pollute in Canada. But I'm wondering how making polluting free would really make life more affordable for Canadians.
We know that 8 out of 10 Canadians with the carbon rebate are better off. We know our businesses continue to grow. We know that 84% of the electricity generated in Canada is carbon-free. And we know we're putting forward investment tax credits that will boost economic growth, that will generate clean electricity. We know such measures, and I see some of my colleagues are here from the East Coast on the opposite side, C-49, which the Premier of Nova Scotia, the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador wishes and wants to see put into law to generate economic activity. And as I've said many times in this place, I love capitalism. I love growth. I love wealth creation. That's how you lift all boats. I love free trade, and that's why Canada is a signatory to so many trade agreements. And up to a point in time, the members opposite were for free trade agreements, for CETA, for CUSMA, for CPTPP. But now, because the world is dealing with climate change, which in reality I'm not too sure most of the members opposite even believe in climate change or even believe in science anymore, unfortunately. Vaccines, polio, measles, so I hear some heckling on the other side, vaccines are required for that. Kids get them when they go to school, much like we needed to do for COVID to fight COVID. Madame la Presidente, that's where we're at today. That's the debate. So let's have a debate. We put forward a plan to fight climate change. We put forward many measures in this House that are leading us in the right direction. And we see the investments. In the auto sector here in Ontario, where the Premier of Ontario and the Prime Minister stood in St. Thomas in a Conservative member's riding with that Conservative MP there, cheering on this massive investment. But yet, the official opposition doesn't comment. C-49, the same thing. So let's have a debate. We know putting a price on carbon, when you have an externality, you have to internalize that externality, you got to put a cost on it. We need to do it. We need to do it in a way that moves the economy forward, that makes life more affordable for Canadians, and that's exactly what leadership means, Madame la Présidente. I look forward to answering some questions from the opposite side. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House. Obviously, want to wish the residents back home a wonderful day, and to my wife and my 3 daughters, Daddy will see you tomorrow night, and we'll have dinner together. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary. No, Edmonton. Edmonton. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. The question to the honourable member is simple. Does he believe that carbon tax is working? Because all indications telling us that it's not working, is not reducing emissions. So that's a very fundamental reason why we should scrap that tax and axe it. So the question, straightforward, does he believe that carbon tax is working?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and to the honourable member from Edmonton Manning, who is a gentleman and I consider a dear friend in this House, and I always, it's really nice to see you, honourable member. I will say this, when we put forward a full plan to fight climate change, whether it's innovation or putting a price on carbon, they all are interlinked. They all work together to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And that is exactly what we are doing. We are leading forward with strong economic policies, internalizing the cost of an externality, according to Coase's theorem. If I go back to my graduate days in university and economics in graduate school, and that's exactly what we are doing. That's exactly what we will continue to do. It's always great to see the honourable member from Edmonton Manning.
Questions et commentaires à l'honorable.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We know full well that the Liberal government and the Conservatives agree, above all, that in terms of giving billions of dollars and tax benefits, it goes to oil and gas companies. And we know that the Environment Minister abolishes subsidies, he says, but even though they really haven't. And construction costs reach $39 billion, most of which have been paid by taxpayers. I'd like the member to explain what the government will do to improve the environment and the cost of living.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. First, I support the oil sector across our country.
Energy sector here in Canada. and all the over 800,000 workers that work in this sector in Canada. They are going to be a crucial part of our economy, and they will continue to be. The exports of oil and gas, natural gas, so forth, the usage of these fuels can continue to be critical for our economy for years to come as the world adopts new sources of energy and electricity. It's very important. On the affordability front, Madame la Présidente, the $10 daycare, le bénéfice pour la Canadienne enfant, for the child care benefit, and so forth, are long-lasting measures that are going to be in place well after all of us have gone on to retirement in some shape or form, and those will continue to benefit Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
And thank you to the member. I had an important question I wanted to ask first, but then I got caught up when the member was talking about how much he loved capitalism and reflecting on the fact that we're here talking about solutions around the climate crisis and how concerning it is. Then when we're talking about a system that focuses on growth and profit at the expense of everything else, it's a little concerning to me that we are continuing to promote the reproduction of a system that's creating the climate crisis that we're in. Anyways, I could go down a whole rabbit hole on that one, but I wanted to ask about the Greener Homes Grant and the fact that my colleague was talking about the emissions coming from residential buildings. And I'm wondering if the member can share, will there be further investment going into the Greener Homes Grant? What will be happening to ensure accessibility of this funding? Because we know that there were huge issues in people being able to access the funds from this Greener Home Grant, who, having to pay ahead, for example, is a huge barrier for people living in low incomes. So if you can please tell me what the Liberals are committed to ensure that everybody has that.
I won't be able to tell the Honourable Member anything, but the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge will.
I wish to thank the Honourable Member from Vancouver Island for their question. First of all, as we know in this world that we lived in economic history and world history, capitalism works. It's lifted billions and billions and billions of people out of poverty and raised standards of living for people across this world on any measure. And we know that's a system that we are blessed to have. Communism and socialism and all those other forms people want to think about and talk about, they've failed. Look at other countries. I don't need to say that anymore. On the Greener Homes Grant, it is imperative as a government that we continue to support, particularly low and middle income Canadians, folks that are on heating sources like oil. And I still remember growing up in Prince Rupert, British Columbia, and my grandmother's house having a oil tank in the back, where we got rid of it in the 1970s and 80s. And we need to get rid of them all and put heat pumps in and cheap.
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd just like to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague from Kootenay, Columbia. Such a pleasure. British Columbia will always have a dear spot in my heart, having lived there myself. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame who've entrusted me to come here and bring their thoughts to this place, I stand today to beg the Liberal NDP coalition to not increase the carbon tax by 23% on April 1st. After 8 long years of this Liberal government, people of Newfoundland and Labrador are tired. They say it's gone past its expiry date. People are hurting. They've had enough. Yet, the Prime Minister jets off to the Caribbean, has an $89,000 vacation passed on to him for free by one of his rich friends. But that's not the sad part. While he's taxing Canadians with carbon tax to slow us down on our burning of fossil fuels, in 1 week, he puts 100 tons into the atmosphere, while the average Canadian just puts 15 tons per year of emissions out. So people are hurting. This inflationary carbon tax hits the farmers who grow the food, the truckers that truck the food, the grocers that sell the food, and the consumers who simply drive to the grocery store to buy the food. This is why the Conservative Party put forward Bill C-34 to take the tax off farmers who grow the food. You know, we've heard some rhetoric from this NDP Liberal coalition. My honourable colleague from St. John South, Mount Pearl, with his famous words last year that he was sick and tired of people talking about the cold winter and what they're doing. Then there's my colleague from the Avalon who, well, sometimes he doesn't know if he's coming or going when it comes to carbon tax. It depends, we'll see, I guess, you know, where he stands on Monday. But we hope he doesn't just turn into a quicker flipper, flopper, upper, and he hangs in there and supports his constituents. But I know where I stand. I stand with the people. But last week, the CBC interviewed me. They wanted some comments. They wanted some comments about my colleague from Avalon's statement about the desire for a leadership review. And I told them, you know, I understand members' frustration after seeing his leader being involved in the Aga Khan scandal, SNC-Lavalin, the WE scandal. And after all, his leader is the son of the guy who brought home the Constitution. It's unbelievable to see this Prime Minister continuously working against the Constitution, which his dad was so proud of. For example, the unconstitutional use of the Emergencies Act, the single-use plastics ban, the oil and gas emissions cap, the unconstitutional Bill C-69, the Environmental Impact Assessment Bill. And now we're being faced with Bill C-49 in committee, which is referencing an unconstitutional bill, Bill C-69, 73 times. They want to stop the production of oil off Newfoundland and Labrador. And in fact, in all of Canada. They want to tax us. They want us to surrender the production of our clean, environmentally soundly produced oil with good labor standards, and to turn that production over to dictators with bad human rights records who produce dirty oil under no environmental regulations for the most part. You know, if the NDP Liberal Coalition wanted to do something about cutting world emissions, they'd be turning their attention to coal. In 2023, coal usage in the world set a record. Next year, it's going to go to new heights. There will be a new record usage of coal next year. Meanwhile, Canadians are being punished with carbon tax. Coal produces 40% of the world's emissions. Natural gas produces half the emissions as coal does. So, you know, Germany came last year begging us to supply them with liquefied natural gas, to get them off Putin's dictator natural gas, and to support the people of Ukraine. What did the Prime Minister say? There's no business case for producing liquefied natural gas on Canada's east coast. No business case. Newfoundland and Labrador is the closest point to Europe in North America. We have trillions of cubic feet of natural gas sitting there, being re-injected, which we could bring ashore.
There's a lot of noise in the courtyard, please. Thank you. The honourable member.
So, what's Germany doing right now? They're building 3 new ports to take liquefied natural gas, predominantly from the U.S., who last year exported 90 million tons in liquefied natural gas. So Newfoundland and Labrador is half the distance to Europe as is the Gulf of Mexico. You think that's something? There's another country, Argentina, right now building a $10 billion LNG production facility. There's nowhere further from Europe in the world than Argentina, maybe the South Pole. How many minutes do I have, Madam Speaker? 3 minutes. 3, that's wonderful. I love it. So yes, folks, you might think, well, what's the big deal? Why can't we produce more liquefied natural gas? Use technology, not taxes, to get the world's emissions down. We don't understand it. This is mind-boggling for people of Newfoundland and Labrador, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and all of those across this great country of Canada who understand the dilemma that the world is facing. But we have a big part of the solution right here in Canada. We can export to China and to Japan from British Columbia. It's the closest point in North America to Asia. So the big question is, I guess, on Monday, how's the member for Labrador, the member for Long Range, the member for Bonavista, Buren, Trinity, the member for St. John's South, Mount Pearl? I kind of think I might know how he's going to vote. A member for St. John's East again. And a member for Avalon, not so sure. I see him over there. He's contemplating. And I think he's going to vote with us, Madam Speaker. He's a great fellow, you know. All in all, I really got a soft spot in my heart for him. But we're taking bets. We're taking bets on the member for Avalon. You know, last 2 votes, one time he voted for the accident tax. Next time he voted against it. What'll it be this time? I don't know. It's 50-50. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I know he's listening. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. There's a famous song, you know, out there. Meatloaf, they had that song. So we'll see how he goes. But I'll tell you one thing for sure, Madam Speaker. I'm going to vote to stop that tax increase to 1st of April. And there's another thing that's for certain. When Conservatives are elected, we'll axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you just witnessed the 4 bumper stickers at the last 5 seconds of the member's comments. And, you know, it's interesting in terms of when he makes reference to the flip-flopping. You want to talk about a fish out of water? Take a look at what the Conservative Party's approach has been with the price on pollution, as it has flip-flopped over the last number of years, dating all the way back to 2008, when 19 Conservative MPs today that sit in this House, including the leader of the Conservative Party, said, yes, we support a price on pollution, but doesn't comply with the need for the bumper sticker, I guess, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. So my question to the member is, why is it that the Conservative Party are being so selective in what it is that they're telling Canadians, when in fact there is a carbon rebate that more than compensates the so-called carbon tax for more than 80% of the constituents in which I represent, in fact 80% of Canadians as a whole? Why is the Conservative Party manipulating Canadians?
Member for Coast Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, while that member stands there constantly flapping his gums and contradicting the parliamentary budget officer who says 60% of Canadians are going to be worse off, and they've had 8 years, Madam Speaker. This government's had 8 years putting carbon tax on Canadians with no results. Our message is straight. We are going to axe the tax and bring it home.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I note the passion of my colleague from Newfoundland with whom I work on a parliamentary committee for Fisheries and Oceans and Coast Guard. We heard a strong plea for prosperity tied to oil, and that we need to stop taxing oil, invest in oil, create greenhouse gases. We'll have a lot of money to fix the damage of climate change. Wonderful. I'd like my colleague to tell me what his arguments will be when victims of climate change, which are spreading now, what will he tell to the people of Baie Saint Paul who are still waiting to know if they will have their homes back after the flooding of this summer? With this climate change, it will continue to happen. What will he say to the victims will oil have created enough money to satisfy all the victims of climate change?
For Coastal Bay's Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. In my speech, it was laid out there pretty clear. Coal usage last year was an all-time high. It's going to be at another high next year. A new record going to be set in 2024 and in 2025. So while the people of the Belle Provence are being hammered by carbon tax too, and so while that's happening, emissions continue to skyrocket. We want to produce natural gas, supply it to China and India, and to Germany, who brought on new coal plants last year to bring down the coal emissions. Technology, not taxes. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, there's thousands of jobs being created offshore in the United States because of Biden's investments in clean energy, and yet that member says that the Premier for Newfoundland is just not very bright. He somehow got hoodwinked by these nasty Liberals because he wanted to create clean energy jobs in Newfoundland. He said the Premier of Nova Scotia got the wool pulled over his eyes. Now, you know, my family's from Nova Scotia. They're not dummies there. Yet when they want to create thousands of offshore jobs, the Conservatives and that member is going to vote against it because, you know what? Their only plan is to burn the planet, and he's outraged that the leaders of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland are pushing for clean energy Atlantic Accord. He's going to vote against it. He's going to tell his people he's going to vote against those jobs. And hey, his own premier is somehow some kind of dummy for supporting jobs. I think he should look in the mirror because he's got it all flipped.
The Honourable Member for Coastal Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, the people from Timmins are just disgusted with their MP. They're being carbon taxed to death. And Madam Speaker, the people of that gentleman's riding have to put up with the cold and their energy bills this winter and the cost of the food that's being driven by carbon tax. And they can't stand this stance.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right now, every generation is giving up a dream. The dream of owning a home, the dream of warm holidays, the dream of a secure retirement, the dream of not living paycheck to paycheck, and the dream of being able to afford heat and groceries for their family. The actions of the NDP Liberal coalition with this carbon tax has caused significant harm to Canadian farmers and consumers alike. This government has been making every effort to prevent farmers from receiving a carbon tax exemption for drying grain, barn heating, and other farm operations, and hardworking Canadians from heating their homes. Despite the fact that carbon tax on all forms of home heating has already been voted down by the Liberal Bloc coalition, the Liberals and NDP still plan to quadruple the carbon tax on farmers. This increase, 23%, will only lead to further increase in the cost of food for Canadians. It is clear that taxing the farmers who grow the food, as well as the truckers who transport it, will inevitably lead to higher prices for consumers. The Liberals' coalition actions have completely left Canadians out in the cold, and it is critical that steps are taken to support our farmers and ensure affordable food and heat for all Canadians. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if this government fully understands the financial pinch that the majority of our country is in right now. Any of my constituents who can fly around on a private jet knows what it costs when they see the bill. When was the last time our Prime Minister saw, read, or paid a bill for private flights? I believe he's too far removed to keep this country going, and I feel the financial pressure that the small percentage increases in grocery prices can bear. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the Liberal-appointed senators voted significantly to change Bill C-234, which aims to provide relief to farmers from this carbon tax. This will only make the situation worse for farmers who are already struggling to keep up with the rising costs of production. These appointed senators have gutted the bill before sending it back to the House of Commons, which means it will have to go through further amendments before it can be passed on for law. More red tape, more stopgaps, while this government fails to come up with solutions that don't just benefit themselves. We need to take action and ensure we can provide much needed support for our farmers. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has released a report estimating C234 will save Canadian farmers $1 billion by 2030. This will result in a reduction of food costs for Canadian families, many of whom are currently struggling to afford groceries. The bill highlights the importance of passing. The report highlights the importance of passing this bill to support agricultural industry and improve the financial well-being of Canadians. It's concerning to me and should be a concern to everyone that with this report, the Liberals are still against it. I would question the motive behind not wanting to reduce financial stress on Canadian citizens. Madam Speaker, it's time to stand up for our hardworking farmers and families. I've heard from many of my constituents in Kootenay, Columbia, about the effect of the carbon tax on their everyday life. We're experiencing a 52% increase in monthly visits to the food banks. And I've also had reports of previous donors now becoming clients. The thought of this level of increase is something I never imagined we would be experiencing in Canada. Teresa in Wausau has recently moved into her car due to the continuous price increases. Alex in Cranbrook has 3 jobs to make ends meet for him and his wife. Richard in Creston was charged $39.25 for his natural gas with a $57 carbon tax fee, $57. And then that tax was taxed. Why are they implementing a tax and also taxing the tax? It looks like another way for the NDP Liberal government to line their pockets with our constituents' money so they can continue to overspend with their off-balance budget. This government goal seems to be testing how hard they can push Canadians to the financial breaking point. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you we're already there. Families are feeling a financial strain and it's spilling into all areas of our lives. Julie, a senior, reported to me, she called me and said that she had a piece of toast and half an apple for breakfast. I said, half an apple? And she said, yeah, because she saves the other half for lunch. She couldn't remember the last time she had eaten meat. It is critical this government fully understands the appalling financial state they have put the country in. Our seniors have worked their younger adult lives to contribute to society and better this country. And their reward? Taxes upon taxes. And deciding which half of the apple to eat for their meal? This government's legacy is going to be its citizens choosing between heat or food to make ends meet. Atco Wood Products, a 3rd-generation sawmill in my riding, produces wood veneer, wood chips, biomass, wood gardening supplies, posts, landscape ties, has reported they pay $400,000 in 2023 for carbon tax. In 2030, it will be at $1.2 million. The family-owned and run business gives back and provides excellent resources to our community and the country. They are successful in sustainable forest management on both Crown and private lands by thorough planning and responsible practices. It's hard to fathom that the tax that was meant to be an incentive to cut emissions has now become a noose for the businesses providing essential products for our citizens. What's really interesting is the tax on the carbon tax. This year, that's $500 million, rising to $1 billion in 2030, and a total tax grab of $6.23 billion over the next 8 years. It's concerning to see the failure of the NDP Liberal government in promoting the Canada LNG to the European Union. Instead, the EU had to fund Russia's war machine, which is not a sustainable solution. As a country with the most ethical leader in production energy, it's disappointing to see no action being taken. That is a missed opportunity for Canada to promote its clean energy resources on a global stage. We urge the government to take immediate action in promoting Canadian LNG to the European Union. I'm deeply concerned about the rising unaffordability in Canada, which is causing many Canadians to lose their homes and contributing to homelessness. This crisis has had a devastating impact on individuals, families, and communities across the country. Further to that, the homelessness crisis is directly contributing to the ever-expanding opioid crisis, as many individuals homeless are turning to drugs to cope. Due to the increase in opioid users, business owners are reporting damages to their stores and property, resulting in them to be no longer contributing to the community in ways they need to. We need to stop the crime. This trickle effect directly takes away from the community, since business owners are now putting money back into repairs, not into the community. As I've mentioned, our food banks are seeing results of this effect. It's a complex issue that requires attention from all levels of government, and this government needs to take immediate action to address the root cause of this unaffordability, overtaxing. Madam Speaker, Conservatives believe that it's critical to support our farmers and our families by ensuring that they are not burdened with additional taxes. Adding a frivolous tax to make up for the government's budgetary mismanagement is downright shameful and needs to stop. We need to fix the budget. We will continue to fight for the elimination of the tax on everything, for everyone, for good. We believe Canadians should be able to keep more of their hard-earned money and not be burdened by the unnecessary taxes. We believe the red tape on the housing industry preventing homes from being built needs to stop. We need to fix the homes. We believe that the dream of owning a home, going to a warm holiday, having a secure retirement, not living paycheck to paycheck, should not be a dream at all. It should be a reality. Overtaxing, taking away from our Canadian citizens. Our hardworking constituents should not be weighed down by the necessary by having multiple jobs or choosing heat or food. Madam Speaker, we need to axe the tax. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, the Bank of Canada has made it very clear that the impact that the price on pollution or the carbon tax is actually having on inflation is less than 1%. It's actually 0.15. So if Canadians have a choice, they can listen to what the Independent Bank of Canada is saying its impact on inflation is, or they can listen to the Conservative propaganda and spin in an attempt to provide misinformation and give an impression that it's like 4% or higher on inflation because of the carbon tax. Can the member indicate to the House, what does he believe? Does he believe the Bank of Canada is right or his leader?
Member for Kootenay, for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I believe that the actual answer is 0.6, so it's massive. So I don't think the House Leader has the facts correct.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Central.
Madam Speaker, I share the concerns from the member for Courtenay, Columbia, with respect to food bank lines. The fact is, though, in my community, the lowest income folks get more back in rebates than they pay in a carbon tax because they don't have multiple homes and multiple cars. The carbon tax went up 2 cents a litre last year. You know what doesn't have a rebate attached to it? The gouging of oil and gas companies across the country. The reason why gas prices have gone up 18 cents a litre. What does he think should be done about the gouging of the oil and gas industry if he claims to care about affordability?
Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the reality is, when I have a senior calling me who says she doesn't remember the last time she ate meat, that when you talk rebates, where's the rebate there? She can't afford to eat, eats half an apple. That's just absolutely not acceptable. So really, we need to quit taxing our citizens, especially seniors and those on limited incomes. Those single-family parents, they're being taxed and they cannot afford to eat food.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the speech. Something I find intriguing this week is that the Conservatives are starting to put their agenda on the table. But it's all very well to have good intentions. But my specific question to my colleague would be the following. What amount would abolishing the carbon tax represent exactly? What would be the reduction in money for the government?
For Kootenay, Columbia.
I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question. I think it comes down to affordability. And when we have carbon tax that is $400,000 for a small family business going up to $1.2 million, how do we expect to have success? How do we expect our grocery stores to sell affordable products when we're taxing the farmers and the truckers and the stores? That's where the reality the rubber will hit the road when we remove the taxes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member who's also from BC for his speech today. But I am a little confused about it, specifically because in British Columbia, I think since 2007, BC has created its own carbon pricing mechanism. So in fact, the people in British Columbia do not pay a federal carbon tax. So could he clarify for this House what he's exactly talking about?
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
I'd like to thank the member from British Columbia as well, Madam Speaker. How about this? As the federal government axes the carbon tax, I do believe the BC provincial government will as well, as I believe they're pressured into a carbon tax because they were told if you don't put it, we will put one on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, let me read a specific quote from the Bank of Governor, the Governor of the Bank of Canada. And I quote, "The contribution that's making to inflation one year to the next is relatively small. If you want me to put it in a number on it, it's in the range of decimal 1.5, not decimal 6, and definitely not what the Conservative Party says. That comes from the Bank of Canada. Now will the member apologize for no one saying that it was 0.6, and it would be a bonus to see him apologize on behalf of the leader of the Conservative Party for misleading Canadians continuously.
For Kootenay, Columbia, very short answer.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would maybe ask that member, what about the 6.23 billion that's being grabbed, the tax on the tax of the GST on carbon tax?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. It's great to... Good afternoon, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member, could I have some order? There's a member trying to make a speech. Order! The Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for keeping good decorum in this place, and I know you're really strong on the rules, and appreciate your leadership in that chair. Madam Speaker, we're here today to talk about the Opposition Day motion that is being brought forward by the Conservative Party. And of course, you know, Madam Speaker, I love to have the opportunity to speak to these and to be able to have some good back and forth with my Conservative colleagues across the way. But I have a little bit of work to do before I get there. Of course, Madam Speaker, this place is always an opportunity for us to bring together Canadians of great excellence and people that are doing extraordinary stuff. And the honourable member from Waterloo and I, and indeed this member right here in front of me from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, we were just actually in the Speaker's Saloon to celebrate U Sport's top 8 athletes in the country, Madam Speaker. Yes. And, you know, Madam Speaker, of course, those athletes may be here in Ottawa. And I know we have rules around highlighting those individuals in the House, so I will not flirt too closely to that, but members should perhaps be observant of where there might be some young, athletic-looking individuals here in Ottawa that do tremendous things in sport. And I would be remiss, the honourable member from Waterloo and I really specifically want to do 2 things. We're proud of all our athletes, and as a former varsity athlete myself, I was actually named an academic All-Canadian. I was told today, on average, that's about 4,900 students out of the 20,000 approximately that are in the country. So I'm proud of that accomplishment. I talk about it. Impressive. Sure. But this isn't about me, Madam Speaker. What I want to highlight is then we take the top 8 of those and celebrate them. And I'm very fortunate to have a constituent of mine, Haley McDonald from Port Williams. She is an excellent basketball player, 5th year at Acadia. She actually graduated last year, and she's now giving back to the community in tremendous ways through volunteering her time, not only for coaching the varsity team, but she's giving back through community programs. She's here in Ottawa today. I wanted to make sure her name was on the record. I'm very proud of her, and indeed, yeah. Now, the second name that I agreed to say, and again, I would love to say all 8, I don't have all the details, but is Hannah Blair. Hannah is an athlete from Waterloo. She didn't stray far from home. She went to the University of Waterloo to continue her education. She mastered in kinesiology, and she's a heptathlete. And what that means is you compete in multiple different disciplines in track and field. And as I look around at the potential athletic ability of this House, there'd be some great people that are good at shot put. There's some nice, skinny, athletic-looking MPs that I'm sure would be good in the 100 meters. There's heftier people like me that might be, you know, good, I don't know, at the pole vault, whatever. But what's beauty about heptathletes is that they can do it all. They are the five-tool athlete in that sense in track and field. So I know Hannah is here in Ottawa. Yeah. My honourable colleague from Waterloo wanted to make sure that was on the record, and I'm happy to help her out and assist her in that. But okay, enough with the nice sentiment, and we're very proud of our athletes. Let's talk about what the Opposition Day motion is today, Madam Speaker. This is about the Conservative opposition proposal to pause the carbon price altogether this year. And of course, this is one of the many Opposition Day motions we've seen from the Conservatives about either eliminating carbon pricing altogether, pausing it, doing anything they can to denigrate a policy that is actually one of the most important we have in our fight against climate change. Now, Madam Speaker, there is a variety of different policies that the government has brought forward. The Conservatives love to focus on carbon pricing, and in the 15 minutes that I have left after question period as well, I will talk a little bit about that. Now, Madam Speaker, I like to think I bring a certain level of credibility to this debate because I have been both supportive of carbon pricing, but have also been calling for adjustments to the national program. I'm proud to see the government has made adjustments, certainly before Christmas, which I think is going to create more equity across the country, a higher rural rebate, exemptions in home heating oil, and making sure that the policy fits for all Canadians. Now, it's important to start, Madam Speaker. I know I've drawn the ire of some of my Conservative colleagues, and I look forward to when we're actually able to have that conversation. I know the honourable member from Fort Saskatchewan will stick around after QP, and I can't wait till we have that back and forth. But why do we even have a carbon price, Madam Speaker? That's what the opposition would say. It's because climate change is real, and the science is real. And we need to have policies that work to reduce GHG emissions. Might I remind members in this House that 2023 was the hottest year on record. Madam Speaker, climate change is no longer some distant challenge, something that we have to work towards as a collective society. It is on our doorsteps today. And we saw this past summer. Indeed, we saw it in King's Hants. Worst forest fires in Nova Scotia's history, and some of the worst flooding we've seen in decades. Sadly, it resulted in 4 deaths of my constituents with the terrible flooding that we've seen. We saw infrastructure impacted. We saw houses destroyed. This is no longer something we can just talk about as a future challenge. It's on our doorstep today. It is here, it is now, it is present. Now, I think members of Parliament in this House that want to see action in this regard have to be also realistic about how we talk about the policies, though. I have heard some members of Parliament, particularly in the opposition benches, say things like, how is a carbon price going to stop the next hurricane? How is environmental policies going to stop the next forest fire? Well, you know what, Madam Speaker? They're not wrong to point that out, but what they're missing the point is that the carbon price today is not about stopping the hurricane next summer. It's about fighting for our kids and our grandkids years down the line. And so it's an oversimplification of where they try to suggest that environmental policy and affordability can't go hand in hand. And I look forward to talking about how we're doing just that, Madam Speaker. But let us also recognize that there is real affordability challenges today. Many of us that sit in this House are quite privileged, Madam Speaker. We have the opportunity, and perhaps the affordability crisis is not hitting our shores the same way it is that other Canadians. We have to remember that. And most Canadians, including many of my constituents, are thinking about getting through to the next day, Madam Speaker. They're thinking about getting to next week in terms of their paycheck, in terms of their ability to pay rent. But what I think is disappointing, Madam Speaker, is the way that the Conservative Party has positioned environmental action as contrary or somehow mutually exclusive to affordability. I don't see that as being the case. They never talk about the fact that money is rebated back to Canadians. They never talk about the fact that climate change itself has huge impacts, whether it be insurance premiums, whether it be the way that governments at all 3 levels have to step up to help support and rebuild communities. That has a cost to all of us. They never talk about the fact that there's 77 jurisdictions around the world that have a form of carbon pricing. They never talk about the fact that there is an ability to walk that line between environmental action and affordability. I see my time is up, Madam Speaker. I can't wait till the next Barrett, and I look forward to engaging with my colleagues on this matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 12 minutes after oral questions to conclude his speech. Déclaration.
Statements by members.
By members, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Inaudible for the interpreter. I will ask the honourable member to start again because the micro was not on when he started to speak. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I would like to pay tribute to a great man, an amazing soccer coach from my region, and above all, an exceptional human being with a larger-than-life heart who left us all far too young. Everyone called him Frank. He was passionate about life, a loving husband, an exceptional father, a generous friend, and an outstanding soccer coach who devoted over 40 years of his life to sharing his teachings and passion for soccer and life. He was a trailblazer and a role model for us all. His enthusiasm and joie de vivre had a positive impact on the athletic and human development of so many young female athletes. In a book recounting the history of soccer, François Tardif said, "Soccer, what a great sport. Running after the ball, but in the end it's so much more. It can also be about living together, respect for others, learning to put your shoulder to the wheel, in short, a way of socializing. Remember that without teamwork, you'd just be kicking a ball around." My deepest sympathies to his family, Micheline, Audrey, Alex, your grandchildren, your friends, and all the players you coached. Thank you very much, Frank.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Today I rise with a heavy heart to acknowledge the passing of a valued community leader, Dr. Boyd Upper. We pay tribute to the life of a champion of many charities. Throughout his long and illustrious career, Boyd was involved in Canadian politics, contributing to key elements of national unity. In the early 60s, Lester B. Pearson enlisted him to help plan the basis for universal public health. Boyd also served for 30 years as President and Chief Medical Officer for Associated Medical Services. And in honor of his contributions to Canadian medicine, Queen's University created the annual AMS Boyd Upper Award for deserving students. And as President of Clean Air Coalition, he also helped develop a national air quality management system. But above all, Boyd was a loving husband to Ava and a father to John. He was a mentor to many of us, and we are grateful for his sage advice and leadership. We thank and honor Dr. Boyd Upper for his years of dedicated service to Canada.
The honourable member from Portage-Lisgar.
Here, here.
I rise to pay tribute to Portage's very own Blake Spiller, the head coach of our Portage Terriers, who recently broke the Manitoba Junior Hockey League's record for most regular season wins, which was previously set at 670 games. Not only did he smash the league's win record, but he is also now just one of 4 MJHL coaches to have been behind the bench for over 1,000 games. Wow. As a young man, Coach Spiller played for the Terriers, then went on to become their assistant coach before becoming their head coach in 2006. Coach Spiller is a role model to so many in our community and has mentored countless players throughout the years. We are so incredibly proud of his achievements, such as winning multiple MJHL championships and the Royal Bank Cup. I also want to thank his family and the Terrier organization for supporting Coach Spiller all these years. Success would not be possible without the love and support of the entire team. Let's keep bringing home those wins, Blake. Go Terriers, go!
The honourable member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, over the past several weeks, my colleague and I had many productive conversations with Brampton residents about the importance of keeping our community safe. This is why this government responded to the request of law enforcement agencies and municipalities to organize a summit on combating auto theft on February the 8th to define real actions and implement impactful solutions with partners in policing, government, and industry across Ontario. This week, the Minister of Public Safety made a federal investment of $121 million to help prevent gang violence and auto theft in Ontario. This is yet another step to continue supporting law enforcement agencies on the ground, resulting in criminals behind bars and more successful operations. We are also strengthening Canada's criminal code, keeping repeat violent offenders in prison with Bill C-48 and supporting the CBP.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that I announce the death of Ms. Bigra, who was adored friend and leader in our community. She was a model of positivity. Those who were lucky to know her would also say that she actively supported her riding, and she was a woman of conviction, had so much respect for others. She had a warm personality, and she was very committed. She did have many obstacles to overcome, but every time she overcame them, stronger and brighter. I would like to express my deepest condolences to her family, Sophie, Michelle, Tammy, and Joanna, and to her closest friends in Quebec, Texas, and Italy. Donna, we will remember you.
The Honourable Member from Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, January 22nd marked the start of Data Privacy Week, which is an important time to discuss how we can strengthen privacy and security for Canadians. Finding from a recent survey by Interact revealed nearly 8 in 10 Canadians believe their data is more exposed than ever, with 6 in 10 saying they lack the confidence to protect their personal information. Our government's taking action here by moving forward with a framework for consumer-driven banking. This framework will eliminate the need for the dangerous practice of screen scraping, where consumers are forced to share their banking credentials. Not only will this give Canadians more control of their financial data, it will also keep them and their data safer.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Today I reflect on the Honourable Dr. Noel Kinsella, 42nd Speaker of the Senate, who passed away last December. Dr. Kinsella was a human rights advocate, scholar, and parliamentarian. With his passing, New Brunswick has lost one of its greatest sons. Dr. Kinsella was renowned for his brilliance, decency, and fairness. He spent 41 years as faculty member at my alma mater, St. Thomas University. Prime Minister Mulroney nominated Dr. Kinsella for the Senate in 1990. He was selected by Prime Minister Harper to serve as Speaker of the Senate in 2006, a role he held until his retirement in 2014. While he is well known for his work, the love that he and his wife shared was remarkable. Our hearts are with Anne. Noel Kinsella has earned his rest, a champion of human rights and principled public policy, a staunch adherent to parliamentary procedure and the rule of law, and a man whose quiet dignity spoke volumes.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, earlier this week we found out the Conservatives have 4 priorities. One of those priorities is the budget cuts. That, to me, Mr. Speaker, speaks volumes. That's about the hidden Conservative agenda, Mr. Speaker. And when you think of that agenda, I want you to think about the vulnerability of health care. I want you to think about the vulnerability of child care. What about the dental care program, Mr. Speaker? One of the things that we found out this week also was the Conservative Party is going to cut the Canada Infrastructure Bank. That's billions going into hundreds of millions of dollars every region of this country. That taps into additional billions of dollars of other forms of investment. Building our infrastructure is building a healthier Canadian economy. It creates jobs. It creates opportunities for all Canadians. Tell us more about your hidden agenda.
Order. The Honourable Member from Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, tourism is an economic anchor in Nova Scotia, and in Halifax, the sector is recovering faster from COVID than expected.
If I could ask members, please, to keep your conversations low so that the Speaker can hear the member making the statement. The Honourable Member from Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, tourism is an economic anchor in Nova Scotia, and the sector is recovering very well in Halifax. Not surprising, perhaps, as we were the only Canadian city on Forbes' top 24 places to visit in the 2024 list. People want to visit us, and now with the grand opening of the very first Marriott brand HoC Hotel in Canada, they're going to have a fabulous new option for their stays. The hotel is scattered with thoughtful accents of Halifax history and references to its present and future. Inside, you'll find many decors of Pier 21, our bridges, Port of Halifax, and a hidden room adorned with stained glass and pipe organ installations to invoke Trinity Anglican Church. I want to congratulate Joe Metledge and Norman Nahas and the entire team at HoC Halifax on the recent grand opening. Thank you.
The honourable member from Haldimand Norfolk.
I rise today on this first day of Black History Month 2024 to honor the rich tapestry of our great nation and the contributions that Black Canadians have made to the fabric of Canadian society. From Matthew DaCosta's pivotal role as a translator in the 1600s to when we revel in Oscar Peterson's timeless music. And when we watch our children's hockey games, we can remember the innovative colored hockey league in Halifax that was founded in 1895 and where the first slap shot was pioneered. African Canadians have made substantial contributions to the Canadian society, including in academia, arts, science, sports, business, and politics. And as we observe Black History Month, let us cherish and unite in our shared Canadian past and our common future.
Happy Black History Month. The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This upcoming weekend in Prince Edward Island, PEI will be the proud host of the prestigious 35th Annual Joe O'Brien Awards. Standard Bred Canada is thrilled to be returning to PEI, where the famous Joe O'Brien had his start, just like many other Islanders who are finalists in several harness racing categories this year. The harness racing industry has deep roots in PEI as part of our culture and a community fabric, and for many, it is generational. It also provides employment and economic opportunities for Canadians in rural communities across this country. A huge thank you to organizers, volunteers, and Standard Bred Canada for hosting this event. I wish all finalists, particularly those with island roots, good luck this weekend and congratulate everyone for their contributions to this industry. As the legendary harness racing announcer Vance Cameron says, we will be at it and to it. On PEI this weekend, it's showtime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Regina, Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, everything in Canada feels broken. The costly coalition continues to raise the carbon tax every year, making it more difficult for Canadians to fill their cars up with gas or to pay their home heating bills. Many Canadians cannot find a place to live, and those who can are struggling with rent and mortgage payments. The debt goes up every year as the Liberals and NDP continue to mortgage our children's future by running deficits. And crime rates continue to rise because of Liberal NDP catch and release policies towards criminals. Clearly, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Whether the election comes this year or next year, a new Conservative government will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Those are the priorities of Canadians, and those are the priorities of our Conservative team, and that's what we'll do in government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the Industry Committee, the former CEO of the Liberals' billion-dollar Green Slush Fund revealed that the Liberals were aware of corruption and self-dealing at the fund for years. As early as 2019, the then Industry Minister, Navdeep Bains, was informed that the company of the Liberal-appointed chair was receiving millions of dollars from the fund. Despite this outrageous conflict of interest, the Liberals allowed the chair to remain in charge. This new evidence completely shreds the credibility of the current minister who claims that the Liberals only recently learned of corruption at the fund, corruption involving the misappropriation of tens of millions of taxpayers' dollars. The minister knew about the corruption, he turned a blind eye to it, and when he got caught, he tried to cover it up. It speaks to the utter rot and corruption on the part of these Liberals. Canadians deserve so much better.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to Anne-Marie Philippe, an exceptional volunteer who has spent her life serving her community in Ottawa-Vanier. She left us suddenly all too soon in January. She was a familiar face in my riding, known for her community commitment and her passion for volunteering. She was always present in all our community events and always wearing her yellow vest from the Optimist Club that she wore so proudly. She spent most of her time generously at all community activities for the Optimist Club, always with Vanier in mind. She spent a lot of her contagious energy helping children suffering from cancer through the Ottawa Hospital. It was a pleasure to have known her all these years, and I'd like to thank her for her volunteer work and for having made it a difference. Thank you.
From Hamilton Centre.
As we celebrate Black History Month, let us honor the legacy of our recently departed brother Clyde Brooks, who ascended to our ancestors on January 20th, 2024. Clyde Brooks, a.k.a. Durham I, was a beacon of literary brilliance and activism. Born in Jamaica and making Hamilton his home, Brooks's journey from an award-winning dub poet to an international literary figure is a testament to the power of words to inspire change. His accolades, including the Nathan Brissett Poetry Prize, the James Michener Fellowship, and the Hamilton Arts Award, barely scratch the surface of his impact. Through works like Poem Storm and My Best Friend is White, he challenged us to confront the complex racial dynamics with honesty and empathy, and he did so bridging divides and celebrating our shared humanity. In fact, more laudable than all of his formal accolades in life, Clyde's contribution was capturing contemporary oral Black history. Rest in power, my brother.
Happy Black History Month. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. The former director of the Devoir left us on January 13th. This sad news tells us a lot about who he was. He worked for the Devoir and even here on the Hill as a correspondent. He was appreciated by many, and he was truly involved in Quebec media. He was successful during a crisis in the written media world. He was a powerful force and always was in favor of the independence of journalism. He participated in social debate, and he was a man of great nuance and objectivity. He marked all those who knew him, both by his intellectual rigor and his kindness. Our thoughts go out to his family and loved ones who have just lost such an important person.
Calgary Centre.
This government remains in denial that their punitive carbon tax causes inflation. Who says the carbon tax is inflationary? The Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Governor of the Bank of Canada. Every farmer, manufacturer, producer, distributor, and retailer in Canada, and Canadians who buy food. Right. Maybe Canadians are just experiencing this differently. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, food inflation is out of control. When you tax the farmer, food gets more expensive. Yet the Costly Coalition keeps their heads in the sand. Inflation will get worse when this Prime Minister increases the carbon tax on April Fools. In contrast, common sense Conservatives brought forward a solution to address high food costs with Bill C-234, exempting farmers from carbon tax. But Liberal-appointed senators were whipped to gut the bill. Shame. The Conservative government will axe the tax, fix the budget, build homes, and stop the crime.
Here, here. Well done, Greg.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Westmont.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the top 8 academic all-Canadian student athletes who were recognized last night by U Sports and the Governor-General for their outstanding achievements. Madison Lawrence, Jordan Canham, Hannah Blair, Ashton Miller-Melançon, Joanne David, Haley McDonald, Aiden Goslett, and finally a special shout out to Emmy Fecteau, captain of the Concordia Stingers women's varsity hockey team, who call NDG's meager arena home. In addition to stellar grades and many athletic accolades, Emmy is active in our community, coaching girls hockey, and as a lead instructor at the Stinger Hockey School. Merci.
Thank you, Emmy, for the positive impact you're having on our community and having inspired future generations of young female athletes to play hockey. Congratulations to you and all the student athletes. Keep up your exceptional work.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef de...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister isn't worth the chaos after 8 years. His Minister of Immigration admits that housing and services are overwhelmed in Quebec because of the asylum seeker crisis. This followed the decision by the Prime Minister to remove visas for Mexico, which caused the number of asylum seekers to go sky high. So only 11% are accepted as real refugees. Will the Prime Minister cancel his decision and restore order in our system? The Honourable Member of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, as you know, this type of decision has to be taken seriously. We must have completed diplomatic measures with Mexico. No statement will be made in a rush in the House of Commons. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister is not worth the chaos or the crime. Auto theft is a federal crime. His decision to amend the criminal code to free car thieves is federal. The poor management of ports is federal. And cars can be sent to organized crime and terrorists. The RCMP is responsible for organized crime and is also a federal responsibility. Will the Prime Minister reverse his poor management and changes to the federal criminal code to stop the crisis that he has caused? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I know that the Leader of the Opposition likes to invent blame for everyone. Perhaps I can correct his question by saying that we are, of course, working with provincial partners in Ontario, in Quebec, on this very important issue. We've invited for next week ministers responsible from provinces, police, industry, insurance companies. I had an excellent meeting with the Conservative Premier of Ontario, and we will do even more to crack down on this problem.
The Opposition.
Lots of meetings, lots of photo ops, lots of spending, lots of car theft. Yeah. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the car theft crime, which is up 300% in Toronto and 100% in Montreal. This is a federal problem. It's his mismanagement of federal ports that allows our cars to be stolen and sent abroad. His quick release of criminals on catch and release who steal our cars is a federal matter, and his mismanagement of our federal police force, which is responsible for organized crime. Will he reverse his failures so we can stop the car theft?
The Honourable Minister for Public Security.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition forgets one important thing that this government did in collaboration with the provinces from coast to coast. We strengthened bail conditions to ensure that precisely the circumstance that my honourable friend continues to repeat inaccurately is not the case. And I was very pleased that Premier Ford thanked our government at the event yesterday for working with them constructively to put these auto thieves behind bars and do everything we can to bring an end to this unacceptable practice.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Here are the facts. They brought in catch and release bail. They reversed part of it. But guess where catch and release remains in place even after their most recent bill? Car theft.
Whoa.
So car thieves can still get catch and release same day bail because of this Prime Minister's amendment to the federal criminal code. Ports are federal, he mismanaged them. The RCMP is federal, he mismanaged that. The criminal code is federal, he brought in catch and release. Won't he own up to his failures, reverse these decisions so we can keep our cars?
The Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday when the Minister of Public Safety and I were with the Premier of Ontario, what we announced was $121 million of funding to help with attacking crime in places like Ontario. What that will do will help to stop this flow of what we're seeing in terms of auto theft. The other thing we heard from the Premier and what we've heard from the law enforcement officials who were there is that if you want to tackle this, you got to tackle organized crime. Interestingly, the Leader of the Opposition is directing his caucus to vote against anti-money laundering initiatives that are contained in the fall economic statement that would address exactly that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has accomplished something that only he could do. Our central bank, which can create cash, is actually losing money. Now, how did this happen? He forced the central bank to create $600 billion of cash to fund his overspending over the last 3 years. To pay for it, the bank makes deposits into the accounts of large financial institutions. Interest rates on those deposits, of course, have gone through the roof, meaning that taxpayers are now forced to bail out those losses. Will he admit that his incompetence now forces Canadians to pay twice, once for the inflation the money printing caused, and twice to bail out the bank, which is failing?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the Leader of the Opposition is aware, but Canada has the lowest debt to GDP ratio and the lowest deficit in the G7. And what we do on this side of the House is maintain prudent fiscal responsibility while investing in Canadians, especially vulnerable Canadians. Let's look at the Canada Child Benefit. Let's look at $10 a day childcare. Let's look at the Canada Dental Benefit, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we actually have compassion for Canada.
I'd like to encourage members to please keep your comments to yourselves until it is your turn to speak. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. The CMHC report confirms that the housing crisis is worse than ever. There have never been so few available housing units in 20 years. Rents have risen by 8%, and finding a new home in Quebec is 17% more expensive. Why? Because the population is growing too fast. Let's be clear. Immigrants are not responsible for the housing crisis. The Liberals are, with their out-of-touch immigration policies. They've gotten us all in trouble, starting with immigrants. Are they finally going to readjust their immigration policies in line with our capacity? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. It's interesting. They don't want to blame immigrants, but they tell us to adjust our plans. I'd like to ask the Bloc members, who are mostly from rural areas, they can go talk to farmers and ask them where they find their workers. Do they want to cut temporary workers? They need to answer the question because it's an important one. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. There's a shortage of 3.5 million housing units, according to CMHC, and at the same time, the Liberals are increasing immigration again in 2024 and 2025. They refuse to share asylum seekers among the provinces to lighten Quebec's load. And the result is a ruined asylum seeker who anonymously confided in the Journal de Montréal, "I'm scared because I'm with my daughter. She's only 9. I don't want to end up on the street." When will the Liberals understand that their irresponsible policies affect real people? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. It's true that these are real people who are affected. We shouldn't treat them like cattle. We need to treat them with respect, humanely. We do encourage asylum seekers to go to different provinces when they ask to, but we need to treat people respectfully, and that is why yesterday I announced over $300 million to house asylum seekers. Canada is receiving people at this time in history. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, there's no break for Quebecers at the grocery store. Now the CEO of Metro has told people, hang on to your hats because starting today it's going to cost even more to eat. And what does the Minister of Industry do? He tells us to look at the flyers. Then he tells us he wants to stabilize prices, which are already too high. Then he wants another study, a typical Liberal nonsense. We all know what the problem is. People are getting ripped off at the checkout. When will this government stand up for people instead of millionaire bosses? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Every day we're going to do our work to make life more affordable for Canadians, including addressing the issue of food prices in this country. Of course, you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, the introduction of the grocery rebate recently, but we're also putting forward new measures to strengthen competition laws in this country and launching recruitment efforts to bring more international grocery chains into Canada, which will create competition in the marketplace, creating better prices for families. We're going to continue to do what we can to help people who are struggling, including implementing reforms that will help address the cost of food in this country.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, Manulife just cut a deal with Galen Weston that forces Canadians to fill their prescriptions at Loblaws. This robs patients of their choice of pharmacist and hurts local community pharmacies. Experts say this will restrict Canadians' access to over 250 medications. This is not only anti-competitive, but once again shows Liberals putting corporate greed ahead of people's health, while the Conservatives say nothing. Will this government protect patients and block this corporate collusion as Quebec has done?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we're deeply committed to ensuring that Canadians have access to the drugs that they need for their health and well-being. We have worked hard to make hundreds of millions of dollars in savings, nearly $300 million in saving through bulk purchasing. We're working with provinces and territories through our bilateral agreements to continue to find ways to improve health care across the country and make sure that Canadians have access to the health care they need.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
After 8 years, the Prime Minister is not worth the cost, and the carbon tax is going to drive up food prices again on April 1st when he drives it up by 23%. What's that going to do with food prices? Well, the Keelstra poultry farm in Okotoks says that they're going to go from paying $180,000 this year to $480,000 when the carbon tax is fully quadrupled. These are hundreds of thousands of dollars in extra taxes that all get passed on to the shopper in the grocery aisle, and the rebate doesn't cover any of it. If the Prime Minister won't axe the tax, will he at least cancel his April 1st increase so food prices don't go up even further?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, families in my community do raise the cost of food as a very real concern. That's why we put forward measures like the grocery rebate. That's why we're introducing new reforms that will increase competition. But if the Conservatives would like to help, there's something the opposition leader can do. He can pick up the phone, because as I'm sure he knows, his chief advisor, Jenny Byrne, is actually a registered lobbyist for Loblaws in Ontario. Mr. Speaker, before the Conservatives sling arrows at this side of the House, I would invite the opposition leader to do what we all know is one of his favorite things. Take a look in the mirror.
The Honourable Member. Order. Order. The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
This from a government who literally wrote a check on taxpayers' dollars to give Loblaws millions of dollars for new fridges. I'm going to correct the record there, Mr. Speaker. The minute it's not families that are raising grocery prices in stores, it's this government with their carbon tax. The principle of the carbon tax is to make everyday things in life more expensive and more punishing. But the Prime Minister doesn't care because he never has to deal with those costs. He doesn't have to pay the carbon tax on his flights or put packages of beef back on the shelf. Will he finally have some mercy on Canadian families and axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you'll agree with me that it's hard to accept criticisms with the Conservatives when the person responsible to run their campaign is getting paid on the side to lobby two governments, Loblaws, the giant grocery chain that is actually causing families to pay so much more for groceries than they were previously. On this side of the House, we're going to put measures on the table that are going to help put families put food on the table. The Conservatives will align themselves with big grocery chains. We're going to do everything we can to make life more affordable.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from Foothills.
Today, Conservatives tabled a motion asking the NDP Liberal Carbon Tax Coalition to cancel their plans to increase the carbon tax on April 1st. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, and farmers' carbon tax bills prove that. The numbers are staggering. Prairie Gold Potatoes in southern Alberta is paying $1,500 in carbon taxes every single day. Wow. That's unsustainable, and they have no option but to pass that on to consumers. Will the Prime Minister finally axe his plan to increase the carbon tax on April 1st and make food and farming more affordable?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The impacts of climate change on our agricultural sector are incredible, which is why we've put in place measures to help our farmers diminish their greenhouse gas emissions. Let's talk about how much farmers in our colleagues, the member from Carleton received $2.4 million in the member from Carleton, in the writing of the member from Dufferin-Caledon, $3.7 million. In the writing of the member from Haldimand Norfolk, $22 million, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member, before I get to the Honourable Member of Foothills, I'm going to ask members, please, once again, to please limit your comments to the person who is asking the question or to the person who is responding. Need all of your help to make sure that this happens. The Honourable Member from Foothills.
Well, the Environment Minister is struggling to find some positive numbers, but I'll tell him the number. When they quadruple the carbon tax, it will cost Canadian farmers $1 billion a year. That does not include the GST, also $1 billion, that the Liberals are charging on top of the carbon tax. Higher carbon taxes, more GST, higher food costs for Canadians. When 2 million Canadians are relying on a food bank every single month, clearly this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. How many Canadians need to rely on a food bank before this Prime Minister cancels his plan to increase the carbon tax on April 1st?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
I would suggest that Conservative members of Parliament should stop misleading Canadians. The carbon price is a thoughtful approach that addresses climate change and affordability. 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back. The Leader of the Opposition's plan to address the climate issue is to take rebates.
He wants to know what thoughtful means.
Colleagues, I'm seeing the body language of some members who are using translation devices who are having great difficulty in hearing the response over the furor. Could I please ask members to allow them to the answer to be made so that all members can understand what is being said. The Honourable Minister from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just say the Conservative Party needs to stop misleading people. The carbon price is an appropriate and thoughtful way to address climate change in a manner that actually addresses affordability. 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back. The Leader of the Conservative Party's plan to address climate change is to take rebates away from Canadian families. It is to let the planet burn. It is to actually ensure that Canada's economic competitiveness will be eroded going forward. He should be ashamed of his thoughtless policy on climate change in the Canadian economy.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. What he should be ashamed of is that after 8 years of this Prime Minister, food banks are overwhelmed. Too many Canadians don't have the means to feed themselves. It will be even worse on April 1st because the Prime Minister will make families even poorer with a new hike on the carbon tax. The Bloc will support this tax hike because the Bloc wants to radically increase the carbon tax. Rather than put in place this Bloc's desire to punish families, will the Prime Minister give Canadians a break rather than a bill on April 1st? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Contrary to the Conservatives, we are there to support the agricultural sector with the energy transition to help them produce the food Canadians need and reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. In the riding of the member for Louis Saint Laurent, over $5 million were sent to farmers to help them reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. In Portneuf, Jacques Cartier, $1.2 million, and we've spent $1.5 billion on farmers throughout the country. What would the Conservative government do? They voted against all of the support for the agriculture sector. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. We will always vote against taxes that increase the price of food, that mean that Canadians can't afford to feed themselves. 2 million Canadians are going to food banks now. Yes, Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, we will be voting against measures like that. The Prime Minister, during his one-week trip to Jamaica, his $89,000 trip, surely didn't go to a food bank. If he'd gone, he would have seen how many Canadians can't afford to feed themselves. Will the Prime Minister cut taxes to allow families to not have to cut their food? The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite says he'll vote against. Let me tell you what he voted against. They voted against the Fund for Sustainable Agriculture. Last month, they voted against the fund for the dairy sector. They've voted against helping poultry producers, egg producers, and supply management. What does he vote for? He doesn't vote for farmers. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Quebecers paid $470 million for asylum seekers. Instead of reimbursing them, the minister has announced $100 million for temporary accommodations for future asylum seekers. That's great if it costs less in the future, but he hasn't reimbursed the costs incurred since 2021. It's as if the minister hadn't paid his rent for 2 years. And he comes to us today with part of his rent for February and says we're even. A roommate like that would be thrown out pretty quickly, Mr. Speaker. When will he pay Quebecers back? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We hear them laugh, but yesterday in the House, the leader of the Bloc Québécois compared immigrants to heat pumps. And then, during my announcement to house asylum seekers, an announcement of over $300 million, he talked about social housing. We need to be serious here. We're not negotiating with the federal member for Belleuil-Chambly, the leader of the Bloc Québécois. We are negotiating with a serious government, the government of Quebec. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. If he can't answer questions in the House of Commons, he doesn't have to come. There's nothing here to reimburse Quebecers for taking in asylum seekers for 2 years. Nothing to help with education, nothing for French language training, for health, nothing for last resort assistance, nothing to share reception with the provinces, nothing to reestablish visas with Mexico, nothing to support our community organizations that are overwhelmed, nothing to speed up the processing of applicants' files, nothing to speed up the granting of work permits, which is supposed to be his job. So concretely, what does this mean for Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. As you've heard yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we are providing money. Quebec has done more than its share, and we thank them for it. There's also work to be done to accelerate the granting of work permits. That's what we are doing. We are working with Quebec to accelerate this process so that asylum seekers can work in healthcare. It's very important, but it begins with cooperative work with the Government of Quebec. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Now, Quebec receives 45% of Canada's asylum seekers, and it receives just under 28% of new investments in temporary housing. Quebec continues to do far more than its fair share, and it continues to receive far less than its financial share. It's just one more injustice after another. Frankly, at this point, does the minister realize that it's very difficult as Quebecers not to have the impression that we are being laughed at? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois isn't doing anything. Aside from asking questions in the House, it's not doing anything. The minister is working, is collaborating, is talking with Quebec. We've spent $50 million. That's a lot of money. And 70 million, then 100 million. These are huge amounts of money. The Bloc should not mock these financial efforts. We thank Quebec for its work. The government of Quebec is also working hard, and we will continue to work together despite what the Bloc wants. It just wants disputes. Instead of disputes, we are working together. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling. 2 million of them have to go to food banks to feed their families. Meanwhile, the out-of-touch Prime Minister wants to raise the carbon tax even higher on April 1st. Together with their partners, the Bloc Québécois, they continue to make things worse for Canadians with their so-called environmental plan, which in reality is just a tax plan. Will the Prime Minister show some common sense for once and cancel the tax increase on April 1st? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, what the Conservative Party doesn't seem to understand is that farmers are among those hit hardest by climate change. Look at what's happening with the drought in the prairies. In Alberta, over the summer, drinking water might have to be rationed for people and for farmers. What are the Conservatives saying? They're saying there's no problem with climate change. The planet can burn. Our plan is working. We have reduced greenhouse gases, 30 billion tons, and that's not thanks to the Conservatives. We will continue to be there to fight climate change and work with farmers. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More proof of how out of touch this government is. The Minister of the Environment. Canadians are suffering across the country. In Quebec, the carbon tax has a direct and indirect impact on food prices, regardless of the arguments used by the Liberals and the Bloc. The second carbon tax also adds 17 cents a litre, which directly affects the people of Beauce. Unlike the Bloc, I understand that what's good for Canadians is also good for Quebecers. We need to reduce the cost of producing and transporting food so that Canadians can feed themselves properly. So I ask again, I hope they'll understand this time, will the Prime Minister cancel the tax increase on April 1st? The Honourable Minister of Transport. If he wants to talk about being out of touch, I think he's the most out of touch. He knows very well that the tax doesn't apply in Quebec, the price on pollution. He should know that. But what I want to know is, does he understand the impact of climate change on our farmers? Where was he when there were floods? Where was he when there were forest fires? Where was he when people had to move? He was asleep at the switch.
The Honourable Member from Renfrew-Nipissing, Pembroke.
And Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of these NDP Liberals, my constituents are hurting. Edmund from Whitewater is a senior who lives on $20,000 a year. Since November, he's paid $200 in carbon tax on home heating alone. His quarterly climate bribe was $118. Yet this Prime Minister says that Canadians are somehow getting ahead. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will the Liberals stop the April 1st carbon tax hike so groceries, gas, and home heating don't get more expensive for Edmund?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, once again, folks are entitled to their opinions but not to their own facts. 80% of Canadian families get more money back, and it actually works in reverse order to income, so that the poorest people in this country, the most...
Once again, colleagues, I'm going to ask you if you could please keep your voices down so that all members, especially francophones who are trying to listen to this through translation, have an opportunity to do so. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member knows very well that 80% of Canadian families get more money back, and in fact it's the most vulnerable that are actually much better off. The Conservative Party would take away the rebate. The Conservative leader in his climate plan is to let the planet burn. In fact, when the member for Calgary Forest Lawn was recently asked on television what is the Conservative Party's climate plan, he said the Conservative plan was to build more pipelines and produce more oil. And they're upset when people call them climate deniers. My goodness.
The Honourable Member from Colleagues, the honourable member from Port Moody Coquitlam.
Rent is due today, and for workers in Port Moody Coquitlam, that rent will cost over 50% of their monthly paycheck. And for the seniors facing rent eviction due to corporate investors buying up their affordable homes, they are facing homelessness. These out-of-touch Liberals created this mess alongside the cut-and-gut Conservatives who work for greedy corporations. Why are the Liberals dragging their feet when Canadians desperately need affordable rental homes now?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague sincerely for her advocacy for vulnerable people who are struggling with the cost of finding a place to live. The fact that people are in dire need of housing is why we have significantly increased the pace of introducing policies to build more homes in this country. We have removed taxes from new apartment construction so more apartments will be built. We have committed an additional $1 billion through the Affordable Housing Fund to get more affordable homes built for low-income families. And we put federal money on the table to incentivize cities to change their ways, to increase their ambition, and speed up the process of home building. We're going to continue to do what it takes to end the national housing crisis.
The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll thank the Minister for that response, but it's just not good enough because today rent is due and a new report just came out telling Edmontonians what we already know. Rent is going up and the number of available affordable homes is going down. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister turns a blind eye while Danielle Smith sells off affordable housing just to make her rich CEO friends happy. When will this government stop catering to rich CEOs and put forward a plan to build non-market and co-op housing so that working people can afford a home?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his advocacy as well, and we are committed to building more homes, including affordable housing for low-income families. In fact, in his own community recently, a Métis-led project is going ahead that will provide affordable homes for community residents and support for women and children fleeing violence. We have increased funding for cooperative housing for the first time in decades with a program to be launched soon, backed by $1.5 billion. We have increased funding for affordable housing in the recent Fall Economic Statement with an additional $1 billion. We have constructed or renovated hundreds of thousands of affordable housing units because we care about the most vulnerable and know that they deserve to have a roof over their head.
The honourable member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, supporting the growth and future of Indigenous communities is critical in advancing reconciliation, and this includes land. Last weekend, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations was in Nanaimo for the signing of a historic land reconciliation agreement. Can the Minister elaborate on how this historic agreement with the Snuneymuxw First Nation aligns with Canada's broader commitments to reconciliation and the protection of Indigenous rights?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for this very important question. The history of Canada is built on displacement of Indigenous peoples from their lands, which they hold very sacred. This landmark agreement with the Snuneymuxw First Nation involving the return of Camp Nanaimo lands represent a significant step in honoring our commitments to reconciliation. By returning these lands and supporting the nation's vision for development, we are rectifying past injustices and walking the path of reconciliation. I want to thank the tireless advocacy of generations of people who have advocated for this. Bravo. Thank you.
The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal coalition, Canadians cannot afford to eat. And forcing those who grow the food we need to pay the carbon tax is nonsensical policy. In fact, Vermeer's Dairy, a farm near Camrose, paid $1,700 in the carbon tax alone in December, and they expect that to double when the bill comes for this past January. And the Liberals will once again increase the carbon tax on April 1st. Can someone over there please stand up and admit that it's time to finally lower the cost of food by axing the tax so Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
being a farmer and being a former dairy farmer, it's hard to imagine what farmers had to deal with. With Hurricane Fiona, farmers woke up, went out to their barn, the barn was destroyed, the cattle were killed. They killed the the cattle themselves. That is a great cost to the cost of food, Mr. Speaker. I'm so proud to be part of a government that has an environmental plan that will make sure that we will continue to work with farmers and to make sure they're able to deal with the climate issues that they have to deal with in this country. We have and will continue to support farmers.
The honourable member from King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, today is the birthday of Vishali, the founder of Sidam Food Bank, which serves 3.17 million meals per month and delivers groceries to 3,000 seniors. The carbon tax has made life and food unaffordable for our seniors. The carbon tax is not an environmental plan, it's a tax plan. The Lashi's birthday wish today is to donate to Sidam Food Bank so he can provide more food for our seniors. Will these Liberals support the motion to stop the April 1st increase of their costly carbon tax so seniors can afford to eat?
The Honourable Minister for Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me emphasize once again that with this carbon plan, 8 out of 10 Canadian households do better than they would otherwise. So the question is, unless they revert to their platform commitment to the Aaron O'Toole Christmas wish book, where government will decide what they'll do with their money, what will they do with the cash that Canadians currently get, that seniors get every month, that seniors know that they can rely on, that they put towards food, that they put towards rent? Where will that money go, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, 40% of Nova Scotians are struggling to pay their electricity bills. Rates have jumped 14% in the last 2 years, and Nova Scotians have to choose between heating and eating. After 8 long years, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. This NDP Liberal government is going to make things worse on April 1st when their next tax hike comes into effect when they quadruple the carbon tax. Will this costly coalition show some common decency and cancel the tax hike so Nova Scotians can feed themselves, keep a roof over their heads, and keep the heat on?
Hear, hear. Hear. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The price on pollution is an affordability measure. The vast majority of Canadians receive more money through the carbon price than what they pay. Research from the University of Calgary shows that the Conservatives' plan to cut the carbon price will only benefit the richest 1% and hurt the other 99. While the Conservatives are fighting to give money to the rich and take money away from those who are most vulnerable, we are building a climate plan that addresses climate change in a manner that addresses...
If I could please ask all members to keep their comments to themselves. I've interrupted the minister. He still has 10 seconds on the clock. The honourable member from Cypress Hills Grasslands, I would ask him please to allow the minister to answer without interruption. The honourable minister has 10 seconds on the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, we have the reverse Robin Hoods over here who want to take money out of the pockets of the most vulnerable in Canada and give it to the wealthy in a manner that actually has nothing.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, people don't have enough money. Food banks were struggling over the holidays. And now we see the Bloc Québécois fully supporting Liberal policy, and they want to further increase the infamous carbon tax. There's a steep cost for voting for the Bloc Québécois because we know that the Bloc Québécois doesn't understand the reality of our regions. Will the Liberals come back to earth and support our common sense motion to not further increase the tax on April 1st? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many times I've risen in this House to explain to members of the Conservative Party that the federal carbon price does not apply to Quebec. It's that simple. The government of Quebec has its own cap-and-trade system that's been in place for more than a decade, well before the federal program. So if the member has an issue with that in Quebec, he can call the Premier of Quebec, François Legault. I'll be happy to give him his number. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Yesterday, the Minister of Heritage said that the federal government might offer more financial support to CBC, but CBC just announced that it will be laying off 600 people. Several analysts agree that these cuts that Catherine Tate, the CEO, decided on are premature and unfair to the Francophone network. Will the minister demand that Radio-Canada puts an end to this unfortunate decision before giving it access to more funding? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the CEO of CBC Radio-Canada said very clearly that these cuts had to do with the current financial situation of the public broadcaster. We know that Radio-Canada is very important in Quebec, and that is why we are currently looking at how we can better support CBC Radio-Canada so that it's sustainable in the long term, not just for this fiscal year, but long term. Of course, my goal is to protect jobs within Radio-Canada and within CBC. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, I think that answer shows that we have the same goal to preserve jobs. I think that demanding that the 600 jobs be kept at Radio-Canada would be the least of things before giving the broadcaster more money. And it's also a matter of fairness to private broadcasters who are struggling even more. Bell and TVA have had to lay off many people, hundreds of people. And the Meta News block is also undermining our media. So yes, we need to support Radio-Canada as long as jobs are protected, but will the minister also do her homework and help all of our broadcasters and media, electronic and printed, as well as Radio-Canada? The Honourable Minister. Yes, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to work hard to ensure that we support our information media, private, public, community and local media, which play an essential role in our communities throughout Canada. We have been there. We increased the payroll tax credit for newsrooms. We are also looking at the other measures we can take to better support this sector, because we know that it's essential to have quality media, especially to fight against misinformation and propaganda. Mr. Speaker, we continue to believe that that's the right thing to do. We will support our media.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The past president of the $1 billion Green Slush Fund shocked committee last night when she revealed that the government was warned of blatant conflicts of interest. The Prime Minister isn't worth the cost of his corrupted $1 billion Green Slush Fund. The Minister claimed that he learned in 2023, but we now know that the ministry was informed in 2019. After 8 years, Canadians can't believe a word from this NDP Liberal government. Right. So why is it that this minister chose to mislead Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour and Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. As soon as we found out about these alleged allegations, the Department of ISED acted quickly. The Minister of Innovation has already accepted the resignation of the CEO and chair. We take these allegations extremely serious, which is why we're doing proper due diligence. Our government is committed to ensuring that organizations would receive federal funding adhere to the highest standards of governments. We are committed to get to the bottom of these allegations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from South Shore St. Margaret's.
Well, the former CEO of the Liberal Green Slush Fund revealed, one, she warned Liberals that the Prime Minister's hand-picked chair, Annette Vacherian, should not be appointed because of her conflict of interest, and two, Green Slush Fund staff also told the Minister of this conflict, but Liberals appointed her anyway. Then Liberal board members went on to vote their own companies more than $20 million of Green Slush Fund money. Wow. Liberals had officials in every meeting, but did nothing about this corruption until it was in the media. Why did take a media story for the Liberals to act on this corruption?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour and Seniors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives will say anything to oppose fighting climate change, including saying they want to slash an organization that was voted in by this Parliament 2 decades ago. We're sticking to the facts and due process. We'll continue fighting to get to the bottom of this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
The The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
This NDP Liberal government has built the worst imaginable system for government contracting. Right. The Arrive Scam Watchdog report found that the government built a system where companies that charge the least are penalized. Imagine it. They actually built a system in which people are rewarded for charging a high price and punished for charging a lower price. Please, sir, we want to pay even more. No wonder this Prime Minister is so out of touch and isn't worth the cost. After 8 years, the only explanation for this is complete insanity or outright corruption. Which is it?
Yeah, which is it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. I also appreciate the report from the Ombudsman yesterday that released all of the issues that we've been talking about in our committee over this very issue. And we've taken those the recommendations, we've already started to act upon them, and we've already made some inclusions that the Ombudsman have identified. The member opposite, I know he uses that committee to do his TikTok videos, and he's very good at it, but what's really important is that we ensure that we improve procurement, and we're doing so, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member Dorval Lachine Lassalle.
Mr. Speaker, Telefilm Canada has always played an essential role in creating films and TV shows. Its productions reflect the diversity of our culture and showcases Canadian talent on the global stage. Over the last few years, there have been significant challenges. Can the Minister of Heritage tell the House about the supports in place to help the sector, promote Canadian content and Francophone content, and to support our content creators? Thank you. The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague, Mr. Speaker. She's completely right. We are very attached to our culture in Quebec and Canada. We like watching our productions. We are very proud of our stories, of who we are. And that is why yesterday I announced that we will be adding $50 million in funding. I was very pleased to announce this. We know that the Conservatives would cut that, as they did under the Harper government. They like to cut in culture and cut money to our public broadcasters. On this side of the House, we're talking about 140,000 jobs, and it's very important.
Like Eastman.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, our troops are being forced to use food banks and live in tents. According to the Halifax emergency manager, young soldiers are coming to work hungry. The Royal Canadian Legion in Nova Scotia said actively serving members are living rough in tents, living in their vehicles, couch surfing, and even entering into relationships to secure housing that have put them at risk of domestic violence. Why is this Liberal Defence Minister allow this to happen under his watch? Why is he failing our troops?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the member opposite is once again badly misinformed. And in fact, when this was reported in the press, the Canadian Armed Forces in Nova Scotia canvassed all of the members of the Armed Forces and determined that all of them were properly housed and that the reporting was false.
You're going to stick to that, Bill?
The Honourable Member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
We apologize.
That's actually not the facts, Mr. Speaker. Nearly 4,500 serving military members are currently awaiting housing, but the Liberals are building less than 20 homes per year for our troops. To add insult to injury, this Liberal minister just cut $1 billion from the defence budget, and a leaked report confirmed that the minister is hiking the rents up for our armed forces members. What? Our military heroes know that these Liberals are just not worth the cost. So why does the Prime Minister always shovel money into the pockets of consultants and Liberal insiders, but cut spending on the backs of our troops?
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
The member opposite, it's an extraordinary question coming from him in as much as he voted against the pay raise that we recently gave to the Canadian Armed Forces members. But, Mr. Speaker, he should also be aware that Canadian Armed Forces policy caps rents for all members using Armed Forces military housing at 25% of their gross income. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to support through making investments in Canadian Armed Forces housing and all of the supports that he keeps voting against.
The Honourable Member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, auto thefts are up a striking 34.1% after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government. In my home community of Kamloops,
there was recently a car chase that ended up with an RCMP cruiser getting rammed. And get this, Mr. Speaker, imagine our shock when the car was stolen. Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal government just isn't worth the cost when it comes to your own property and your own safety. When will this NDP Liberal government start putting Canadians and their property first ahead of fancy vacations and meaningless meetings?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government takes the alarming issue of auto theft very seriously.
Absolutely.
That's precisely why, Mr. Speaker, we invested, for example, with the Government of Ontario and local and provincial police forces, increased resources yesterday to ensure that we're doing collaboratively everything that we can do. We're going to add resources to the Border Services Agency. We're going to ensure that the RCMP can continue to partner in the organized crime work that they're doing. Mr. Speaker, we take this seriously,
Absolutely.
and we're going to bring this alarming level down very quickly.
The Honourable Member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, over 400,000 seniors, 77 and over, have successfully applied to the Canadian Dental Care Plan since our government launched the plan in December.
Thanks to the NDP.
These numbers demonstrate strong support for this plan, including seniors in my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga. Conservatives voted against funding toward the dental plan, despite 1 in 4 Canadians reported they could not afford the cost of their dental care. Can the Minister of Health please update the House on our work to provide accessible and affordable dental care for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Kitchener-Conestoga for his advocacy to make sure that oral health is available for all Canadians. You know, it is now available for those that are 72 and older, and it's going to be rolling out to 9 million Canadians. That's 3.5 million seniors, more than 1 million kids under 18. It's deeply disappointing that the Conservatives are voting against this and looking to get rid of dental care. It's not only essential as a preventative medicine, but for the dignity of seniors who are finally being able to replace their dentures and get the oral health care they need.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this government says it respects reproductive rights, but the closure of Clinic 554 means that Fredericton is without a single provider for a safe, trauma-informed abortion care. Despite the Prime Minister campaigning on keeping this clinic open, he has failed to protect the charter right to abortion. And Conservatives, they are actively threatening this right through backdoor legislation. Abortion rights are human rights. Will the minister enforce the Canada Health Act and protect abortion rights in New Brunswick?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, ensuring that women across this country have access to the health care that they need to protect their reproductive and sexual health is absolutely essential. And of course, we did withhold funding from New Brunswick because of the lack of funding for Clinic 554. They made the decision on their own to shut down, but we're deeply concerned with the impact that this is going to have on the ability of women to get access to an abortion. I have already reached out to the government of New Brunswick. We're continuing a conversation because it's essential that those services be kept open to women across the country and certainly in New Brunswick.
The Honourable Member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, some UNRWA personnel are said to have participated in the October 7th Hamas terror attack. However, Canada has sent UNRWA $48 million by the time the government got around to suspending its funding. Aside from transparency, timing, and creative accounting, International Development and Global Affairs are now shocked to learn taxpayer dollars have been going to an agency joined at the fanatical hip with Hamas. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister of International Development still think UNRWA is a trusted agency, or has he finally recognized that taxpayers don't like funding an agency linked to a listed terror group?
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Mr. Speaker, these allegations are very disturbing. We've expressed our concerns to the head of UNRWA, Philippe Lazzarini. We're encouraged by the fact that the United Nations has launched an investigation. While we wait for the results of that investigation, we are upping our support, increasing our support to the tune of $40 million to support trusted international partners on the ground that are delivering much-needed life-saving supplies. But, Mr. Speaker, what we will not do is jump to conclusions and smear a UN body, like the leader of the official opposition. So if the honourable member wants to do that.
And so comes the end of question period for today. Point of order. I recognize the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot, who is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As it was brought up a number of times in question period in relation to the Parliamentary Budget Office.
I'm going to ask all members, please, to carry your conversations outside of the House so that I can hear the point of order that the honourable member is trying to raise. For all those who could hear my voice, could you just please say shh? Thank you. The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot from the top, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm always happy to speak up in this place. Mr. Speaker, since it was brought up a number of times in question period, I'm hoping that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to table the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report that says very clearly that more Canadians do not get...
So, I regret the honourable member. I'm hearing many no's from here. I'd encourage all members, when you're seeking unanimous support, to please negotiate it in advance with the different House leaders. I would like turn to the honourable opposition House leader, the député de Mégantic-les-Rables pour poser la question du jeudi.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et ça me fait plaisir de souhaiter la bienvenue au ministre d'État à la Chambre des...
There's the government House leader. Over the next few weeks and months, I have a question for this honourable House leader. Has the government decided to put forward interesting subjects for us next week? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Now the new leader of the government in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my Quebecois colleague. And we are going to continue to let the good times roll here in the House of Commons. We always have interesting subjects to debate at all times because we continue to table interesting bills. And tomorrow we'll study Bill C-57.
The 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine will be the subject of debate. When we return on Monday, we will call Bill C-59, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2023.
I would also like to inform the Chamber that Tuesday and Thursday will be allotted days. On Wednesday, we will start a debate on Bill C-62 with regards to medical assistance in dying. That was tabled earlier today by my honourable colleague, the Minister for Health. Mr. Speaker, have a good weekend and thank you for your attention.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des...
Government order, resuming debate on the opposition motion regarding the carbon tax in the name of Mr. Poilievre. The honourable member for King's Hants.
12 minutes.
12 minutes left. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will go back to my points, those I was making just before question period. The Conservatives never speak about rebates that go back to families and companies in Canada. 100% of revenue from the price on pollution goes back to families and companies. The costs associated with climate change are huge. Costs to all three levels of government, costs for individuals who have to sign insurance papers. 77 jurisdictions throughout the world have a form of pollution pricing and carbon pricing. It's not just Canada that's doing this. Finally, the reality is that we can link a fight against climate change and fight for affordability. This reality seems not to be possible, according to the Conservatives, but on this side of the aisle, we believe that it's very important to do both together.
Mr. Speaker, to King's Hants, my riding in Nova Scotia, and I want to talk about affordability and environmental action at the same time. Mr. Speaker, we introduced a heat pump program in 2022. It was called simply Oil to Heat Pump Program, and it was to help individuals be able to make a transition who are on home heating oil. Mr. Speaker, there are 1 million Canadian households that still use heating oil in this country. 286,000 of them are in Atlantic Canada, but they are spread all across this country. And the evidence would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the majority of people that still use heating oil are people who are lower income and do not have the ability to actually transition off that fuel source itself. And that is exactly why the government introduced a $10,000 program to help people be able to make that transition. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I would go out in my riding this past summer, I would talk to seniors in my riding who would say, Cody, this is a great program, but the project is about $15,000 or $16,000. By the time I put the heat pumps into my home, I get the electricity, I upgrade things in my house, it's a little bit more than the $10,000. And I really can't afford that. I don't have the money to be able to make that transition. Because of the leadership of members of parliament on this side and the government listening, we've introduced a program that is going to help provide up to $20,000 to households that are below the provincial median income in Nova Scotia, in New Brunswick, if New Brunswick wants to sign on with Premier Higgs, certainly in Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland, Labrador, and I know conversations are happening between the governments of Manitoba and the governments of British Columbia as well. This is a program that's opened across the country where 3/4 of the money is being paid by the Government of Canada, $15,000, $5,000 is coming in for the provinces. And I remember having a conversation, Madam Speaker, with the member from South Shore St. Margaret's a few weeks before Christmas. And I compared it to this. Here is our affordability plan. We've paused home heating oil, the carbon price, for 3 years to help people utilize this program I just talked about to be able to make a transition. And I said to the member from South Shore St. Margaret's, I said, your affordability plan is to take 17 cents off a litre of home heating oil. Now, make no mistake, Madam Speaker, that is extremely important in today's context. But what we're offering is not only that 17 cents a litre right now, we're offering a long-term savings where people can save up to thousands of dollars a year by being able to move over to a heat pump, which is more affordable than home heating oil. So it's not slogans, Madam Speaker, it's solutions. That's what we're focused on. And guess what? That's good for the environment, Madam Speaker, but it's also good for affordability. And that's what I'm focused on as well, is affordability for my constituents. Of course, the Conservatives are opposed to that. How about the fact that we've increased the rural rebate, Madam Speaker? I represent the type of riding in Atlantic Canada where my constituents don't have the same public transit options that are available to other Canadians in particularly more urban areas. I was very pleased to see the government be able to make changes that help ensure greater equity under the system to ensure that as we return the proceeds of the carbon price, which of course 8 out of 10 families receive more money back, that we're being mindful of how rural families are impacted in that. That is something this government has done. And that is something that Liberal members of Parliament have been able to adjust policies because we've actually asked important, intelligent questions. We haven't just got up and said we want to get rid of carbon pricing altogether in the country. We've achieved more in terms of the adjustments than the Conservatives had in 8 years, just as they denigrate the policy. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say one thing. Conservatives don't just oppose carbon pricing, they oppose all forms of what this government is doing on climate change. And let me give you a few examples. Madam Speaker, C-49. And, you know, again, I will give the Conservatives their due. In a world of communications, you have to be slick in terms of how you communicate to the public. Not everyone watches the House of Commons, of course. So they have a line called technology, not taxes. And it's the idea that basically we will look on focusing on renewable energy, I presume, or different types of technology to help drive down emissions. Great. I believe in that too. I think the price signal is important. They actually support one another. But here we have an example in Atlantic Canada, Madam Speaker. This is a bill that would actually amend the Atlantic Accords. This is the agreement between Nova Scotia and the federal government, and Newfoundland and Labrador and the federal government. The reason why it's joint partnership is it was tied to the oil and gas development that happened in the 1980s. So this is extremely important in Atlantic Canada, Madam Speaker. We take this seriously, the Atlantic Accords. And I remember when the legislation was introduced before Christmas. It is just as simple as allowing those provisions to extend to the regulation of offshore wind, which plays into green hydrogen, which we all know is a technology that can help bring down emissions, and it's really good for jobs. I thought this was going to get unanimous approval. I didn't think there'd be any issue. But the Conservatives gave us a gift because they stepped up and they basically went against their own slogan. They don't even support the type of technology that can help bring down emissions and drive really good jobs to Atlantic Canada. And my job, Madam Speaker, is not only to talk about why that's important to the region I represent, but it's to highlight and to try to actually parse out what it is the Conservatives don't like about this bill. And I sat at Natural Resources Committee for 2 hours this week, Madam Speaker. The Minister from Natural Resources came to appear. 2 hours later, I still haven't heard a very credible idea about why the Conservatives are actually against this. And it's part of a continuing trend, Madam Speaker, because guess what? Under the Harper government, you'll remember the member from Cumberland Colchester at the time, Bill Casey, actually left the Conservative caucus. Why did he leave the Conservative caucus? Because Harper was trying to impact and denigrate the Atlantic Accords. Let's not forget that the last Conservative Prime Minister.
I just want to maybe ask the Sergeant at Arms to maybe go and quell the noise that's in the entrance, the hallway there. The Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
I believe I have about 5 minutes left, Madam Speaker. Thank you for trying to keep the decorum. I think they're probably cheering so loudly in the back benches, but that's good. We'll get them calmed down so for interpretation in here. But remember, the last Conservative Prime Minister in this country called Atlantic Canada a culture of defeat. That was Stephen Harper. Now, I haven't heard it from the member of Carleton. He was part of his government. But as we try to drive economic opportunities in Atlantic Canada, the Conservative Party suggests that it knows better than the duly elected Conservative Premier from Nova Scotia and the Premier from Newfoundland and Labrador. These provinces want to agree to these provisions. They want to move quickly because we're in a global race. And to listen to the way in which the Conservative Party suggests they know better than the governments of my region is unbelievable, actually. And it's, I don't have words for it, but I'm going to make sure that Atlantic Canadians know, and we're going to make sure that Nova Scotians know as well. Last bit I'll say is the Conservatives don't believe in the price signal for carbon pricing, which can actually help drive economic models. But I guess they talk about technology, not taxes, but how do you actually get it? How do you incentivize companies to want to invest in the technologies that are going to drive emissions down? We hear the member from Carleton talking about that all the time. The member from South Shore St. Margaret's made it very clear at Natural Resources Committee he doesn't believe that there's a role for public funding in these types of technologies. He was talking about projects like Everwind, which could be billions of dollars to Nova Scotia. He was running that project down, Madam Speaker. It was disappointing to hear, and I think it symbolizes where the Conservative Party is at right now on this conversation. So, clean fuel regulations, Conservatives are against it. Oil and gas caps, emission cap, which, you know, Madam Speaker, I can appreciate that has particular sensitivities in Western Canada, perhaps Newfoundland, Labrador. I have stood in this House. I believe in Canadian oil and gas sector, but I've also said that we need to make sure that we can find ways to use things like nuclear technology, like green hydrogen, to help bring down the emission intensity of the barrel of Canadian oil in a world where we become more constrained on demand, that Canadian oil is not only competitive on price, but it's competitive on carbon intensity. But again, that's what this cap can help do by working with industry. Conservatives oppose it. And I also want to talk about how the environmental policies of this government actually can lead to positive outcomes for farmers and foresters, particularly through offset protocol. And this is something that I'll say in this House. I'd like to give a nudge to the ministry at ECCC. I think they've done some good work, but I'd like to see more on offset protocols around farming practices and forestry. How can we change the conversation that the carbon price, notwithstanding Conservatives aren't helping on that about the economic ability, but how do we turn that into actually the environmental policies of the government create huge economic opportunities for our farmers to support the good, sustainable practices they are doing, and to also make sure our forestry sector is supported? I'd like to see a little bit more on that. Madam Speaker, I have about 1 minute, just so I can be sure. Can you guide me here in terms of about a little over 1 minute? What I would say is this: we also have to give some context to what is happening around the world. The European Union, the United Kingdom, the Biden administration right now in the U.S. are all talking about carbon pricing adjustments at their border. They are talking about putting carbon pricing as part of our economic trading model. And so I have to ask my Conservative colleagues that if we are going to cut carbon pricing altogether in this country, what could that mean for our industry, who then otherwise is going to face tariff barriers at those potential borders as we start to line this up? Canada has a tremendous opportunity. Our industries are sustainable, they're world-class, and they're innovative. And by the existing carbon price right now, we could have a global advantage, as that is the way in which the world is potentially heading. We should be focused on that. And I ask my question, why would the Conservatives want to be able to mess with that? Why would they talk about eliminating it altogether? If they have good, thoughtful ideas on adjustments, they should be bringing those forwards, but I'm not hearing a whole lot. I look forward to the 10 minutes of questions and continued debate here today, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy that the member opposite likes our idea about technology, not taxes. And what I would inform him is that the U.S. is actually the only country in the world that met their Paris targets. And they did that by providing capital incentives to industry to reduce emissions, by implementing more nuclear technology and more green technology. And I think that is the right direction. Would he admit that since the carbon tax is not helping the Liberals meet any of their emissions targets, that it's time to abandon that, cap the increased plan for April 1st, and focus instead on the same kind of incentives that were successful for the U.S.?
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Madam Speaker, I'll reject part of the question. I would agree with the honourable member that nuclear technology is extremely important. It's going to be part of where we have to get in terms of net neutral. I'm proud to have been a member of Parliament and continue to be a member of Parliament calling for the government to do more on this, and we have done more. And I'm very proud of the fact that nuclear is now part of green bonds. I agree with the approach that the government is taking on the investment tax credits in this domain in terms of trying to match and line up with what the United States is doing. But make no mistake, if you talk to CEOs and leaders of companies, whether in the clean energy sector or not, the carbon price is an important signal to actually help justify investments to lower. I would encourage that member to go speak to companies and businesses in the country that actually believe that the carbon price is an important signal, and they actually want some certainty about whether or not it'll stay, because it is driving $1 billion of investment in clean energy right now in this country, in her province, in mine, all across.
Des commentaires, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like my colleague to tell me what we can do on the ground for our farmers, for those who decide to engage in responsible practices. Should they not be rewarded for this? Someone who knows what the best practices are and doesn't have to rely on the government's goodwill, so that these people our farmers can invest in a way that is environmentally positive.
Donc, par exemple,
well, with respect to Bill 34, I am in agreement. With respect to the importance of our farmers, we should recognize their hard work in sustainable farming, and that is why I raised the point regarding offset credits brought in by the Government of Canada in the context of cultural standards. These farmers should be paid for their hard work, quite aside from the government. Companies like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and so on should also provide compensation in this area.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wonder if thank you, the member, for the speech. And I just wonder if the member could really bring some reality to this chamber, because I know we've had conversations back and forth between the Conservatives and the Liberals, and the Conservatives keep going with their slogans, but they seem to be out of touch with reality. So I wonder if the Liberals could just talk a little bit about how rebates and income back to families matters in this country.
Honourable member for King's Hands.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. I think I mentioned in my remarks what is a little bit unfortunate is the Conservative Party have sought to denigrate the idea of carbon pricing so much that it is all that ails Canadians. That what we see in challenges around affordability is tied to one policy. That is not the case. There's many other external factors. But one of the things that I think is perhaps the most unfortunate is there hasn't been a recognition from the opposition benches in the way in which the government went about establishing the policy is that more money goes back to families than they pay in, 8 out of 10. That has been established by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. And so if the Conservatives are talking about eliminating the carbon price, one, I have concerns about what that means economically in terms of where the world is headed and what it means for those businesses. When I talked to the question from the member from Sarnia-Lambton, but it also means that we're taking money away from vulnerable households in the country that actually generally receive more money back than they pay in. And that is where we have to take this conversation so that Canadians understand the way in which the policy works, the fact that there is rebates, because if you listen to the opposition benches, you would never know that, and the fact that if they were to cut that policy, it would actually hurt many vulnerable Canadian families.
Comments, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, the honourable member for King's Hands. One debate we have never had in this place is a debate on whether any of the claims about nuclear energy are remotely true. They're not. Nuclear energy is expensive, it's not a solution to the climate crisis, and while solar and wind costs have plummeted from 2009 to 2021, solar's dropped by 90%. Onshore wind has dropped by 72%, but nuclear energy has increased by 36%. It is in the way of replacing carbon electricity. It is not helping us. I'd like to have that debate in this place. Would he be prepared to ensure that the government put forward a reasonable debate on the evidence to assess whether nuclear is an asset or in the way of climate action?
The honourable member for King's Hands.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member knows that I don't have the power to persuade the government to do anything necessarily in this House. I can certainly be a voice. Couple of things I would say. The honourable member and I would have some shared things that I would want to focus on, which is, yes, solar, wind, renewable electricity. And I know she'll be a supporter, I presume, I hope, of C-49, which is the Atlantic Offshore Accords Act, which will actually drive the opportunity for green hydrogen. But she and I would differ in terms of the importance of nuclear. The lights that are in this building right now are generated by 60% of nuclear energy in Ontario. Yes, is there important considerations that have to be made in each jurisdiction about the cost mechanism and how best to be able to move forward? Yes, but I think it is a technology amongst the many that she mentioned that are going to have to drive our zero-emission future. And we can have that debate if the House allows us to have it. If not, we can have a nice drink outside and talk about it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. John Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend and colleague from King Hands for his wonderful speech. Madam Speaker, I want to also congratulate him for his leadership as chair of Atlantic Caucus, for what he did advocating our government for the pause on the carbon price for home heating fuel and the doubling of the rural rebate. But my question to him today, Madam Speaker, is this. We often hear across the aisle about axe to tax and the carbon price and triple, but not once do we ever hear about the climate check that comes back to Canadians 4 times a year. I know many constituents in my riding appreciate that very much, and for 8 out of 10 houses, they get more back than they actually spend in the increase. I'd like a comment from my colleague. Thank you.
The King's Hands.
Madam Speaker, the good people of St. John Rossi have a real champion here in Ottawa, and he gave a compliment, but let me say I know the honourable member, I believe, has indicated he won't be reoffering in this place come next election. It'll be a great loss to Parliament because he is one of the best constituency and advocate in Ottawa for his people. And I watch his social media. He never forgets where he comes from. He's always out on the go. And what I would say is, again, what I've said to other colleagues here today is the entire conversation for the Conservatives is talking about the price signal, but they never talk about the rebates that come back to Canadian families. And in his writing, that is 8 out of 10 families receive more money back. Now, again, the Conservatives are not talking about the fact if they were to cut that, what that would mean for families in St. John Rossi and indeed across the country. And I think it's important for him and all of us here to make sure that we're reminding colleagues about that.
Brief question, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been around this place long enough to
recall this carve-out that was implemented in Atlantic Canada, and it was as a result of bad polling numbers and the fact that the carbon tax is not well received in Atlantic Canada. This is why the Atlantic Caucus forced the Prime Minister to do this carve-out. Can the honourable member honestly tell this House that his constituents support a quadrupling of the carbon tax, meaning that everything is going to cost them more by the time the carbon tax is fully implemented? Can he honestly stand here and say that his constituents approve of that?
Answer from the honourable member for King's Hands.
Speaker, I hope you'll give me a little bit of time. What I want to say is what drove that policy was actually focusing on vulnerable households. The member knows that this is a policy that applies across the country. I won't apologize for fighting for my region that is energy insecure, and we had to have some adjustments to a national policy. That makes a difference across the country, including in his own riding. This was driven about equity in a national policy. And what I want to also say is when he talks about quadrupling, the whole goal here is to be able to reduce the actual reliance on carbon. So the goal will be eventually people are not paying the price because we've been able to help them move over. I'll give you one quick example, Madam Speaker. On heat pumps, the whole goal here is to help people remove their use on home heating oil. It's a good affordability measure. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Barrie, Springwater, Oromadonte. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to rise on behalf of my constituents in the common sense riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are hurting. They're hurting because of bad policies.
For a second, I want to remind members if they want to have conversations to please take them out. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Common sense conservatives have a real plan to turn that hurt into hope. It starts with axing the carbon tax that's pushing up the cost of everything. Canadians understand that when a government has an official policy to increase the cost of energy, it increases the cost of everything that requires energy, which is everything. Yet this socialist coalition thinks Canadians are stupid. They think all they need to do is slap a new label on their carbon tax, and Canadians will just forgive them for increasing the cost of living. Unfortunately, they're not the only ones who think Canadians can be fooled. The far-left media allies are already hard at work rebranding the carbon tax. It's no longer a carbon tax. Now they call it a carbon price. How long before the CBC starts to rebrand income taxes as a price on earnings? They can rebrand GST as a price on shopping. They can call it whatever they want, but Canadians know that a tax is a tax is a tax. It doesn't matter how much the Liberals burn to keep their gas lights burning bright. The truth outshines it all. The truth is their carbon tax is going up in April. And so long as these proud socialists hold on to power, it'll go up year after year after year. It'll keep going up until they've redistributed every last dollar from hardworking Canadians in small towns without transit and giving it to wealthy urban elite, like the finance minister who brags about how easy it is for her to get around without a car. Of course, most Canadians would find it a lot easier with a personal chauffeur, a six-figure salary, and a taxpayer-funded luxury SUV. But what about Canadians like Edmund? Edmund lives on a fixed income. His after-tax income is $20,000. He just received his climate bribe for this fiscal quarter. He also received his natural gas bill for December. The carbon tax on that bill was $72.36. That means he paid $9.41 in HST on the carbon tax. That's just 1 month of winter. 1 month eats up half the quarterly rebate, and that's before Edmund has driven a single kilometer. I'd seek unanimous consent to table his tax statement and gas bills, but I already know these Liberals are too cowardly to face the truth. They would prefer to stay in their nostalgia-infused fever dream where everything is awesome. They desperately want to take Canada back to the 1960s, where the CBC was popular, the UN was relevant, and Canadians loved a prime minister named Trudeau. They really believe they can control the weather with a tax. Just wave their Liberal wand and say, zap, you're frozen. Only a Liberal could summon the level of arrogance required to believe that if they just tax Canadians hard enough, it'll stop flooding. The carbon tax is about punishing the types of Canadians these Liberals call unacceptable and rewarding the ones who vote for them. It's a tax plan, not an environmental plan. The fact is, it's being generous to even call it a plan. Their agenda is a little more than a string of slogans like 30 by 30 or net zero. Now they've gone on an all-expensive, dirty electric batteries, just as the oil and gas industry is discovering vast reserves of clean hydrogen. That's why they're adopting Soviet-style car sales mandates. The only way their battery subsidies won't bankrupt us is if they force people to buy cars that don't work in the cold weather. And before any of my colleagues jump up and shout about what all those electric cars in Norway are doing, I would remind them that the average temperature in January in Ottawa is 3 times colder than Oslo. Even their net zero promise is a fantasy. The only way to reach net zero is with direct carbon capture, but it takes a lot of energy to remove carbon dioxide molecules when they only make up 0.04% of the atmosphere. Yet these proud socialists oppose cheap electricity. Many of these radical environmentalists even oppose carbon capture. They claim it's a way of keeping using oil and gas. But if all the emissions are captured, why would they still oppose it? Unless this was never about reducing emissions in the most economically sensible way. It's about reducing capitalism and increasing the size and scope of the state. Madam Speaker, this has never been about reducing emissions. Last month, I reached out to the Ministers of Agriculture and the Environment. I asked if they could provide technical experts to come and explain the government's proposed protocol to reduce enteric emissions from beef cattle to farmers in my riding. After watching this train wreck of a government mishandle the communications about reducing nitrogen emissions on farms, I wanted to make sure my constituents knew exactly what the government was proposing. I naively thought this government would jump at the chance to prevent misinformation or promote their protocol. Instead, both offices took a pass on the offer. Considering the massive farm protests in Europe, a competent government would have jumped at the chance to engage with farmers. So it was left to me to explain to farmers what this socialist coalition government was proposing. Reducing enteric emissions is bureaucratic language for reducing cow burps. The proposal is that farmers could undertake measures to reducing methane emitted from belching beef cattle. In return, they'd receive offset credits for every ton of methane they reduce from a set baseline. Several farmers in my riding are pioneers in the field of capturing emissions. I wanted to ensure they'd earn the credits for the innovations they're already undertaking. Farmers like the Clazy brothers, who built Canada's first biodigester to turn manure into electricity that they could sell back into the grid. Farmers like Don Russell, whose patented technology eliminates methane from manure. As a member of Parliament for these leading-edge farmers, I wanted to make sure they knew what was coming. While they had many questions, everything always circled back to the bottom line. How much will it cost? How much will they earn? Basic questions everyone operating a business will ask. Unfortunately, the government doesn't have those answers, and not just because they couldn't be bothered to drive up to the Ottawa Valley. The government doesn't have the answer because it doesn't know. They even admit it on their website. Here's what the government says about the price of carbon offset credit. Quote, "The price of offset credits is primarily influenced by supply and demand. If there are many offset credits available with little demand, prices will be low. If there are few offset credits available and a large demand, prices will be higher." End quote. There it is, in digital black and white. The offset credit is the real carbon price, a price that emerges from the intersection of supply and demand. A tax is set by government decree. The carbon tax is not a price on pollution. It's a tax on energy. It's a tax on mobility. It's a tax on life. The government knows what the tax on carbon is. And Canadians know the tax on carbon is going up April 1st. That's why Conservatives are calling on this government to cancel the tax hike. Canadians know we are going to axe the tax, just like Canadians know that we'll build more homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. The longer this tired, flailing NDP Liberal Socialist coalition ignores the will of Canadians, the bigger the reckoning will be. To increase the tax when everyone knows it's not long for this world is to rub salt in the wounds of high inflation. No amount of rebranding, gaslighting, or fear-mongering will work. It's time for them to listen to Canadians struggling with the cost of living, fueled by reckless Liberal spending. It's time for them to stop punishing Canadians for heating their homes. It's time for common sense.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would ask for the member to provide some comment as to the Conservative members, including herself, often talk about the impact of the carbon tax, how it's increasing inflation, and they try to give this false impression that we're talking like 4 or 5 or even higher in terms of percentages. And yet I want to quote, if I can, Madam Speaker, the Bank of Canada, and this comes from the Governor. And I quote, the contribution that is making to inflation 1 year to the next is relatively small. If you want me to put a number on it, it's in the range of 0.15%. So it's quite small. End of quote. Interesting, from Statistics Canada suggests carbon tax increases the average cost of food by about 0.33%. Relative to what they would be in the absence of the carbon tax. Can she explain to why it is that the Conservative Party of Canada today continues to want to mislead Canadians on such an important issue of inflation?
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will say that getting rid of the carbon tax will decrease inflation immediately by 20%. Now, let me give a real-life example of what their carbon tax is doing. It takes energy to cut the trees that are...
I'm not sure what's going on here, but there seems to be more than a couple of people wanting to chime in on this response or make comments. I would just ask them to please hold off. The Honourable for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke has the floor.
Okay, let's talk about how the carbon tax is exacerbating one of the most critical pieces of Canadian life right now, our housing crisis. So to cut the lumber, you need a machine to take down the trees. That machine takes energy. Then you need a machine to drag those logs out of the forest. And then you need another picker to pick them up and put them on the truck and that takes energy. And then the truck has to go to the sawmill, and that takes energy and carbon tax on the fuel for the truck. And then it gets to the sawmill and it gets taken off, and then the people who work at the lumber mill have to saw those logs so that they can be in the right shape to make homes. Well, that sawing takes energy and it increases, there's a tax on that. Finally, it gets shipped to the lumber yard, and the lumber yard brings it to the job site, and that costs carbon tax. And all those taxes at each step along the way is one of the reasons their carbon tax is...
Okay. I have to allow for other questions. The Honourable Député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's always very interesting. So she feels that a carbon tax is not a price on pollution. When I go to the grocery store and buy oranges, I get a resource, oranges, and I pay the price. When I buy paper, that's a resource, and the you pay a price to purchase that. And in other provinces, except Quebec, when I use a resource that involves CO2.
I just want to remind members that if they want to have cross conversations, to please take it outside. I'm sure that when they are up standing and answering questions or delivering their speeches, they don't appreciate when other people are actually interrupting them. So I would ask all members to please be respectful.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, simply, when you go to the store and you buy oranges or paper or any resource, you pay a price for that. There's an amount. And when there's pollution, there's a tax. Well, there's a price for that pollution. My colleague seems to think that that's not a price on pollution. So I just simply like a point of clarification. What is her definition of a price?
Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, well, I explained that in the supply and demand. But just because a carbon tax is not itemized on your grocery bill doesn't mean it's not there. It's insidious. It's hidden. And talk about groceries. They want to get rid of all one-use plastics. How are we going to get our fresh oranges that the member just talked about? You have to put them in plastic to protect them. If you go to Florida and you pick them up, it's in the plastic netting. But what's more, a study came out today, and to get the value and the benefit of any reduction in use of petroleum products out of a reusable grocery bag, you have to use that bag 710 times. You get more uses out of a plastic grocery bag that you can line your waste paper basket with.
I'll take a brief question from the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona. Oh, Edmonton, Strathcona, sorry.
We are very close, and unfortunately we sit side by side, so it makes it harder. I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention today. I want to start with the fact that she started her intervention talking about the Socialist Coalition, which makes me think she doesn't understand what socialism or a coalition is. But I did want to say that from my perspective, what I see is both the Liberals and the Conservatives supporting big oil time and time again. And so I thought of a few other names. We have the Corporate Coalition, the Corrupt Coalition, the Co-opted by Big Oil Corporation, which in fact is CBC. So we could use CBC as an acronym. So what I want to know is, why does this member always side with big oil and never side with the people in Canada that expect our oil and gas companies to pay their fair share?
A brief answer from the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps the member doesn't realize I'm from Ontario, but what I do support is the ability for my constituents and all Canadians to live a good life, to have a house to live in, to have food to eat, and to have the hope for a future and a peaceful retirement where they don't have to worry about money when they go to sleep at night.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Here. Thank you to my one fan from Barrie Innisfil. Madam Speaker, it is an honor to be here today and partake in this important discussion. It's a tough act to follow. My colleague from Renfrew there, she did a great job. Thank you for that. But as I said, a little bit tough to follow up on that. It's an honor to take part in this very important and timely debate on behalf of the great people of Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte. I have received countless communications from residents in my community who are concerned about the inflationary pressures they're facing due to the government's reckless policies. Under this Liberal government, there have been a record 2 million food bank visits in a single month. Housing costs have doubled. Mortgage payments are 150% higher than in 2015. Violent crime is up 39%. Tent cities exist in almost every major city, and over 50% of Canadians are $200 or less away from going broke. Just when it feels like it's all become too much, on top of the 30-year inflation highs that Canadians are facing just to live, this Prime Minister will increase the cost of the carbon tax on April 1st to reach $75 a metric ton. The impact will continue to increase as the per-ton rate will rise to $170 by 2030. This will send families in my community into further economic despair. Despite being given every opportunity to make life more affordable for Canadians by removing the tax on their gas, home heating, and groceries, the Liberals, the NDP, and the Bloc all vote time and time again to raise taxes on the backs of hardworking Canadians who are struggling to feed their families. At the centre of this crisis is our hardworking Canadian farmers who work day in and day out to grow and raise the food that we eat and are disproportionately impacted by the carbon tax. Conservative Private Members Bill C-234 has returned to the House and, if passed in its original form, would bring down both the cost of groceries and the tax burden on our hardworking farmers by giving farmers a carbon tax carve-out for grain drying, barn heating, and other operations. This bill would make the cost of food more affordable for everyone by saving farmers almost $1 billion between now and 2030, according to the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer. But while C-234 passed in the House, the Prime Minister's Senate appointees gutted our common sense bill under pressure from the Environment Minister, who threatened to quit if the bill was passed. The Liberal, NDP, and Bloc members who represent farmers, rural Canadians, and any Canadian who is struggling to afford their grocery bill have this opportunity to reject the gutting of this legislation and bring home lower food prices for all Canadians. I sincerely hope they do the right thing. Farmers in my riding are counting on legislation like Bill C-234, and I do wish to highlight a few of their stories. I have here with me, and I'll use this as reference, a bill from Enbridge Gas for a chicken farmer who's in my area. This is a large poultry operation. The bill in my hand shows a carbon tax of $2,700 on the cost of the fuel they use to dry their grains. The overall bill was just over $9,000, so 1/3 of that, not including the HST that's being put on the bill, is the carbon tax. Shockingly, this carbon tax is actually more than the value of the gas before delivery and global adjustment. Moving on to the poultry side of their operation. This farm pays a comparable tax on the cost to heat their barns. Every 24 weeks, they place over 3,000 day-old breeder chicks in their barns. These barns need to be heated to 32 degrees Celsius, as the chicks are so small they cannot heat themselves. This temperature is slowly reduced as the chicks grow stronger. The cost to heat their barns during this placement is approximately $7,000, with approximately 1/3 of that cost being the carbon tax. Wow. It appears that some of my colleagues from places like Toronto and Vancouver are not aware of how essential it is for farmers to dry their grain and heat their barns. It is a necessity, not a luxury, and there is no alternative. The burden that this misguided tax places on farmers has a direct impact on the cost of food for Canadians. Farmers in my riding know better than anyone. When you tax the farmer who grows the food and you tax the trucker who transports the food, you tax the Canadians who buys the food, making everything more expensive. This is especially true for families in my community who are struggling to put food on their tables. Food bank usage is at an all-time high. Between April 1st, 2022 and March 31st, 2023, over 800,000 people in Ontario alone accessed a food bank. In total, there are 5.9 million visits to a food bank in this time period. The Barrie Food Bank, which is located in my riding, is currently seeing an incredibly high demand for services. In October, the Barrie Food Bank assisted nearly 7,000 clients, including 731 first-time visitors, which amounts to a 94% increase from last year alone. Sharon Palmer, the executive director of the Barrie Food Bank, told CTV News that, quote, "We are seeing more employed people than ever before, more large families, seniors, and more people on government support programs. The crisis is getting worse. Projections show that in 2024, there will be a 2.5% to 4.5% increase in food prices, with meat, vegetables, and bakery items rising from 5 to 7%. Because of these rapidly rising prices, according to the 2024 Canada Food Price Report, quote, "It is important to note that Canadians are actually spending less on food despite inflation. Food retail sales data indicates a decline from a monthly spend of $261 per capita in August 2022 to a monthly spend of $252 per capita in August 2023, indicating that Canadians are reducing their expenditures on groceries either by reducing the quantity of food they buy or by buying substitute, less expensive alternatives. That means Canadians are skipping meals. They're buying lesser quality food. This is unacceptable in a G7 country and the costly carbon tax is only making these inflationary pressures worse for Canadians who are struggling. I also have, and I'll use this for reference, another bill from Enbridge. This is a senior in my area named Diane. Diane's in her 80s and lives off a pension. She intentionally reduces the heat in her apartment to keep it low. Nonetheless, keeping it low, she still has a bill here that's over $22 for the gas alone, and the carbon tax is $21. She's paying almost as much in carbon tax, not including the HST, as she is for the gas itself, just to heat her apartment. This is unacceptable. Let me know that Diane is struggling, but we're here to try and help her by reducing the tax. The total cost of her bill for a month was $108. Seniors, especially those on fixed incomes like Diane, cannot afford yet another carbon tax increase. They are choosing between putting food on the table and heating their homes, and the Liberal government simply doesn't care. The Prime Minister and his Environment Minister have touted this costly tax program as being a great deal for Canadians. When it was first announced, they made it sound too good to be true. First, it would fight climate change, and second, it wouldn't cost you a cent because the government would rebate whatever you spent. We know now that this is not the case. In fact, the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that what many common sense Canadians already knew, you pay more in the carbon tax and you get rebated back. The Parliamentary Budget Officer shows the carbon tax cost the average family between $402 and $847 in 2023. That's before the increase. Even after the rebates, and by 2030, the Prime Minister's 2 carbon taxes could add 50 cents per litre to the price of gasoline, according to the same source. Let me be very clear, the carbon tax is not a climate plan, it's a tax plan that places an undue burden on families, small businesses, and farmers. Meanwhile, the Liberal government has failed to meet a single solitary emission target after 8 years in power. In fact, Canada's Environment Commissioner has made it clear once again that Canada will not meet its climate targets despite the Liberals' punitive taxes on Canadians. The government isn't bothering to set implementation deadlines for 49% of their measures. They have also admitted that only 43% of their so-called climate measures, many of which are actually just taxation measures, will have any direct impact on emissions. The government's plan didn't even bother to include a target or expected emissions reductions for 95% of its measures. Conservatives have a real plan to bring home lower prices for Canadians. We will cap costs and stop wasteful government spending to bring down inflation and interest rates. A Conservative government will introduce a dollar-for-dollar law so that every dollar of new spending is matched with a dollar of savings. Instead of creating more cash, we will create more of what cash buys. That means growing more food, building more homes, and creating more energy right here at home through technology, not taxes. We will cancel the Prime Minister's tripling of the carbon tax that punishes hardworking Canadians just for buying food, filling up their cars, and heating their home. These things aren't luxuries, they're necessities. Canadians shouldn't be forced to choose between putting food on the table and heating their home. The only way to reverse the damage the Liberal government has caused is by reversing the course and doing the opposite. Canadians want change, they want lower taxes, more homes, a balanced budget, safe streets, most of all, they want a change in government. Yes, the common sense Conservative promise is simple. We will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. We will restore hope to our country and put Canadians back in control of their lives. Thank you.
Question and comment, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Madam Speaker, earlier during question period today, the Minister for Immigration led the House astray by insinuating that the leader of the Bloc Québécois equivalated immigrants to heat pumps, which is not the same thing, so I would like to reiterate the Bloc Québécois leader's words that denounced the minister's refusal to reimburse Quebecers for the money they spent generously welcoming newcomers to Quebec. This is a serious issue, Madam Speaker, and so we need serious answers from the minister. We do not need disdain from the minister. I would ask the Honourable Speaker to ask the minister to apologise for his statement. I will consult the Hansard to see exactly what was said. If an apology is required, we will cross that bridge once we have been able to see what happened during question period. Questions and comments?
Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the member starts to conclude his remarks by, again, emphasizing the priorities, the 4 priorities that we found out from the Conservative Party. They all fit them onto bumper stickers, and the issue that I have is just because it fits on a bumper sticker and it might sound awfully nice doesn't necessarily mean that it's good, sound public policy. And my question to the member is would he not agree, as we see other countries around the world looking at, and in many cases, putting in a price on pollution as a public policy because it does work, it is effective. Why is the Conservative Party today the only political party inside the House of Commons that continues to deny climate change?
Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you. I have a question whether the member opposite, when he says this isn't good policy, I'm willing to go to a campaign anytime, an election anytime, and run on these. And I could tell you the people of Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte are very supportive of axing the tax, building the homes, fixing the budget, and stopping crime. Those are the 4 things I'm hearing day in and day out from my residents in Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte. They're very reasonable people, but they're struggling right now, and we want to bring common sense back, and we will run, I will run on those 4 themes right there. Proudly. Thank you.
Proudly.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for my colleague. Does he agree that the Conservative motion we're debating now suggests that the federal government is getting money from carbon pricing? We know that the Alberta government takes in almost $24 billion from a gas tax, but the federal government does not get money from this Albertan policy. The government, through its carbon pricing, reinvest the money in Canadians, unlike what the Alberta government does.
Water Oro-Medonte.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that question. As I am a member from Ontario, I do hear what some colleagues in Alberta are speaking, but I'm going to hear again speak about my members from Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte in Ontario. They are struggling. And yes, I do believe this tax, carbon tax, is taking money out of their pockets and is going to the government. It's not just the tax itself, it's the GST on the tax. We're trying to hide, not we're trying to hide, we're trying to bring it forward to people, but I'm sure the members' opposite are always trying to hide that. But I think there's a lot of tax going into the government coffers, and I think they are taking advantage of this, especially with the tax on the tax.
Right.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
I think it's really important to highlight the hypocrisy that we have from the Conservatives on this issue, especially when the fact that they were the ones that brought in the GST, one of the most regressive commercial taxation on citizens that we've ever seen. And then under Stephen Harper, they doubled down with the HST. And unbelievably, Madam Speaker, they had to borrow money to buy off a couple of provinces to implement the HST, which we are now paying interest on because we're in a debt. So all this debt and all this cost is back on the consumers from the Conservatives. So I'm just wondering, do they at least have some remorse and some regret from Brian Mulroney and Stephen Harper, who brought in some of the worst taxation processes for consumers that we've ever seen in this country?
That's right. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Well, again, you can't live in the past, Madam Speaker. I'm living for today. I don't know what's so funny. I'm trying to help my constituents today, not 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. I'm not getting calls from 20 years ago. I'm getting calls today from residents who need our help. If I was around back then in this house 10, 15, 20 years ago, perhaps we'd look at those things. But I'm here today to represent the citizens of my area to axe the tax today.
What a representative for Barrie, Springwater.
Have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Bow River.
One of the things we often hear is our colleagues talking about getting more money back. Well, they took it away first, but they haven't talked about the hundreds of millions of dollars it's costing for this program. Right. That is huge. maybe my colleague would like to respond in a sense of the huge cost of this tax program.
Answer from the member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
I wish I had more time, but I agree. Anytime there's anything put in place by this government, there's a bureaucracy growth. We've seen that over the last 8 years, and I'm sure as this increases, the bureaucracy is going to increase also. We need to cut back on some of that and get back to helping our residents of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bring it home. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to pick up on one of the words that the member just finished saying across the way. He said, I want to talk about today. And maybe I can do a little bit of a reflection on today. Today's Conservative Party.
Order. I want to remind members, if they don't have the floor or if they want to have conversations, to please step out.
He just left, so...
Well, it wasn't just one individual, but certainly he was maybe the loudest. The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to talk about today's Conservative Party. Today's Conservative Party is not the same political party that was there during Brian Mulroney and Kim Campbell and Joe Clark, Madam Speaker. It is totally different. In fact, if you want to really do a fair comparison of today's Conservative Party, you really need to look south. You need to look in terms of the whole MAGA movement that's taking place in the United States and how that movement of sorts is coming into Canada and being ushered in by today's Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. And Canadians need to be aware of that because it's having a real, tangible impact on public policy. And the best example one can likely talk about is the price on pollution or the carbon tax versus the carbon rebate, Madam Speaker. The amount of misinformation that the Conservative Party today is circulating through all forms of communication, in particular through social media, I think would shame most people, especially leaders of the Progressive Conservative Party from the past. And I don't say that lightly at all, Madam Speaker. In fact, if I may, let me read a couple of quotes that I was provided. One from Joe Clark, Prime Minister of Canada, former leader of the Progressive Conservative Party. And he's reflecting on today's Conservative Party. And what does he say? I think it's a party that does not respect the progressive traditions of Progressive Conservative Party, and consequently does not reflect the country. My party is over. That's former Prime Minister who is the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party. Let's go to Brian Mulroney. Again, former Prime Minister, Progressive Conservative Prime Minister. Well, look, I led a Progressive Conservative government. We were very progressive in areas, and then he goes on to name a few. And we were more conservative in other areas, and even made reference that he might even have been at times more conservative than Stephen Harper at times. But then, and I quote, he says, that's the way it should be for a Progressive Conservative government. But they amputated the progressive part of the name, which is okay, but you shouldn't amputate the part of our heritage. And I think that they work better together when both are prominent and Canadians feel more comfortable with it. Madam Speaker, that progressive side, and that's not just hearing it from myself as a Liberal. We're talking about former Prime Ministers of the Progressive Conservative Party that are saying that today's Conservative Party is not a progressive party at all. That they have abandoned that aspect of their heritage. The first woman Prime Minister of Canada was a Progressive Conservative Prime Minister, Kim Campbell. What does Kim Campbell say about today's Conservative Party? Well, I've never joined the Conservative Party of Canada. I think Joe Clark expressed it, that he didn't leave the party left him.
It is not the Progressive Conservative Party. And our party was the party of acid rain treaty, the Montreal Protocol. I'm sorry, I have no time for climate deniers and anybody who is trying to pussyfoot around it. Madam Speaker, that is from, again, a former Progressive Conservative Prime Minister of Canada. Today's Conservative Party should not be in any way looked at from the heritage of the Progressive Conservative Party, because they have completely gone extreme far right. It is, for all intents and purposes, MAGA Conservative Party here in Canada, Madam Speaker. And that's the style and the approach that they are taking. Earlier this week, they came out with their 4 priorities. They've already indicated what are our 4 priorities going to be in the next election. What's going to be our campaign election platform? No surprise, Madam Speaker. Number 1 is to get rid of the price on pollution. Or as the member says, to axe the tax, as they thump their chest and they feel so good about that, Madam Speaker. Only political party. One of the reasons why they've lost so much respect from conservatives, from progressive conservatives, Madam Speaker. But it's a great bumper sticker. They like that bumper sticker, Madam Speaker. And that's the reason why they want to use it. Let me remind people that might be following the debate and the conservatives that are here listening, Madam Speaker. They have heard me say in the past that in 2021, under the leadership of Erin O'Toole, every one of them campaigned on an election platform that said that they favored a price on pollution. That was only 2 years ago, and they were in favor of a carbon tax, Madam Speaker. Every one of them. Oh, how things have changed. But you know what, Madam Speaker? For a special group, there's 19 conservatives today that campaigned as members of Parliament or as candidates back in 2008, Madam Speaker, when Stephen Harper was there. And Stephen Harper's campaign literature, and let me read directly from the True North Strong and Free, Stephen Harper's Plan for Canadians. This is what he says. A re-elected Conservative government led by Stephen Harper will implement our Turning the Corner action plan to reduce Canada's greenhouse gas emissions in absolute terms by 20% in 2006. And it goes on. Madam Speaker, he supported a price on pollution. And there's 19 members, 19 of them, that are here today that campaigned on a price of pollution going as far back as 2008. Interesting enough, the leader of the Conservative Party today was one of those 19 people. It's hard to imagine what Canadians would think. A word that would come to my mind would be hypocrisy. How does the Conservative Party? Well, the simple answer is that they have completely abandoned any sense of a progressive nature to their party. And that is the reason why, when they talk about their 4 priorities, every Canadian needs to be aware of especially priority number 3. Because their priority number 3 is to cut government expenditures. I can tell you, the residents that I represent and the constituents, and in fact, Canadians from every region of our nation, they love our healthcare system. They love our child care program, Madam Speaker. The rolling out of the dental care program. These are all programs that Canadians want to see. But you cannot trust the Conservatives with regards to them, Madam Speaker, because they will cut. If history has shown it, even at times progressive Conservatives have cut on those programs. Can you imagine what a true Conservative far-right party would actually do? And they talk about common sense. Common sense to them is cut, cut, cut. Be aware of a hidden Conservative agenda, Madam Speaker, is what I would suggest. And the misinformation that they provide to Canadians continues to grow. Again, let's talk about the price on pollution. They'll stand up and they'll say, well, you know what? We're concerned about the impact that the carbon tax is having on the price of inflation on groceries. And they howl from their seats on that issue, Madam Speaker. They try to give the false impression that it's like 6-7% or more. Earlier today, there was one member that said 20% as a direct result on inflation. I don't know where the member gets her math from, Madam Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, they're trying to create this false impression to Canadians that the price on pollution is causing inflation. That's just not true, Madam Speaker. And you know what the sad thing is that they know that. But it doesn't prevent them from saying it, Madam Speaker. And it's just not me saying it. The Bank of Canada is recognized around the world as an independent, politically independent agency that has monetary control in good part in terms of the things that are taking place here in Canada. And what does the Bank of Canada actually say in regards to the carbon tax and the impact it has on inflation? Well, the governor of the Bank of Canada, that's the man that runs it, says, and I quote, the contribution that's making to inflation 1 year to the next is relatively small. If you want me to put a number on it, it's in the range of decimal. That would mean 0.15%. So quite small. That's what the governor of the Bank of Canada says, Madam Speaker. Well, we know the leader of the Conservative Party says, well, I don't like him, I'm going to fire him. At least at one point he was saying that. I think he might have reversed. And the member from Abbotsford's paying the price for saying that was a stupid thing for the leader to say that to Madam Speaker, because now he sits in the far back. But so if you don't want to believe the Bank of Canada, Stats Canada does a lot of work. We all look at Stats Canada results, private industry, governments, non-profits. We rely very heavily on Stats Canada. From Stats Canada suggests carbon taxes increased the average cost of food by about 0.33% relative to what they would be in the absence of carbon taxes. That's the entire effect. Other necessities such as clothing and footwear are approximately 0.2% more expensive due to the carbon tax. Madam Speaker, you don't have to believe me. Look at what the Bank of Canada is saying. Look what Stats Canada is actually saying. Contrast that to the disinformation, the intentional misleading information that is funneled out of the Conservative Party of Canada today. It's disgraceful, Madam Speaker. That's what I mean by the far right. But it doesn't end there. You get member after member that will stand up and clearly mislead not only their constituents, but Canadians as a whole when they say, well, we're going to axe the tax, the carbon tax. What they don't say, Madam Speaker, is the carbon rebate. You know, over 80% of the constituents in which I represent, when you take a look at the carbon tax and what they pay into that, and you compare that to the carbon rebate, that's the money they get back, they actually get more money in their pocket than that is taken out, Madam Speaker. And again, you don't have to believe me. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, which is an independent office, is the one that is saying that, Madam Speaker. Yeah, you get the Conservative Party time and time and time again saying that they're going to cut the carbon tax, that it's more costly for Canadians. And it's just, or cut, Madam Speaker, I tell you, it's just absolute misleading information. But it doesn't matter. It does not matter to them because they have their agenda. And we had a sample of that earlier this week when they talked about those 4 priorities. They want a bumper sticker that says, axe the tax. That's what it's all about. They don't care about good, solid public policy. Madam Speaker, so they say, well, look at the countries. I can talk about countries like France, England, Portugal, Norway, Sweden, Mexico, many states in the United States, all have a price on pollution. Even Ukraine has a price on pollution, Madam Speaker. Canada is a trading nation. Yes, they do have a price on pollution. I tell you, Madam Speaker, and you see, and that's the problem. Maybe there are those in the Conservative Party that don't really look at the notes that are being provided to them from the Conservative Party. They should do some maybe independent research, and they'll find that a lot of the stuff they're given is misinformation. But they purport it to be true. Take a look at Ukraine. The Conservative Party today, first time, is going to actually be voting against a trade agreement. First time. And why is that, Madam Speaker? You know, even the New Democrats are voting in favor of the Ukraine-Canada trade agreement, and I believe the Green Party is also. They are voting in favor of the Canada-Ukraine agreement, and I believe the Bloc Party is. It's only the Conservative Party. The first trade agreement to come to the floor of the House of Commons, and they are voting against it, Madam Speaker. Why? Well, they come up with this red herring. They say, well, you know what? We're going to vote against it because it has the words carbon tax, or dealing with price on pollution, Madam Speaker. And we don't want that in a trade agreement. Well, duh. Ukraine's had a price on pollution since 2011. Imagine the president of Ukraine comes to Canada at a time of war in Europe, and he signs off on an agreement that is beneficial to Ukraine and Canada, and ultimately to many others, Madam Speaker. And the Conservatives have chosen to vote against it. Again, that brings it back to the issue of why. And I think the price on pollution is just a bit of a red herring for them on this. I believe it has a lot more to do with the current leader wanting to imitate Donald Trump. The Conservative leader in this whole mega politics is very real. And more, as we get closer to an election, Canadians are going to become aware of the Conservative agenda, even the hidden aspect of it. We recognize the importance of trade, Madam Speaker. You know, earlier in someone's comments, they were talking about, well, foreign investment is down. Madam Speaker, again, like, where do they get the justification of giving false information on foreign investment? Think in terms of last year. On a per capita basis, in terms of dollars of investment, no country in the world received more foreign investment than Canada. No country in the world on a per capita dollar foreign investment into a country. Yet the Conservatives will go around giving the false impression. And they don't have any problem doing it. I say You know, even the comments that I've said on the record in the last 19 or so minutes, Madam Speaker, I say it, I provide proof of it, but members will still stand up and they'll still say, you know, the absolute opposite of it. And they don't have a problem saying it. And to me, Madam Speaker, it does plant a number of ethical issues. Ethical issues that I didn't necessarily get to talk about. You know, when we talk about the issue of inflation, it was, you know what blew my mind earlier today in question period is when the Minister of Housing said that Jenny Byrne, who is a campaign manager and former girlfriend of the leader of the Conservative Party, is now an active lobbyist for Loblaws, Madam Speaker. Hopefully they'll ask me a question on it and I'd be happy to expand on the bizarreness of that particular issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Honourable Member for taking away 20 minutes of my life that I'll never get back. But, you know, I often laugh. In fact, it's comical, this narrative that they're trying to build about a Conservative Party who wants to stand up for working families across this country by making life less expensive for them, and somehow, you know, he compares that to Donald Trump. You know, I recall in 2015, and I see my good friend from St. John Rothsay there, you know, who I deem as a reasonable and practical Canadian. I recall in 2015 they talked about, you know, taxes, debt deficit. In these comparisons, I often hear from people, Madam Speaker, that this is not the party of Chrétien Martin. This is a radical, ideological, leftist cult led by a two-bit actor who memorizes lines given to him by much smarter socialists. What happened to that Liberal Party of Chrétien Martin? What happened to that party? That's my question to the Honourable Member.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think that what you have seen is a political party that has not abandoned its heritage. This is a political party that is built on additional supports in healthcare, supporting Canada's middle class by providing tax breaks, supporting our seniors by dramatically increasing the guaranteed income supplement. A party that has invested more in housing than any other political party in the last 60 years, Mr. Speaker, 60 years plus. A political party that has driven an economy that has generated, since 2015, close to 2.5 million additional jobs. A political party that builds Canada's infrastructure. And the list goes on, Madam Speaker. It's a proud Liberal heritage. But there's a lot more work to do, Madam Speaker. And the more Canadians get to know that member's leader, I believe the more people will be coming back and wanting to see us continue on.
L'honorable député de Mirabel, questions et commentaires.
Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, he said this was 20 of the worst minutes in his life. Yes, sometimes during these debates we see our lives passing before our eyes. But we have to be careful to what we compare to what, because sometimes the leader of the official opposition might be acting like Donald Trump. Now, I would like the parliamentary secretary to tell us what Mr. Trump might learn from the official opposition leader.
Yeah, you know, I'm somewhat convinced that there's got to be some ties that are in there. You know, there was we had a commercial that kind of went out doing a comparison in terms of the type of language being used by the mega far right in the United States. And, you know, it's actually quite surprising on how much the current leader of the Conservative Party has adopted that. So, for example, talking about Ukraine being that far away land, Madam Speaker, and the way in which
the current leader of the Conservative Party just talks about budget-related matters and so forth. I think it's a great comparison. I wish I could flash on the screen the link. It's a wonderful comparison between Donald Trump and I can't say the leader's name, but the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. I'd encourage people to watch it.
The Deputy de Windsor West.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
A Conservative raised the GST and HST, something that they created through Brian Mulroney and then Stephen Harper. Then they kind of dished it off saying we can't go back 15, 20 years, but every bill that you pay still has the GST and HST on it. In fact, the history of this country is bringing in the GST with the Conservatives and the Liberals to actually reduce corporate taxes for the oil and gas industries, to the telcos, the pharmaceutical companies, and shift that tax burden onto the general public, being the consumers at the price of the pump, at the grocery store, and other places. But the reality is we actually have reduced the GST at certain points in time, and we've also taken the GST off of feminine products and other things. So my question simply to the Liberals is, will they amend some of their past behavior and practices where they so-called fought amongst themselves of cutting the corporate tax gets faster and deeper and actually reduce the GST and the HST and take the burden off consumers and put it where it belongs, on the richest corporations that abuse Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think that there's different ways in which we can support Canada's working class, the ones especially at the low end through the credit system. We see basic income increases, even cuts, as I pointed out earlier, to the middle class. We've seen dramatic increases through support for children through the Canada Child Program. Not to mention, Madam Speaker, more recently, the enactment of a child daycare or child care program, which will see $10 a day daycare, and I believe most provinces now are providing that. We're talking about literally hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. The dental program has been helping children. It's going to be helping seniors this year. We continue to work at expanding that. There's all sorts of investments that a progressive government can actually do and we have done in order to make sure that there's a higher sense of equity amongst the population. And that includes, by the way, Madam Speaker, getting tougher on...
The Honourable Member maybe can add to his question, to his answer after the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I appreciated his focus on the question of what former progressive Conservative prime ministers and leaders have said about the current state of the Conservative Party. They are obviously two very, very different parties. But what I wanted to focus on was to lament that only in Canada, and it's now in the United States as well, we have a division over how to respond to the climate crisis that falls down upon left-right lines in politics. That's really a shame, and it's not necessary. If you look back, who were the leaders in addressing the climate crisis in the 1980s? Margaret Thatcher. Now, Margaret Thatcher, no one would suggest Margaret Thatcher was a leftist. The Iron Lady was pretty darn right-wing, but she was trained in science. She was trained in chemistry. She set up the Hadley Centre in England to take on climate change and be serious about it. Brian Mulroney was early leader on climate change globally and still calls on his successors in what still calls itself a Conservative Party to do the right thing and address the climate crisis.
Mr. Secretary.
I appreciate the question, Madam Speaker, and that's the reason why I spent some time emphasizing what progressive Conservative leaders have actually talked about in the past in terms of, or I shouldn't say talked about in the past, where they reflecting on today's Conservative Party and where you're starting to see more and more distance. There's a lot of progressive Conservatives that are disappointed because at the end of the day, they have completely disregarded that aspect of the progressive Conservatives' heritage. And I think at the end of the day that is not healthy, that we should see all political parties of all stripes should take a look at science and do things to improve our climate, Madam Speaker. But sadly, we have Conservatives
real Conservatives today that still deny climate exists, climate change that happens.
Comments? The Honourable Member St. John Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his wonderful speech today. Very, very enlightening. And Madam Speaker, look, we know this for a fact. The party opposite ran on pricing pollution. Now, whether they want to admit that or not, that's totally up to them. It was in their platform. We all know that. And Madam Speaker, we also know that the party opposite's job, the official opposition's job, is to challenge our government, to hold our feet to the fire, and so on. But it's also their job, Madam Speaker, to offer solutions and alternatives. So my question to my colleague is, has the party opposite ever offered a solution to pricing pollution? We know our climate is warming, so have they ever offered a solution, or are they just going to let it rip? Thank you.
Brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is the first time in which we have seen absolutely no indication whatsoever in a tangible way from the official opposition party, any indication as to what their environmental policy actually is. And that's quite frankly very discouraging, and many say it's because of that element that are completely climate deniers, and they just don't see it as a priority at all, and they continue to want to deceive Canadians on the price on pollution.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Natural resources. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. Before I begin, I'd like to recognize that I'll be splitting my time with what I think is one of the greatest MPs in the House of Commons, from Montlemay, nay, Lisette Kamarascu, Rivière-du-Loup. Hey! Okay, so I want to do some carbon tax math to begin. This is carbon tax 101. And you know what? I would actually suggest that the members opposite grab their calculator, okay, and follow along with me, and do this math. Okay, so 2 years ago, I had Governor of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklin, in Finance Committee. I asked him, Governor, how much is the carbon tax responsible for inflation? He said 0.5. He came back in a subsequent meeting, actually about 2 years later, and said, it's actually 0.6, Phil. I underestimated a little bit. So 0.6%, okay? So we got that. We're clear on that. So 0.6%, this is from the Governor of the Bank of Canada. I don't think he's going to make up these numbers, right? So, and then he was actually in Finance Committee today, and I asked him, well, how much will the increase coming up in April 1st? And he said, well, I said, it's probably 0.1. He said, no, Phil, once again, you've underestimated. It's actually 0.15. Okay, so that gives you 0.75. So put this in your calculator if you want. 0.75. Currently, the inflation rate is 3.4. If you divide 0.75 by 3.4, that gives you a percentage. My 10-year-old's learning that in school right now. That gives you 22%. 22%. So, sorry, I actually underestimated, and I apologize to this House. I said it was 20%. My apologies. I underestimated it again, as I did with the Governor as well. So it's 22%. We could bring down inflation by 22% today if we eliminated the carbon tax. By 22%. And you know what? That would almost bring us in range. Of course, the Bank of Canada has a range of inflation that they're trying to get to 2%. We would almost be there if we just took one action. We eliminated the carbon tax. So that's carbon tax math. Once again, it's 0.75 divided by 3.4. My 10-year-old is learning this.
This is a playing lesson from the pro.
Questions that members are trying to ask, I would ask them to wait till the appropriate time to do that. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I appreciate that. I apologize. I get passionate as well, and but the reality is that the rebate is taken into consideration. The Governor of the Bank of Canada looked at the entire picture, including the rebate, and said if we eliminated the carbon tax today, we would reduce inflation by 22%. 22. And you know what? Like, we've had some fun about the math and stuff like that, but that has real impacts. Madam Speaker, I'm sure that you've been in your riding and you've heard from people, because I certainly have in mine, the ones that are about to lose their homes. Why? Because interest rates are high, because the Governor of Bank of Canada must do the work that this government is unwilling to do. This government is blindly pushing people into losing their houses, losing their jobs, 2 million in food banks. And they laugh at this, and it's math. It's 22%. All they would have to do is eliminate that carbon tax. And if they believe in that carbon tax like they say they do, well, let's have a carbon tax election. Let's do it today. Yeah. Because I know who will win that election. Right? And then you'll hear aspersions like they're climate deniers, they're this, they're that, they're this. The reality is that the carbon tax has failed. If anyone's a climate change denier, it's on that side of the aisle. They are failing to achieve their climate targets. Their own climate change commissioner said that they will not achieve their 2030 targets. They have yet to achieve one single target. So if we want to talk about climate deniers, it's on that side of the aisle. So let's talk a little bit about the economy here and why it's so important to get a new direction. So the member from the other side said that there's been a recent uptake in investments, and that's true, and I'm glad for that. But let's look at the overall picture. So since 2014, what happened in 2014? Since 2014, we've had one of the weakest foreign investments in the world, and we are forecasted by the IMF to actually have the worst foreign investment over the next 40 years. Our GDP per capita. Our GDP per capita, Madam Speaker, over the last 10 years is 4%. That's the total. That's the growth. That's our GDP per capita. You know what it is in the United States? 47%. It's 10 times. GDP per capita, by the way, is not just any number. GDP per capita is the #1 way of measuring the economic impact on the individual. So if, in fact, and you know what, the reality is the split hasn't been even. Do you know who's been hurt the most? The most vulnerable. Those who are in economically weak positions are hurting. That's why there's 2 million people going to the food banks. I'll say it again. So I hope everyone understands, you've understood the carbon tax math. Hopefully you'll understand this too over there. GDP per capita is the economic measure we choose on the welfare of the individual in a given state. In the US, in the last 10 years, it's grown by 47%. In Canada, it's grown by 4%. That's 0.8% per year. 0.8%. Like, we need change, and we need it fast. You know, and underpinning that weak GDP number per capita is a lack of productivity. And quite frankly, I'll be candid, our weak productivity numbers date back decades, but it's taken on an exponential weakness in the last decade. So our productivity numbers put us near the bottom of the OECD. Quite frankly, and I don't mean to be an alarmist, but it's just the reality, on the trajectory that we are on with our productivity number, we will not even be an advanced economy in the next 20 years. It's wild, eh? And so if we look at the GDP if we look at the GDP per hour, which is a measure of how much a worker in Canada contributes, the US is $75, Switzerland's around 95, Canada's 55. And why are we doing that? So GDP has productivity has 3 pillars that underpins it. One is capital investment. As I said, over the last 10 years, we're amongst the weakest in the OECD. The second is our workforce. We actually have a really strong and great workforce, and we have the best workers, I believe, in Canada. The other part of it is innovation, and that's where we're really falling down to. We have great minds here that produce great ideas, but we're not taking it and making it intellectual property. And in fact, what's happening is that many of the best minds are actually going to Silicon Valley or other places in the world. And we need to make sure that Canadians feel comfortable here and they win. I will tell you that there's actually one area where our productivity is amongst the highest in the world. I said on average that Canada's is $55 per hour. In The energy sector, it's actually $500 per hour. $500 per hour. And what is this government doing in that section? One of the few bright lights of our otherwise dim economy, they're crushing it. They're trying to kill the energy sector in Canada. And you know what? They will say over there that we have to for the sake of the planet. Here's what's actually going on, Madam Speaker, in reality. What is happening is that we are shutting down Canadian energy and it's just going to other parts in the world. And instead of having manufacturing done in great places like Coburg and Port Hope in Ontario, like Hamilton or out west, in many of our great towns and cities across there, it's being transported across the world. And the reality is, it could be being done powered by hydroelectric power in Winnipeg, hydroelectric power in Quebec or in Niagara Falls, or by nuclear power in parts of Ontario, clean, emission-free power. Or we could ship those jobs, as is going on right now, over to Guangdong province where it's powered by coal. And so the carbon tax plays into this, it affects this because it is pushing jobs over there. The reality is there is not a carbon tax in West Virginia. There is not a carbon tax in Guangdong province. There's a very small carbon tax in Mexico. And what is happening is as we increase the costs here, we're actually shooting ourselves in the foot. We are making emissions in the world higher because to a certain extent, it only matters what Canada's emissions are as to how are we affecting the global emissions, because pollution knows no borders. So our focus really has to be is how we reduce global emissions. And what is happening right now, and what's happened over the last 10 years, is we've made the cost of doing business so difficult here in Canada, not least of which to the carbon tax, is we are pushing manufacturing. We are pushing natural gas exploration. We are pushing that outside of our borders, and what happens is we actually increase emissions while at the same time decreasing our economic welfare. This is not a recipe for success. So, excuse me there, a little frog.
Time is actually up, so I'm sure he'll have time for questions and comments. It was the perfect stop. Oh, yes. Give me one quick second here, just because people have moved around a little bit. So, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Honourable colleague for his comments this afternoon and for giving us this kind of pseudo-lesson on economics. But it's confusing to me since he doesn't understand basic economic terminology such as taxation, since the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that the carbon pricing system is actually not a concept of taxation and understood in the constitutional context. And so really what Conservatives want us to do is axe the facts. I understand that, axing a regulatory charge and the climate active incentive payment isn't a good bumper sticker slogan. And so really what they want to do is distract Canadians from what's really happening, ignore the facts, ignore science, while our country burns. So I'd like to hear a comment about that.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. When the government takes money and I don't have the ability to say no, it's a tax. That's just the reality of it. I don't care what the Supreme Court says on that. If the government takes money and if I don't pay it, I go to jail, that's a tax. I'm sorry, it's simple. And as I said, as I went through the math, the reality is with the rebate, this is a Governor of Bank of Canada. This isn't some conservative thing. This is a Governor of Bank of Canada, a Liberal appointed Governor of Bank of Canada who said that 22% of inflation. So I dare you to go back to your constituents and say, I'm going to today increase inflation by 20%. Because that's what you've done.
Reminder to the Honourable Member that he's to address questions and comments through the Chair. L'Honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé, questions.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. This is an opposition day, of course, a Conservative day on the carbon tax, once again, always on the same topic. So people watching might wonder, well, is this really what they're going to do all day long? Well, I would share a confidence here. We ask ourselves the same question often as well. My colleague is an agreeable fellow. He's intelligent. I've enjoyed working with him on bills. So he's a smart guy. So I'd like to give him an opportunity to talk about something else, but related. I know that he's passionate about agriculture. What does he think about federal funding for agriculture and Agri-Food Canada? Does he think it's enough? I think it should be boosted significantly. Especially the important thing is research and development. Is enough funding being allocated to R&D in Canada and Quebec? Is the federal government pulling its weight? I don't think so. They're not paying their fair share. And so we're looking to the future. We have to adapt to climate change. We're already dealing with it, and we need to produce while polluting less. The honourable member.
Very much, and I have appreciated working with the member. I would say I take a little bit of offense to some of his comments. My presentation was full of numbers, full of data. I wasn't just meandering about whatever insult I felt about the Conservative Party. I had numbers, I had stats, and I'm happy to share them with him. When Winston Churchill once said, "Taxing yourself in prosperity is like a man standing in his bucket and trying to pull it up. It's impossible." So yes, we can talk about funding arrangements and support for farmers. That's all good and well. But the first thing we need to do is get off their back.
Yeah. Questions and comments? The Honourable Vancouver Kingsway.
Taxes are what one pays to live in the price one pays to live in a civilized society. So taxes to me aren't a bad thing.
Is the member's mic? The microphone is on now.
Started and the mic wasn't on, so maybe the honourable member can restart.
Sure. Thank you again. I'm sorry I don't recall who to attribute this to, but I have heard it also said that taxes are the price we pay for living in a civilized society. To the Conservatives, I often think that they think taxes are a bad thing, but taxes are the monies that we collect and pay people for police services and schools and roads and ports and highways and community centers and arenas and auditoriums and things that provide the ability for people to live their lives and connect in culture. My question to him, though, is about the climate crisis. I hear a lot about criticism of the carbon tax. There are many economists who have said that the price of not dealing with the climate crisis is in the multiple billions of dollars. So I'd like to ask him, what is the Conservative plan to deal with the climate crisis? If we were to get rid of the carbon tax, what would they do to help protect this planet for future generations? Or do they not think the climate crisis is real or that it needs to be dealt with?
Brief answer, the honourable member of Northumberland, Peterborough South.
A brief answer, and there'll be certainly more to come on this. But we believe that ultimately the solution for this, as with most problems, are the Canadian people. We have the most resourceful, we have the most caring people, and whether it's farmers who spend every day caring about the land, upgrading their technology so they can protect the soils, limit emissions. We believe in farmers, we believe in manufacturers, we believe in Canadians.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Montmagny-Lisa Kamouraska.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. After such an excellent speech, I have big shoes to fill. I will try to do him honour. I'm pleased to speak today about a motion to cut the carbon tax. As you can imagine, Madam Speaker, I'm very disappointed in this government, not only since last autumn, but over the past 8 years. Over the past 8 years, the government made promises. In 2015, they made a promise to only have 3 small deficits before balancing the budget in 2019. Since 2015, there have been 8 consecutive deficits, totaling over $600 billion, which today threatens to plunge us into a very real recession. I'm not the one who's saying it. Experts are also saying that we are actually already in a recession. All we have to look at is the number of companies that are firing people left, right, and centre. Currently, this government, despite all the red flags, is doing its own thing and planning not only to add another $60 billion to the deficit this year, but also to possibly add another $12 billion in recurring costs for a national drug system to satisfy its dance partner, the NDP, just to keep itself in power. So the government already is providing for deficits this year, and the worst, Madam Speaker, is that last fall, or rather fall 2022, the Minister for Finance got up and said we have to stop throwing oil on the inflationary fire. We have to go back to a balanced budget. That was in November 2022. What happened in March 2023? The budget was tabled. No mention of balancing the budget. It disappeared. Who knows where it went? And so we have continued deficits, and these deficits will continue to accumulate year after year after year. With their dance partner, NDP, they want to add another layer of deficit for a national drug strategy, which works already in various provinces in Canada. No, they want to add another layer. And so they will add once again to the government's recurring deficit. It's worth reminding ourselves that the Prime Minister said it makes more sense for the government to go into debt instead of the public because interest rates were and would remain low. That was during the pandemic that he said that. Now we're in 2024. So that statement was 3.5 years ago. He said, no. We are going to accrue debt so that people don't accrue debt because interest rates are low and shall remain low. But what's happened since that statement? 3.5 years later, Madam Speaker, since that statement, Canada's debt costs have risen, or interest rates have risen from 0.05 to 5% in terms of the prime rate. And so interest on debt has gone up to $75 billion just to service debts. Premiers from various provinces met and asked for $25 billion for healthcare. The government gave them peanuts, and now all they have are peanuts. But because of this government's continued deficit, just to service the debt, tens of billions of dollars are being spent. I think it's fair to say that this government, the Prime Minister of which once said that the budget would balance itself, has no idea. And, well, it's not right. They know full well that a return to balance is necessary, but they have no intention of doing that. Our common sense demands have gone unheeded for years. They're not complicated, and we've been reiterating them since we came back. Cut taxes, build houses, fix the budget, stop crime. Those are the most important 4 factors that we want to implement to create a country that makes us proud. These are simple examples of what could generate productivity, innovation, more money for government, and safer streets. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister answers to our leader right here in the House of Commons. But his answers are deliberate misinformation, pointing out that our leader wants Prime Minister would cut programs that they, as a coalition government, have put in place over the past few years. Obviously, these assertions are totally untrue and are designed to scaremonger. The member across the way added another layer to this and keeps adding layers of fearmongering, saying that we are just like the Americans, but we're Canadians. We're not Americans. Let us not forget. But this is hardly the first time from this Prime Minister. I want to come back to the elements we are going to put forward for a more vibrant, dynamic, less divided, more innovative and resilient Canada. I talked about the 4 important elements. One of the most important of these are cutting taxes. It's important to cut taxes for Canadians and Quebecers because of the current crisis, not only the housing crisis, but the inflation crisis, with interest rates that mean that people find it hard to even feed themselves, to house themselves, and to clothe themselves in a warm shelter or home. So we have to work for common sense by cutting the carbon tax. Of course, the Bloc Québécois supports the government on this matter, and I'm sure that the Bloc Québécois will say, well, the tax doesn't apply to Quebec, etc., etc., etc. But the second we live in a country, which is still the case for Quebec, by the way, the carbon tax applies to provinces where it is applicable. What does that mean? Is that when you're a province that imports products from another province, you are indirectly taxed because of the carbon tax. This is a fact. It cannot be denied. It's impossible to deny a fact like that. And I think that it is important for us to cut this tax as rapidly as possible to help all Canadians. And my colleague said it earlier, this will have a significant impact, 22%. A 22% reduction, and I forget the word, it will help inflation in any case, which will allow people to have more money in their pockets. We want to implement policies that will cut taxes and put more money back in the pockets of Canadians and workers who work hard for Canada, but who unfortunately right now have pithy paychecks because of all these taxes upon taxes that they have to pay. How much time do I have left, Madam Speaker? I still have 25 minutes of speech to give, if possible, but I don't have that much time. So, the carbon tax is a way to improve the environment, says the government. But proof has shown that over the past 8 years, it has changed absolutely nothing. Greenhouse gas reduction targets have not been met. And these are targets that the government set itself. And then the government tells us that the Conservatives have no plan. We do have a plan. We have mentioned it over and over and over again. We want to work on green projects like hydroelectricity. We want to reduce bureaucracy so that we can approve projects more rapidly. And the same is true for nuclear energy and wind energy, among other options. Green technologies are one of our best subjects of expertise here in Canada. And so we want to fund innovation. We want to create wealth through these technologies, Madam Speaker. So thank you very much. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for having listened to me.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader. Sorry. Secrétaire parlementaire. The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say to Équiterre, an environmental organisation of the highest reputation that says that pollution pricing is one of the most efficient way to reduce emissions. But this is being threatened by the Conservatives, who are using fallacies to say that it is taking money out of our pockets. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lise-les-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, I don't think it's false to say that by removing taxes, we will give them more money in their pockets. Earlier, one of my Liberal colleagues, said that this carbon tax was a zero-cost game for the population, which is funny because the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer clearly stated that the government was making $500 million because of the carbon tax. So this $500 million could be reinvested in Canadians. So why is it in the pocket of our government? The Honourable Member from Mirabel. The only way for the Conservatives to cut emissions is by cutting CBC broadcast emissions. They're obstinate in saying that the carbon tax isn't valid in Quebec. But a bill was wielded earlier with fake information. This was the bill, a Quebec bill that didn't have the federal carbon pricing in it. The Charest government knew what it was doing at the time. They're so desperate. They're trying to convince Quebecers that this tax applies to Quebec. Does he believe that presenting fake information in this House of Parliament is the right thing to do? The Honourable Member. The person who just accused me of misinformation has just proffered misinformation. We won't be cutting Radio-Canada. CBC Radio-Canada are in the same name, but within CBC Radio-Canada, we have Radio-Canada who will see no cuts. We may invest more in Radio-Canada for better francophonie in Canada. The Bloc Québécois doesn't even know where to aim now. They keep saying that a carbon tax won't affect Quebecers' wallets, which is completely wrong to be parliamentarian. This will take money from all pockets.
Elton?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his great speech. And he pointed out a very important fact that a lot of Canadians don't hear about, and that's the reality that there's a GST on the carbon tax. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer has clearly stated, as the member pointed out, that over $500 million has been collected on the GST on that carbon tax today, in this year alone. And that money, where does it go? The government continues to say it's given back, and it's not given back. And when we have service clubs for seniors that are paying $200 for their heating for their service club, and when they look at the bill, it's actually $100 of carbon tax, they too don't get that service tax back. I'm wondering if the member would comment on that.
L'honorable député de Montmagny.
The honourable member. My colleague is right. He refers to not-for-profits. The government keeps telling us, oh, we send checks 4 times a year to Canadian households, etc. But it's not only households who pay the carbon tax. All organizations pay carbon tax. No one is exempted from the carbon tax. It's important that we have this kind of debate because today and earlier my colleague from Mirabel mocked us, saying that we want to remove the carbon pricing because it doesn't apply to Quebec, but inevitably Quebec will be affected and is being affected by this federal carbon tax, and we want to axe the tax. We want to put money back in the pocket of Canadians, and that's it.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Kenora has 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and as this is my first opportunity to rise in the new year on behalf of the people of the Kenora riding and across northwestern Ontario, I just want to take a moment to reiterate my commitment and our party's commitment to working to fix what has been broken under this NDP Liberal government. Madam Speaker, we will work relentlessly throughout this Parliament to build the homes, to fix the budget, to stop the crime, and of course to axe the tax. And that is where we start here this week with this motion. Madam Speaker, axing the failed NDP Liberal carbon tax, which is doing nothing for the environment but driving up the cost of living for people in Northern Ontario and right across the country. We are calling on the government, if they will not axe the tax, because it's clear now that the Conservative Party is the only party that will put an end to this carbon tax misery for good, we are calling on them to, at the very least, pause their increase, cancel the planned increase that is coming this spring so that they don't make life even more unaffordable for Canadians. Madam Speaker, it's a simple ask. We're hoping that the NDP will stop propping up the Liberal Party and vote with us to make life more affordable for Canadians. Thank you.
It is 5:15. It is my duty to interrupt deliberations and field any questions.
As follows: Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Duncan. Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, move that given that the carbon tax has proven to be a tax plan, not an environmental plan, the House call on the Liberal government to cancel the April 1st, 2024 carbon tax increase. Si un député
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognised party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I request a recorded division.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, February 5th, after time provided for oral questions.
Chair is now ready to rule on the point of order raised on October 24th, 2023 by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader concerning Bill C-353, an act to provide for the imposition of restrictive measures against foreign hostage takers and those who practice arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations, and to make related amendments to the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, and Terrorist Financing Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, standing in the name of the member for Thornhill. Le 19 octobre 2020.
In a statement concerning private members' business on October 19, 2023, the Chair invited members to make arguments regarding the need for this bill to be accompanied by a royal recommendation.
In his intervention, the parliamentary secretary stated that the bill grants a monetary award to an individual who provides information that assists the Government of Canada to secure the release of Canadian nationals and eligible protected persons who are held hostage or arbitrarily detained in state-to-state relations outside Canada. He therefore concluded that this would constitute a new and distinct charge to the Consolidated Revenue Fund. La présidence a examiné le projet.
The Chair has examined Bill C-353 and has noted certain elements concerning the requirement of a royal recommendation. Page 835 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states, and I quote, "Under the Canadian system of government, the Crown alone initiates all public expenditure, and Parliament may authorise only spending which has been recommended by the Governor-General." Unquote.
In addition to the pecuniary reward provided for in Clause 21, the bill also seeks in Clause 10 to allow a minister to make withdrawals from the proceeds account in order to provide hostages or detained individuals or, if deceased, their estates or successions with financial compensation. The proposed plans to offer monetary rewards and to provide monetary compensations entail new and distinct charges against the Consolidated Revenue Fund, which constitute an infringement of the financial initiative of the Crown. Accordingly, Bill C-353 must be accompanied by a royal recommendation.
Consequently, the Chair will decline to put the question at the third reading stage of the bill in its present form unless a royal recommendation is received.
This item is next before the House. The debate will continue on the motion for second reading of the bill, and the question will be put to the House at the end of that debate. I thank all members for their attention. La présidence est également...
The Chair is also ready to rule on the point of order raised on October 24, 2023 by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader concerning Bill C-356, an act respecting payments by Canada and requirements in respect of housing and to amend certain other acts, standing in the name of the member for Carleton. On October 19, 2023, the Chair had also raised issues with this bill and invited members to make arguments on its need for it to be accompanied by a royal recommendation.
In raising his point of order, the Parliamentary Secretary argued that the bill infringes on the Crown's financial prerogative by repurposing $100 million from the Housing Accelerated Fund and by implementing a 100% GST rebate on new residential rental property for which the average rent payable is below the market rate. Page 838 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition states, and I quote, "A royal recommendation not only fixes the allowable charge, but also its objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications. For this reason, a royal recommendation is required not only in the case where money is being appropriated, but also in the case where the authorization to spend for a specific purpose is significantly altered. Without a royal recommendation, a bill that either increases the amount of an appropriation or extends its objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications is inadmissible on the grounds that it infringes on the Crown's financial initiative." Unquote.
Following a careful review of Bill C-356, the Chair is preoccupied with certain elements that would cause a withdrawal from the public treasury for new and distinct purposes. The bill seeks, in amongst other considerations, to authorise a minister to disburse up to $100 million to municipalities that surpass identified housing targets. This amount would be withdrawn directly from the Consolidated Revenue Fund, although the bill requires a minister to table a plan to reallocate funds from the Housing Accelerator Fund program to offset that amount. Moreover, the bill also proposes certain circumstances for which 100% GST rebate on new residential rental property may be paid out.
The aforementioned elements would cause new and distinct charges against the Consolidated Revenue Fund, thus constituting an infringement on the financial initiative of the Crown. Accordingly, Bill C-356 must be accompanied by a royal recommendation, and without one, the Chair will not put the question at the third reading stage of the bill in its present form. When this item is next before the House, the debate will continue on the motion for second reading of the bill, and the question will be put to the House at the end of the debate. I thank all members for their attention. Okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on the point of order.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find it unanimous consent to call at 5:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent to see the clock? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
All right, and Mr. Soroka had 8.5 minutes left of this meeting.
Resuming consideration on motion M75, Polish Heritage Month, standing in the name of Mr. Fonseca.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead had 8.5 minutes the last time that this matter was before the House. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll maybe give a little bit of a recap because I'm sure that a few weeks ago everyone's forgotten what I had probably stated. As I said, I, like many other members of Parliament in this House, have a Polish history as well. My grandparents on my father's side was Ukrainian, but my great-grandparents on my mother's side were Polish. It was Jako and Mary Zatorski came from Poland in 1906. So that's quite a few years ago that they came to Canada. And obviously, the main reason they came was to build a better life for themselves. It was a very challenging time to bring a family of 4 young adults with them, as well as a baby that Mary was carrying at the same time. So with that, they did prosper in their life here in Canada, which they started on a quarter of land outside of Scarrow, Alberta, which is northeast of Edmonton. So from there, they had 13 children, which was quite an accomplishment back then, because having so many children and none of them perish at childbirth was quite spectacular. But life was hard, just like anybody else in farming at that stage. There wasn't near the mechanisms that were available at that time. And they had ability to build a house. And actually, it was quite remarkable that I was able to go to the original homestead that they had. Now, this wasn't their first house they built, but they did build another house in I think it was the 30s at some time. And the house was still standing, quite a bit in disrepair, but at least it gave you an idea of what the house looked like and that. So it was quite interesting to see that. Now, my grandfather, who was born in 1913, Paul Zatorski, decided that there wasn't enough land in that area, so he also went farming and purchased a homestead by McKay, Alberta, which is about an hour and a half west of Edmonton. And he started his family life there as well, where he had 4 children, the eldest being Lillian, which was my mother, and 4 sons after that, Leonard, Lloyd, and Stanley. No, I've got that wrong. It's Lloyd, Leonard, and Stanley, so I have to get that correct for the record. So from there, the life of any farmer was hard because clearing land was not an easy accomplishment. But yet they knew life was going to be far better in Canada than it would have been to stay in Poland. I think one of the problems that they had over the years was the amount of wars that had happened in Europe at the time. And possibly, if you look back in history, they might not have even been in Poland at the time because the borders kept changing so much that, you might have been in Germany, you might have been in Galicia, or whatever other country at the time because the borders did change. So that's probably one of the main factors that wasn't the most desirable place to raise a family, knowing that you could be in upheaval at any time. But I was getting back to, as my grandfather started farming as well, because to have now a generation of farmers in your family, that is quite the thing, to knowing that at the time there was, I think it was like 92% of Canadians that lived in the early part of 1900s were actually farmers. And it's quite the exact opposite now, where the majority of people live in urban centers, and the farming community represents only about 2 or 3% of the population. So with mechanization, how much more a farmer can feed now with the amount of land they have compared to what they did back then. Homesteads were quite regularly, almost everybody lived on 1/4 of land. And as the generations grew towards the 40s, 50s, and 60s, that's when people started to expand a lot more and create a better life, knowing that 1/4 of land wasn't enough anymore because tractors cost more than horses. Tractors could also do a lot more than horses could ever do. And that was one of the reasons why the farms did expand over the years. Now, I look at the benefit of the heritage of the Polish community and how much it's contributed to Canada. And you start looking like my family, or part of my family, was very much the building foundation of this great country. And in the West, this is when we pretty much all became part of Canada, is around the late 1800s, early 1900s, is where we started to expand the West. There was immigrants that came earlier in the years, but to come in 1906, that was quite the thing for a country. Now, I actually had the opportunity to visit Pier 21 in Halifax, and I wanted to see if I could actually find my family heritage, and did they actually come through Pier 21 was the other thing. And the first question I was asked was, how many years ago was it? Because if it wasn't a set many years, you actually weren't allowed to look up records, because these people had to have, I think it was 50 or 70 years before you were able to look up their records, which I was quite fortunate. It was well over 100 years, but still I was able to look at the records. And the one thing I did notice, though, is they says, don't be too concerned if all the names aren't correct. Like, make sure the last name's right, make sure, the parents are very close, and if they had children, the names are right. And I was actually able to find that, yes, they did come in April of 1906. The names Yakko and Mary were correct. Although their sons weren't quite right, I think the names varied a little bit, but still I thought I had the right people, because I don't think there was that many Zatorskis coming into Canada at that time. And to give you an idea of how much it's flourished, I have yet to find a Zatorski that I'm not related to in Canada yet. I can't say the same about my last name. I've had several people ask me, are you related to so-and-so? But no, that's quite different families. So with that, I thought it was quite interesting that we could look up the records, and they weren't as close and precise as they could have been. There was only one page of what they had brought with them, some monetary, and that was about it. But when my other parents, Joseph and Dora Soroka, came in 1929, there was actually 2 pages now, so there was a lot more information coming, which was a little more appreciative, because then it gave you a better sense of what the things that they had brought, what kind of areas that they came from, and it was much more detailed, not near what it is now, mind you, but at least it gave you a little bit of history of your family, knowing that I was able to find that. So I think heritage and history are very important, and that's why we're celebrating this is to acknowledge, Polish History Month, that it's going to contribute in that. Now, I do want to also acknowledge that the Polish-Canadian Congress members and President John Terzak, that they do support this, which is great. And I'm not mentioning they're here in the House because I know that's not appropriate, so you don't have to worry about that. On motion 75. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, if I erred in some way, but I do apologize for that, Thank you for that. With that, I know that it's very important to, like I say, honor the heritage of our forefathers and what they have endured and how they've helped and built Canada. And like I said, I just gave one small example of our family. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the House for my time today here.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néchet. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like, first of all, to commend this bill, which is meant to highlight the contribution of Poles, especially in Quebec. I'd like to say, first of all, that I will be voting for this motion. We are pleased to join our voice to those who support this bill. I will now discuss the contribution of the Polish community to our culture. I would like to salute those Quebecers of Polish origin living in the Saint-Laurent, Bas-Saint-Laurent area. There are thousands of Quebecers who are of Polish origin. Among these, 23,000 are immigrants, and 55,000 are Quebecers whose ancestors go back further. The first modern thinker to have come up with the heliocentric model and said that the sun goes around the Earth was no other than Nicholas Copernicus, a Polish astronomer. For women the world over, a Polish woman, Marie Curie, is the very model of women's contribution to science and to devotion as a woman to a scientific career. I would also add this. What would music be without Frédéric Chopin? Or romanticism in painting with Mikołowski? Poetry in the 20th century without Piotrowski? This shows just how much they have contributed. And let's not forget the director, Kieslowski, and his Decalogue. And there's also this and many other reasons go to show that we have benefited from this community. The first Polish person was Dominique March, and he came to New France in 1750, before the conquest. He had a compatriot, Charles Yakovich, who also settled in Quebec. And after the Second World War, we welcomed many Poles who had witnessed untold horrors. And they found a new home with us. And over the years and over the centuries, their culture combined with ours, Quebec and the Quebec Polish community, have strong institutions. There's also a citizen who contributed to the Institute of Polish Arts and Culture. And there were other Poles who were former members of the Polish resistance, the resistance against the Nazi occupiers. And they contributed greatly to the association of Polish women, to that of political and war refugees, and also the example of the Canadian Institute, the Polish-Canadian Institute of Well-Being. And it was René Lévesque who welcomed this particular institution when he was Minister of Health. And the ethno-linguistic character of the Institute and its mission to serve Quebecers of Polish origin, was recognized by the National Assembly in 2014 rather. Now, in his novel, the great Quebec author Arlette Couture introduced us to Jerzy Jan and others with their parents, and Soria Palowska had fled the war in Europe, who said things were so sad that were so horrible that even the birds were killing each other. And they became part of the culture of Montreal. There have been Polish members of the Francophonie for a long time, and that has made us even closer. We are two great allies. We were two great allies in history and also culturally. So they have a privileged position in Quebec, both linguistically and culturally. Many Poles have highlighted the importance of French in the cultural and tourist domains. The 3rd of May celebrates the Polish Constitution and also Polish heritage. We will celebrate every year on the 3rd of May the adoption of the Polish Constitution. It was at this date that the Polish nation adopted one of the first constitutions in Europe. It was inspired by the French Revolution and its documents, and was inspired by the sages of the Enlightenment. Now, as a comparison, at the same time, our ancestors were also experimenting with the first parliamentary institutions. Since then, the French-Canadian people, later the Quebec people, was dedicated to its political freedom, its political emancipation, and the independence of their country. So the 3rd of May for Poles is a constant source of inspiration. It was so in their quest for independence. Poland never had an easy existence. And they've always displayed strength and resilience constantly. They fought for their independence. They were invaded, occupied, destroyed, and ravaged by totalitarian regimes. Poland, because of its geography and its geographic position, was at the heart of these conflicts. At one time, its country was cut up and became parts of Austria, Hungary, Russia, and Germany. There was a short period of independence after the Napoleonic conquest for the Duchy of Warsaw, but they had to wait till after the First World War in 1918 to see Poland again part of the world's map. And as you all know, dear colleagues, Poles were among the first victims of the Second World War. And they have had to deal with huge losses despite their tenacity. And I can mention those who fought in the city of Danzig against the SS, or who led cavalry charges against German tanks. Despite this, during the occupation, the Poles continued to resist, and then there was, of course, the Warsaw Uprising. At the end of the war, over 80% of the Jewish population of the country had been exterminated by the Nazis. Warsaw was almost completely destroyed, but resistance was ferocious. 70% of the pre-war population died. This led to a wave of immigration, which had refugees fleeing the country.
Then the country was under Stalin's control. and part of their original territory was annexed, and Poland was just a vassal of the communist regime. And when they finally found freedom, the Republic of Poland was created as we know it today, based on a semi-presidential model, like in France. Through all those years of occupation and mistreatment, Poland developed its own charter as a symbol of its independence and nationhood. And to conclude, Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind everyone as a Quebecer that we work hard to achieve our own national independence. There are many commonalities between our two countries, two peoples who were conquered by foreign invaders and colonial powers. And so we need to remember the resilience and the commitment of our Polish compatriots in their fight for independence and sovereignty. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is always a pleasure and a delight to stand and represent the people of Edmonton Strathcona. And it is a pleasure today, as the Foreign Affairs critic for the New Democratic Party, to also stand today and speak about M75, Polish Heritage Month. I was in Poland less than a year ago, and it is a country I need to spend more time in. I'm delighted to stand here and talk about the contributions that Polish Canadians have made to Canadian society, to Canadian economy, to our politics, and to our culture. Madam Speaker, the Polish community began settling in Canada over 160 years ago. Many of those settlers were in Edmonton, in Alberta, where we have a very strong and important Polish community. I remember being present for the unveiling of the strikingly beautiful and impressive monument celebrating the centennial recently. It perfectly captures the strength and the determination of the Polish settlers who came to Alberta to build a better life for themselves and to help build a better life for all of us in Canada. Polish settlers helped build our cities, our institutions, and over the past 160 years, Polish immigrants and their descendants, teachers, engineers, doctors and lawyers, architects, business leaders, and yes, even politicians, have made Alberta the vibrant and prosperous place it is today. You know, speaking of politicians, I have to think of my friend Thomas Lukasik. It's not often in this place that a New Democrat stands and talks about their friend who was a Conservative member of the Legislative Assembly. But Thomas is a real champion for human rights, something that I believe deeply in. And I was so proud to know him when he worked so hard to get help for Ukraine, for Ukrainians, to help Ukrainians settle in Edmonton during the illegal war in Ukraine. But also that he stood up for Palestinians and helped raise funds and raise support for Palestinians now as Gaza is seeing such a terrible humanitarian crisis. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, that there are over 190,000 Canadians who cite Polish as their mother tongue. And, you know, there are things that I humbly say that I'm quite good at, but pronouncing Polish words is not one of them. I don't come from a Polish background. Heather McPherson, as I'm sure you can all imagine, is Scottish. And so my staff have written out a number of greetings that they expected me to bring to the Polish community tonight. And I think my greatest gift to the Polish community will be to not bring those greetings. I can say, though, that one of the more selfish things that I feel about this opportunity for us to celebrate Polish culture and the Polish-Canadian connection is the ability for us to eat Polish food. And in Edmonton, that is something that we have a great opportunity to do on a regular basis. So knowing that we have each May as Polish Heritage Month feels to me like an excellent opportunity for us to be able to learn more about Polish cuisine, and I am very excited about that. That is just one of the very rich and meaningful contributions that the Polish diaspora has made to our country. However, Madam Speaker, on a more serious note, such a day as today allows us to take an opportunity to recognize the Polish people and the Polish diaspora for their resilience and for their determination. It was the resilience of the Polish people that got them through wars and occupations, including that by the Third Reich, which led many average Polish people to join the underground resistance. It was the organization of workers striking in the Gdansk shipyards that led to the emergence of the Solidarity Trade Union, a group that would later participate in talks that led to the fall of communism in Poland. And it's these hardy qualities that Polish Canadians bring to Canada, along with their kindness, their sense of community, things that I think all Canadians should embrace. And I wanted to take today as an opportunity to thank the Polish people, both here in Canada and in Poland, for the kindness and the generosity that they have shown over the past 2 years. After Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, millions of Ukrainians sought safety and comfort with their neighbors. I was in Poland both in March last year and in the previous March, and saw immediately after the invasion how Polish people opened their arms and welcomed Ukrainians into their community. You know, we saw welcome centers where displaced Ukrainian women, mothers, and children were elderly were welcomed into those communities. We saw the support that was given by the community and how difficult it was for the for people in Poland to do that, and how they did it anyway. You know, Canada will always stand with Poland. Poland is our NATO partner. And we will continue to fight to make sure that there is an end to Putin's illegal and unjustified war, because we know that this is happening on Poland's doorstep. The Canadian government must do everything possible within its means to continue to press for there to be a withdrawal of all Russian forces. And I'm also heartened to see the Polish people continue to embrace democracy. It's another reason that May 3rd should be designated as Polish Constitution Day here in Canada. Recently, the Polish people voted in elections to restore political centrism to Poland after years of right-leaning rule, and to vote in a government that will work to restore and strengthen Poland's democratic institutions. New Democrats strongly support the recognition of Polish Heritage Month every May. We welcome M75, and we hope to be able to celebrate Polish Constitution Day and Polish Heritage Month this year in our ridings. We're calling on all parties to quickly pass this bill to ensure that this year Canada will have its first Polish Heritage Month. And we're calling on the Liberal government to ensure tangible, stable, and predictable resources and opportunities for the Polish community across Canada so that they are able to share their rich, vibrant, and delicious culture with all of us. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to the member.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to see you in the chair. Look, I'm thrilled to stand and support my colleague today in seconding M75. Recognizing the great contribution that Polish Canadians have made to building this country, deeming March 3rd, Polish Constitution Day, May 3rd, May 3rd is Polish Constitution Day, and the month of May every year as Polish Heritage Month. First, I want to congratulate and thank my colleague from Mississauga East Cooksville in this initiative. It's been a long time coming. I'm proud to be part of this, and I want to applaud him for that. Madam Speaker, as evidenced by my faux pas at the outset, I'm proud of my Irish heritage. I am not Polish, but I'm hoping that by the time I sit down, people here today will understand why I am proud to have such strong connections not only to the Polish community in Etobicoke Lakeshore, but throughout my entire life. The ties between our two countries are strong and they run deep. The profound impact of our Polish-Canadian community on Canada's social, cultural, political, and economic landscape cannot be overstated. Polish immigration to Canada reaches back to as early as 1752, over 100 years before Confederation, Madam Speaker, when the first documented Polish immigrants set foot on Canadian soil in Montreal. While it would be naive to think that there were not struggles during the early decades after the arrival, like many immigrant communities who came after them, the Polish people endured and pushed forward to become an important part of the foundation of Canadian society. Our friendship and companionship have grown over the years. Polish soldiers trained in southern Ontario for the First World War. We fought together at Dieppe. Canada was the first country to approve Poland joining NATO in 1998, and our military cooperation continues as we work together to secure Eastern Europe against Russian aggression. Our soldiers trained together in Latvia. We both share a vision for a democratic and unified and independent Ukraine. We both are adherents to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Together we fight and continue to work against tyranny. Economically, we are strong partners. In 2022, there was over $4 billion worth of trade between our two countries, up from $2.85 billion in 2018. The partnership is growing, Madam Speaker. The Polish people's dedication and perseverance have left an enduring mark on our nation and continue to do so. Our history books are filled with the names of many people of Polish descent in every occupation. Since the beginning of our Parliament, Madam Speaker, Polish Canadians have been in this House. I think of Alexandra Edward Kruczkowski, an MP from 1867 to 1870. I think of the Honourable Don Mazunkowski, who served with distinction and honour as our Deputy Prime Minister. There was the Honourable Stephen Proposky and my friend Jesse Fliss, who served in this chamber. We have him to thank in large part for Flag Day, which we will be celebrating on February 15th. I think, too, of Ted Opitz. Today we have a number of MPs who served in this House. Today we have a number of Polish MPs or descendants of Polish families in our chamber, including 4 of my colleagues, one of whom sits just over there from Windsor-Tecumseh, and also a member from Calgary-Shepherd across the way. Provincially, I think of Bonnie Crombie, who's an effective voice for our Polish community. She too served in this chamber. And of course, in my own riding, there's Chris Corwin-Kaczynski, KK, who served municipally in the City of Toronto, proudly calls Etobicoke Lakeshore home, and who's worked forward in getting us here today. Culturally, Polish Canadians have enriched the social and cultural fabric of our country. I think of pianist Janina Filkowski, whose fingers have danced on piano keys for decades, entertaining people everywhere. Who didn't grow up listening to Peter Zowski on CBC? However, he was not the only famous Canadian Zowski. His paternal great-grandfather was Sir Kazimierz Zowski of Polish nobility, who was a prominent engineer in Canada and worked on the Grand Trunk Railway and the Welland Canal. Sir Kazimierz Zowski was knighted by Queen Victoria. Canadian legend Geddy Lee, I didn't know this until recently, of Rush, has been one of the biggest Canadian music influence in history, certainly in my lifetime, and has very strong Polish roots. His parents were Polish Holocaust survivors who emigrated to Canada. Actress and activist Lisa Ray, who grew up in Etobicoke, has a Polish mother. Media mogul Moses Zeimer, mother too, was from Poland. Olympians, Penny Oleksiuk, hockey legends, Wayne Gretzky, current captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs, John Tavares, all have Polish roots. Today, Canada's Polish population is estimated at over 1.1 million people. 2.71% of the population, and is concentrated mostly in Ontario, Alberta, and British Columbia. I would like to thank the Canadian Polish Congress for all it does to promote awareness of and respect for Poland's history and heritage. And then, like my friend across the way indicated, I'm pretty sure if I look around, I could see them in Ottawa today. The President, I know for a fact, is here in Ottawa today, and I want to thank him for all he's doing, along with all his colleagues. I'm proud to say the Polish presence and influence in my riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore is incredibly strong. Etobicoke Lakeshore is home to the Consul General of the Republic of Poland. I would like to thank Magdalena Piszkulkowski, the Consul General of Poland, for all she does in Canada and in Etobicoke Lakeshore. The faith of Polish Canadians is a strong and is an inspiration to me. I think of St. Mark's Parish, St. Teresa's Parish, Polish Full Gospel Church, all located in Etobicoke Lakeshore. There's many other organizations, Madam Speaker. The Polish Association of Toronto, the Polish Teachers Association, the Polish Cultural Center located in my constituency. There's a Polish seniors group that meets at the Stonegate Community Health Center, and we also have the National Polish Union Branch #1 in Etobicoke Lakeshore. I feel so incredibly fortunate to have such a vibrant Polish community at home. But it doesn't start there. It goes back. I was born and raised in Thunder Bay, Madam Speaker, as you know. And Thunder Bay has a proud Polish community. I spent my youth going to Mass at St. Mary's Lady Queen of Poland Church with my mother and my father and my 2 brothers. I remember vividly going to 7 o'clock Mass on Sunday nights. I have fond memories of going and buying pierogies and eating that fine Polish food at the Polish Hall in Thunder Bay. I sent my brother a text earlier just before I got up, said, did the Polish Hall have a name? He said, no, it was just called the Polish Hall. I remember it well, anyway, we won't go there. Every year I look forward to Polish celebrations, including in the neighboring riding of Parkdale High Park and the Roncesvalles Polish Festival, which this year marks its 17th anniversary. Something to be very proud of. My point is that Polish Canadians continue to make Canada, and have always made Canada a better place, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, M75 is far beyond acknowledging the historical bonds connecting Canada and Poland. It celebrates the importance of those contributions. When you look at people in the Polish community, you see how proud they are to be Polish, but you see how proud they are to be Canadians. And that cannot be overlooked, and that's why this motion is so important, Madam Speaker. So to designate May 3rd as Polish Constitution Day, and to dedicate the month of May as Polish Heritage Month goes beyond symbolism. It recognizes and captures that importance. And I want to thank every Polish Canadian for the contribution they made to this great country, and I look forward to supporting this motion. And I know I don't have to ask, but I'm going to do it anyway. I want every member in this House to join us in doing just that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a huge pleasure for me to speak to this topic, M75, and it's also a pleasure to see you smiling in the chair again, Madam Speaker. So I wish you all the best. Look, it's to be expected that this motion will pass. It's only natural. But the question is, how long has it been that Polish Canadians have been contributing to the vitality of our society and contributing to a whole host of institutions? How is it that this motion hasn't been passed already? So, okay, better late than never. Let's do it. I believe my colleague from Kamouraska stole my thunder a little bit, but we will be voting in favor of this.
This is to mark what the Polish nation has brought to Canada and Quebec. There are many francophones in Poland. This creates unique ties between Quebec and Poland. 79,000 people in Quebec stated that they were of Polish ethnicity. 55,000 were born in Quebec. Their story is the same as ours. We share our story because they have been here for a long time. I know that, well, sometimes people are sick of hearing us talking about Quebec. Well, we keep talking about Quebec because we know that you secretly love it. We always talk about our history, the Charter of French Language, La Révolution Tranquille, the Quiet Revolution. And throughout, Polish descendants have been with us because they have been here since 1752. In 1752, it wasn't Canada. It was in New France at the time. Dominique Batz, a fur merchant, landed in 1752. After that, Charles Baskovitz, who arrived in 1757. These individuals fed into our commonwealth in New France, Nouvelle France at the time. Earlier, my colleague mentioned one of the most remarkable people who created an important institution called the Canadian Polish Wellbeing Centre. This individual arrived in 1943. Before arriving in Quebec, she was a member of the resistance. She was a mother of 3. Everyone should take a few seconds to imagine, especially if you're parents. If you're not a parent, you can still understand what it means to be a member of the resistance during the Second World War with 3 children in tow. These people left their homeland, came to Canada. Sometimes they were forced to do so, and we're happy that they stayed, but we have to understand their sacrifices. How heavy the burden was. We have to recognize this value. And I believe, Madam Speaker, I think that I am not wrong in saying the following. Today, the Polish people are the ones who understand and cherish their independence because they lost it a number of times, and it has been threatened for a long time through violence, through occupations. We need a lot of resilience. And so I would like to commend their strength, I would like to commend their courage, and I would like to commend their resistance. Thank you for participating in building a better society here. Poland is part of Quebec's culture. It's part of our literature as well. Arlette Couture wrote Ces enfants d'ailleurs, which tells the story of the exodus of a Polish family who came to Grand Fleuve in the periphery of Montreal. And since then, the Polish community has flourished and has created a beautiful mosaic of people in our region. So I'm very happy to lend my voice to this debate to create Polish Heritage Month. It's with pleasure that I will participate in celebrations with Polish Canadians. I invite everyone to do so. For example, Polish Constitution Day on May 3rd. Constitution Day that was first celebrated after the horrible years under Germany and Soviet Russia. I will be at other events that highlight the rule of law and freedom. These people, Madam Speaker, know what independence means, truly know what independence means. Of course, in Quebec, we had our own unique history, and I don't want to compare Quebec's history to Poland's history. We are far from the same level of intensity, but we've both sought to protect our nations and to make our nations flourish. And I'm sure that the day we will become a nation, we will do so with Quebec's Polish community. And they will continue to add wealth to our history and to our lives. We will vote for the motion. But there's a slight issue with the motion. You'll understand what it is. It's with the wording. That is very Canada-centric. Don't want to offend anyone, but it talks about multiculturalism in Canada. Our vision in Quebec isn't against multiculturalism, of course. It's a different way to reach multiculturalism. It's interculturalism. We believe that Polish Quebecers have brought so much wealth that we have absorbed this wealth in our values. And we have because Polish Canadians are generous, they're hardworking, and we are so happy to live with them, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank them. And I noted that there was a delegation here with us this evening, and I think that this is very important. I have no more time? Oh, no, I still have a little bit of time. I remember that we can't. I can't say that anyone's in the stands. That's not my job. That's yours, Madam Speaker. In any case, our respective societies, Canadian, Quebec societies that currently share this parliament, are very happy to commend the Canadian and Quebec Polish community. And it's with a lot of enthusiasm that the Bloc Québécois will vote for this motion, celebrating the strength and dynamism of this people. Some people may have been offended that I'm talking about Quebec independence. Some people are offended. Some people are used to it by now. But I would like to give you an example. If you have hope that perhaps one day something may happen, perhaps you need to speak among yourselves. A federal commission was created with Bill C-40 without bilingualism being essential for its justices, which should be impossible in a country with two official languages, French and English. I saw that in my news feed. I would have been remiss not to mention it. My colleague for Rivière du Nord at the Justice Committee rightly spoke against this. We are very much for celebrating the strength and diversity of Polish Canadians and Polish Quebecers, and we look forward to sharing our evolution together. When we live together, we share our history, we share our experiences, and that is how we will make a just and equitable society. All I want to say to this community is that we also believe in independence, and we hope that we will be able to share our independence in a sovereign Quebec. Thank you very much. Good evening to one and all. But I still have a little bit of time, so I'm going to be a bit risky. I'm going to try something, and I hope that if anyone listens to me, they will forgive me.
Viexor, poche draiwan, I zechkoji, ce qui veut dire.
Which was meant to mean good evening and thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to rise here on Bill Motion 75, Polish Heritage Month. I'm going to read it so that we have it into the record. And I think this is important not only just for the Polish community, but it's also a country of Canada, the multiculturalism we have. We also have a country that's being built by people coming here, contributing in many different ways, not only just in terms of a heritage aspect, but also through the economy and also civil society. And that's been the experience of the Polish community in Windsor that has done so much for so many different years, but also reflects one of the reasons why we have heritage months and why we actually have recognition for different weeks. In Ontario, there already is a Polish Heritage Month. But this motion calls for A, that the House recognize the significant contributions Polish Canadians have made to Canadian society, economy, politics, and culture, and the importance of educating Canadians of all ages about the core values that Polish Canadians have imparted to the strength and diversity of Canada. And B, in the opinion of the House, the government should reflect upon Polish heritage for future generations and designate May 3rd of every year as Polish Constitution Day and the month of May of every year as Polish Heritage Month. And why that's important, not only just to the Polish community, it's also important for other communities where we embrace the multiculturalism, we embrace the participation of citizens that come to build a new life here, and that they bring some of their culture with them, they bring some of their experiences with them, and they get a chance to shape our democracy and our communities and our society. And that's been the experience that I have had with the Polish community before politics, when I worked at the Multicultural Council of Windsor and Essex County, which also has a Polish carousel as part of the Carousel of Nations, and as well when I became a city councillor. And I do want to recognize this one person, there's many to recognize, but Jerry Boricki, with regards to our Polish community and the Canadian Business and Professional Association of Windsor, is very important to recognize the contributions one can make. Now, Jerry has been recognized with the Cross of Merit in Poland, the Order of Merit of the Republic of Poland, the Queen Elizabeth Diamond Jubilee Medal, and many other different things. But I got to know him as just a citizen sitting on our panel at the Race and Ethno Relations Committee of Windsor and Essex County when I was chair of that actual committee. And he brought forth the idea for the city of Windsor to twin with Lublin and have our city expand its horizons. And I saw for a particular situation evolving that took not only from the streets of Windsor and Essex County the reflection of the settlements that we've had from Polish citizens from the 1800s to the forefront of the businesses contributing, being part of our armed forces, being part of our citizens when they do work at home, our auto industry, manufacturing, a number of different avenues that took place from very professional to basically blue collar, and continuing to grow that relationship with Lublin and making sure that we had civic engagement by all. And so several trips and delegations we went over, and it convinced me that there's no doubt that you can achieve just about anything. And when I came here as a member of Parliament back in 2002, I was fortunate to be by then Joe Comartin, the former member for Windsor-Tecumseh, back in 2007 when we started to press for waiving of the visitor visa of Poland citizens. And we knew that was a big issue with regards to getting some justice on that file. But having, a government at that time, we weren't sure what was going to do the right thing. Eventually it did, and I want to give credit to then Minister Jason Kenney, who actually worked hard on this and does deserve a note in this chamber for the hard work of making sure a change took place. And that was one that was adopted by all the corners of the House here, and it's something that I think, again, shows that when we put our test to ourselves at different times, we can find more in common than not. It doesn't seem always this is a time and a place that it is conducive to that, but the reality is we can get some good work done on that. So one of the things I do want to note with regards to the situation that we're going to have with this Heritage Month is that we do have other ones that are coming and emerging as well too, but also in the Polish one here, I'm hoping the government allocates some resources to make sure that we actually have information, we have supports for programs, services, at least if there's not one officially with this motion, because that can't be appropriate at this point in time, but it should set a standard that makes sure that places like in Windsor, the Dom Polski, where we actually have events and heritage months for Ontario, but now hopefully this will take place, and other types of expressions of cultural engagement, that there are going to be adequate supports and programs, and that has happened at different points and different times over the years. And so for Windsor and Essex County, we've seen this heritage play itself out in a lot of pride. I did mention with regards to World War II, where we had some of the veterans that were in our contingent of support for the Canadian Armed Forces, and then we had them come back home to our community and be some of the hardest workers, and also contributing in the aspect of not only just developing the Polish community, but also contributing to the sectors that we have about our country. So Polish Canadians did become emigrating to Canada in 1858 in terms of when it was recorded. I'm sure others came before that. But it's important that this chamber right now, not just Ontario, recognizes the Heritage Month, because it does go across from coast to coast to coast. And we can reflect individually, and I think this happens quite a bit as we've heard other members, including myself, talk about the local community that you have and the experiences that you have. But as you travel with this job across Canada and across other places, including the United States, where I've been to many times, I've noticed that in Canada, when it comes to many of the different communities that we have, there's a special flavor and element that comes with the pride of having cultural celebrations that include other communities. And where I come from, Windsor, Ontario, we see that across the river, where 2 miles basically to the south, so the north of us, we have Detroit and we have the United States, where they do it differently than ourselves. In fact, it's not that they don't have those cultural connections, but there's a special element to Canada here that's rather unique. So having the opportunity that I have, I find that these motions that we have here very important, but at the same time, hoping that they're going to continue to actually encourage the government to make sure that heritage and other types of budgetary expenses that maybe seem as soft to some members in this chamber, where they might see that this budgetary expenditure is a loss for supporting the cultural celebrations, but also the engagement with other countries and other different groups and organizations, like at Winmar community was Lublin, where we had the City of Windsor step up to help out, and other citizens. They actually create opportunities for economic development and diversity. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I was one of the individuals put on the initial list of being banned in Russia. That was something not only did I mind, I was yeah, thank you, I'm getting clapped for it, but the reality is when I got the notification, my response was, I hope I can make myself go higher on the list. And I think it's because some of the work I have done with regards to this issue, but other things, and the importance that we have as this country right now in the Polish community to support so many of the brothers and sisters that they have that overlap their societies. So it is symbolic in many respects through emotion. It's not legislation, but it does create an opportunity and a path forward. But then at the same time, I do know it actually does reflect an important grounding that's necessary. And again, you know, for our community, when we celebrate Polish Heritage Month and from the province of Ontario, it's a very special event where we have not only just professional discussions, we have celebrations, and we have food, of course, and a whole different things. We've seen even actually displays and other things that Jerry and the rest of the group have put together that have actually educated new people about our Polish contributions, whether it's the arts, the cultures, whether it's in the economy, all those different things. And those things actually lead to economic development. And I can tell you that our delegations that we've had over the years have strengthened the relationship and economic opportunity. So as I wrap up, Madam Speaker, I want to say I'm grateful that I've had the opportunity to speak here. And again, this is very important for the Polish community, but I think it's also reflective of a country that accepts and also wants to have the civic engagement of other cultures in the very fabric of how we do things on a daily basis. And most importantly is to recognizing those through special relationships in days and months that actually show this. And for Polish Heritage Month, it's well time and due, and I appreciate the mover of the motion.
It is now time for the Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville for the right of reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's great to see you in the chair. Witam, dziękuję. I am delighted to wrap up this beautiful discussion that we've had here on my private member's motion M75. The diverse voices of my colleagues spanning various political affiliations and regions of our country have resonated with unwavering support, declaring May as Polish Heritage Month and designating May 3rd as Polish Constitution Day in Canada. The unanimous backing from members across the spectrum is a testament to the profound contributions of our Polish Canadian communities. I want to thank my colleagues, the members of Parliament that have spoken today, member for Yellowhead, Rimouski Nijet, Muscata Lebask, Edmonton Strathcona, Etobicoke Lakeshore, Berthier Maskinogé, and we had the member for Windsor West that we just heard from. And thank all those that participated also in the first hour of debate for their thoughtful expression. And I express my heartfelt gratitude to the Polonia in Canada, whose roots were traced back to the arrival of the first Polish immigrant in 1752, over 272 years. This community has evolved to its present-day Polish diaspora of 1.1 million. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Nicholas Copernicus, the eminent Polish mathematician, doctor of medicine, theologian, and astronomer, once said, "To know that we know what we know, and to know that we do not know what we do not know, that is true knowledge." Well, Speaker, what we do know is true is the profound impact of the Polish-Canadian community on Canada's social, economic, political landscape. Their contributions in arts, music, entrepreneurship, academia have enriched our society immeasurably. This motion owes its existence to the dedicated leaders within the Polish community who have tirelessly supported me and fellow members here in sharing their stories of Canadians of Polish descent. And I extend my appreciation to those watching, and we know some are with us here in the chamber today, whether in person or through our parliamentary channel. Speaker, while I cannot name everyone, I want to express a big thank you to His Excellency, the Ambassador Witold Jelski and his officials, to the Canadian Polish Congress and its President John Tomczak and Vice President Dominik Rosak, as well as the entire executive team of the Canadian-Polish Congress. I'd also like to acknowledge the efforts of the various Canadian-Polish Congress branch presidents and their boards, our Canada-Poland Parliamentary Friendship Group, and our chair, who was born in Poland and represents his community of Windsor-Tecumseh in this House, and I know will be working hard for our first flag raising here when we get to commemorate May as Polish Heritage Month. Speaker, I had the privilege of joining my Polish community friends this past weekend at the Polish Combatants Hall for the New Year's annual Oplatek, or wafer reception. It was a moment to break bread, reflect on the past year, and celebrate the achievements of the Polonia in Canada. This year marks the 90th anniversary of the Canadian-Polish Congress. And we took the opportunity to express our gratitude to Canadian-Polish veterans who bravely fought for the peace, freedoms, and democracy that we enjoy today. Now, I feel like I have been adopted by the Polish community. And like the speaker, we come from Portuguese descent. So maybe like John Tavares, Portuguese and Polish coming together. But it has been a true honor. And, you know, at that function, I received the Ignacy Jan Padrowski, and I hope I said it correctly, Medal of Recognition, and I want to thank you. It's with pride that I wear it here today. Thank you very much for this recognition. I extend a heartfelt thank you to our Polish Canadians for Poland's steadfast support for Ukraine during these challenging times, my wife being of Ukrainian descent. Speaker, the Polish spirit, determination, and tireless efforts exemplify their commitment to enriching Canada with Polish culture, a strong work ethic, deep faith, and unparalleled resilience. Madam Speaker, when we think about what we are recognizing today, we are celebrating Polish Heritage Month, May 3rd Constitution Day, from coast to coast to coast. I look forward to raising that Polish flag here on this hill in Parliament, along with the Canadian flag. Dziękuję bardzo. Nedzieja Polska, nadzieja Canada. Thank you very much.
It being 6:23, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Fonseca, seconded by Mr. Baker, moved, Mr. Maloney, I think? Yep. Mr. Maloney, moved that A, the House recognize the significant contributions Polish Canadians have made to Canadian society, economy, politics, and culture, and the importance of educating Canadians of all ages about the core values that Polish Canadians have imparted to the strength and diversity of Canada. B, de l'avis de la Chambre.
In the opinion of the House, the government should reflect upon Polish heritage for future generations and designate May 3rd of every year as Polish Constitution Day and the month of May every year as Polish Heritage Month.
The person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of her, the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
And I'll ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 7th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Comme il est 18h20.
As it is 6:24, the House will now proceed to Bill C-365, respecting the implementation of a consumer-led banking system for Canadians, that this be now read.
Mr. Williams, seconded by Mr. Lewis. Lewis? No, Mr.
Orders of the day.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Orders of the day. Yes.
Orders of the day, au jour, consideration at second reading of Bill C-365, Consumer-Led Banking Act, standing in the name of Mr. Williams.
It can't. It has to be here, the person. Okay. Yes. Mr. Williams, seconded by Ms. Lewis, moves that Bill C-365, an act respecting the implementation of a consumer-led banking system for Canadians, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was a young boy, like many Canadians, I remember fondly playing the game Monopoly growing up. I loved owning all the utilities, collecting Park Place and Boardwalk, then putting hotels on them and bankrupting all my brothers and sisters and all my family members. It was really great. And the game, of course, was developed in the 1920s, 1930s by Lizzie Maggie. And she wanted it to be actually an educational tool. It was meant to show the negative aspect of property held in the hands of a very few. And Madam Speaker, 100 years later, and almost 100 years later to Monopoly, Canadians see that Canada has a monopoly problem. Canadians pay the highest cell phone bills on the whole planet. When it comes to grocery, we only have 3 Canadian grocery chains and 2 American who are driving prices up. When it comes to looking at a lot of industries like internet, we have a monopoly in the sky overhead. Low orbit satellite, which is the only accessible internet a lot of our 6 million rural Canadians can get, is from Elon Musk's Starlink. When we look, of course, then at the main one, which is banking, we only have 5 Canadian banks that control 87% of all the mortgages. Well, excuse me, it was 5. The government, last week, the finance minister 2 weeks ago, approved the merger of HSBC and RBC, meaning the RBC bought, number 1 bank bought the number 7 bank, which means 5 banks now control 90% of all the mortgages in Canada. And to talk about how bad it is with monopolies, we can go back to 1776. Adam Smith talked about monopolies with The Wealth of Nations and talked about the invisible hand, many buyers and sellers that negotiates price and dictates price. And we remove that invisible hand. If you take away sellers and keep that to very few, prices go up and wages go down. We're seeing that across Canada as one of the fewest countries in the world, or the country in the world that has the most monopolies per industry sector. Oligopoly was a word created in 1930, and it means few sellers. It actually comes from the word oligarch. And when we talk about oligopoly, that of course is what we're talking about in the banking sector. When we have few sellers, prices go up, service goes down, wages go down, startups go down, innovation goes down. And we only have a month to look back at what happened with RBC announcing it's going to buy RBC announcing it's going to buy HSBC to exactly see what happened from that. Before the announcement, HSBC had interest rates of 6.4% versus RBC at 7.15. After the announcement, those rates went up 6.55%, meaning if you had a mortgage of $500,000 in Vancouver, you just paid $750 more a year. Monopolies will benefit only the very few, shareholders and the owners, and they benefit, and the few are the only ones who benefit, while Canadians lose. And we certainly have that problem. When it comes to the banking sector, we do have major problems because of this oligopoly. 1/3 of Canadians are upset with their financial institution. Canadians pay some of the highest banking fees in the world. Because of economic conditions, J.D. Howe listed that 50% of banking customers are financially vulnerable or stressed, an increase of 6% from only a year ago. The banks won't share your financial information. If you want to change or have the freedom to be banked by another bank or institution, the banks feel that they own that information and they just won't share it with whom you want to share it with. And Canadians are nickel and dimed by the big banks for basic financial services, which Brits, Australians, and Americans are getting for free. The answer to our monopoly and oligopoly problem is right in front of us. A robust, open banking framework, or consumer-led banking, would allow the industry to overhaul its outdated systems, modernize payment infrastructure, and a platform for fintechs to fill the gaps left by Canada's oligopoly. But with one simple method: making the banks have to share your financial data on your consent. Consumer-led banking makes the banks have to use an API, an application program interface, so that companies can bank you and Canadians get financial freedom. It's just common sense. Freedom to decide who to bank with, which apps you want to use, how long your data is going to be used for, and for what purpose. It will mean that hundreds of financial institutions, applications, and even new banks will be able to apply for your business, and you as a Canadian will have the freedom of choice to decide who gets your banking business. But consumer-led banking, open banking, has already been delayed by this Liberal government for 6 years. My bill, C-365, will make this 6-year delay a reality, and there isn't a moment to lose. You see, Madam Speaker, other countries get it. South Korea implemented this in 2019, India in 2011, Australia in 2020, Japan in 2017, New Zealand 2018, the UK in 2018. And through consumer-led banking, we have seen countries other than Canada empower their consumers by allowing them to security access and share their own financial data. And other countries have reaped the rewards Canada has lost out in. In the UK, with consumer-led banking implicated, with only 14% market share, consumers pay $0 for monthly transactional fees. Consumers pay $0 for overdraft fees. Consumers in the UK pay $0 to their bank in general. The savings per year in the people of the UK is £12 billion, and for small businesses, that's £8 billion. There have been over 250 companies created and over 4,000 jobs. The reality, much like the industrial policy that Canada has lost out in, is that the most competitive and forward-looking leaders are based in other countries, and Canada has some really great financial tech companies ready to lead the world, but if this is not implemented, they're going to leave Canada. This government is stalled and the industry is losing patience, but let's just walk through what's happened with this. The government announced in 2018 that consumer-led and open banking will be in place by 2023. What year is it? I'm not quite sure right now, but I know it's way past 2023. The government hired an expert, does this sound familiar, to weigh in, and it was a panel, back in summer 2021, which recommended a comprehensive recommendation of how to set up the system, including an 18-month implementation schedule. The government hired a new expert to then come up with a framework in 2021. The expert reported back to the government in early 2023, but the report was never made public. In fact, it sits on the finance minister's desk. The minister sat on this report for 6 months, installed this legislation, and now promised it will be implemented. Strangely enough, after my private member's bill, C-365, to get the government to implement consumer-led banking was tabled. But this patient fintech industry is losing its patience, and we risk losing these companies potentially worth hundreds of billions of dollars to this economy at a time when we need it the most. For Canadians out there, and they're asking, well, what is fintech? Fintech stands for financial technology companies. And more Canadians have used a fintech app than they might ever know. If you can't qualify for a loan because you don't have a Canadian credit history, you could share your monthly rent payments with Borrowell's Red Advantage app to build your credit score. QuickBooks uses your transaction data to automate your bookkeeping, and there are 1 million small businesses using this app. Wealth-Account tracks your investment accounts at different banks. Wealthsimple is a Canadian online investment management service. ShakePay allows you to pay friends, buy and earn Bitcoin, and send money. Coho is a no-fee spending and savings account with the perks of a credit card. And Wise allows you to send cross-border currency quickly and efficiently. The fintech industry in Canada is worth $9.4 billion, with 169 investments in 2021 worth $1.75 billion. But it's despite this government, not because of it. Companies exist, but it's almost in a black market. 9 million Canadians have simply been giving away their online banking usernames and passwords, or what we call screen scraping, because the banks won't pass that information on. Screen scraping is illegal in most countries. Can you imagine having to share your safe word with another company because the banks just won't share your information? It's incredibly dangerous. And as part of UK's open banking reforms, they scrapped it, they banned it, and they made sure it couldn't happen. But for 9 million Canadians, it's happening each and every day. Consumers need laws that force the banks to allow them to, on request, transfer their data from a bank to a financial tech organization, or to move it from bank to bank in order to give them financial freedom. It defines how the consent should be obtained, as well as the cybersecurity requirements that banks and apps must meet. Perhaps most importantly, open banking also helps customers hold their banks or fintechs liable if or when they are unreliable with your data. Canada's reluctance to embrace open banking has recklessly allowed Canada's private data to be at risk or compromised. And competition would help fix fraud, makes companies sharper, and makes them invest in better technologies. Currently, with fraud increasing, there's been a decrease in satisfaction with how banks handle fraud-related problem resolution. With competition, we solve that. The financial institutions that rank the highest in J.D. Power are those that effectively communicated about fees, fraud, and savings, that provided tools and information about budgeting and debt reduction, and addressed security and fraud problems in a tiny matter. Imagine that. Competition will actually also fix fraud. But it's a lack of competition that's making Canadians have to put their data at risk and is compromising Canadians and Canadian businesses. And let's just be clear, Canadians want this. It's not just the cost savings, it's the service. You know, when we look at what Canadians want out of their bank, they want to be able to have the tools they want when they want them. They want to have a bank that looks after their needs, a bank that gets it back to them. A lot of these fintechs are open during the weekends. You know, when we've seen other industries explode and we have some competition, we see service go up, we see wages go up. You know, we make sure that we create good jobs that stay in Canada at a time when we need it. You know, some comments that we heard when I put this bill forward, and we've had a lot of good positive feedback from fintechs that are desperately trying to get this legislation through. They've been asking for it for 6 years. You know, we have Sherry Lee Mathers, an automation-obsessed accounting technologist, her words, in craft brewing technology. She says, open banking will bring improved data-driven insights and cash flow planning to desperately needed by Canadian small businesses, especially as they weather the challenges in this financial climate, especially those industries that are still trying to recover from the pandemic. I say yes to open banking. Tanya Hiltz, who is a CBF, she's a RevUp business with Tanya, that's her name. It's a cloud-savvy bookkeeping and efficiently abolitionist. These are great names. These are all obviously entrepreneurs. Thank you for the support. This is a game changer for Canadian businesses, offering unparalleled transparency and control over financial data. You know, almost anyone I've met with supports this initiative, and they want to make sure we get this right, we get it through, and we get it going. Madam Speaker, the other part right now is that startups in Canada are at a 20-year low. We have 100,000 less startups or entrepreneurs in Canada than we did 20 years ago. You know, at a time when we're seeing massive layoffs in the Canadian economy. You know, we've had announcements, even in the last couple of weeks, of hundreds and thousands of jobs that are coming to an end and being laid off. We need this industry to grow. We need it to prosper, and we certainly need it to excel from this government with the right framework, but we need that to be going right now. Madam Speaker, the solution to Canada's monopoly problem is a Canadian-led, consumer-led banking initiative and legislation that we want before this House within 6 months of this bill passing. In the United Kingdom, consumer-led banking has saved individuals £12 billion per year, businesses over £8 billion per year, with improved access to services, financial services, lower fees, and greater control of your financial data. Canadians know what a monopoly is, and they hardly know what a free market is. You know, when I talk about monopoly, there was actually another board game called Anti-Monopoly, which was supposed to talk about the free market system. It's supposed to teach our kids and our families about free market and what it is. After 100 years of monopolies in Canada, it's time we open the free market. You know, today 365 is calling for the government to reaffirm a promise to enact consumer-led banking and introduce legislation within 6 months so Canadians can have a free market in the banking sector. With it, financial freedom, better prices, because Canadians and Canadia's fintech industry deserve more. As a conservative side of this party, we want to bring home savings. We want to bring home freedom to consumers. Let's bring it home, bring home open banking to Canadians and Canadian public. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure the member's aware is that in the fall economic statement, it's the debates that's going on in which the Conservative Party doesn't want to pass legislation. In fact, they're kind of filibustering it. It talks about setting and establishing the framework for a lot of the things, and I would probably suggest even possibly more than what he's talking about now. In there, it talks about the Budget 2024 legislation will in fact be incorporating it. I'm wondering if he would make a commitment not only to support it, but to encourage his colleagues across the way to also try to get it passed relatively quickly.
Member for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, this is so simple and it's 4 words, and I think I speak on behalf of all Canadians. We don't believe you. You've had 6 years that you promised to implement this legislation. You said it would be done by 2023. It's 2024, Madam Speaker. All of these companies have been promised one thing and they didn't get the answers. A report for this exact open banking legislation is sitting on the desk of the Finance Minister. It came back to the fact that this private member's bill hit the floor. This government even mentioned it into the fall economic statement. Madam Speaker, it's time to get this implemented. Let's get it done.
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for this very interesting bill. I'm looking forward to talking about it during my speech. Now, there are a number of technological firms that are under provincial regulation in this area. In fact, the largest one in Quebec is a co-op, Desjardins, which comes under Quebec jurisdiction, so provincial jurisdiction. So it's not subject to the federal act. So I wonder if my colleague has thought about the need to harmonize between Quebec and the federal legislation, and if there's any ways we can amend this bill so we don't wind up with banks that are federally regulated and Desjardins in Quebec, which is not regulated by the federal government. Is that something that he's thought about?
Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, merci beaucoup pour the member.
Thank you very much to the member from Mirabel.
To our industry committee, so I look forward to working with them. But we see this across a lot of different spectrums right now. This bill is asking for legislation, so the legislation has to come forward, and I agree with them. Much the same as we're seeing with C-27, and we have a much better privacy bill in Quebec, so I'll agree with that. Much is the same as we saw today when we're talking about the problems with Manulife and Loblaws, and the fact that some of that legislation is provincial, that's allowing the Manulife to sole source pharmaceuticals. So yes, I do agree with the member. We always need to look at the provinces, but we are looking at that with some of that legislation. But let's get the legislation forward. Let's get the legislation passed so we can all talk about it in the House of Commons and then get it passed for Quebec and all Canadians.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the member give a clear indication in terms of just how much consultation within the industry did he actually do before tabling the legislation?
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Well, probably a lot more in the government because we haven't seen a report. It's sitting on a desk. We don't even know what they've done for consultation. But I'm just going to reiterate again what the government has done and how long it's taken and why we're trying to get this through. The government announced in 2018 this would be in place by 2023. They hired an expert panel to weigh in, reporting back in the summer of 2021. The government hired a new expert to come up with a framework in 2021. The expert reported back, who is still being paid by the government, by the way, in the payroll. In early 2023, the report is sitting on the desk, and again, nothing has happened. So I've probably talked to just as many people in 6 months as the government did during that consultation, but I can tell you, all of them, every one of them, wants this legislation. Let's get this legislation in front of Parliament and let's get it through.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I think in terms of secure and stable financial sector, that's what Canadians ultimately want to see. And, you know, it wasn't that long ago when actually Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, and we had a banking industry that came out of the 90s that was fairly healthy because of decisions that Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin put into place to protect our banking industry, Madam Speaker. Right. I say that because it's important for us to recognize that as a party, we have gone the extra mile, whether it's consultations or ultimately ensuring that the best interests of Canadians were put first and foremost at protecting a vital industry that has to be there, healthy and strong, and pushing for consumer protections and choice first and foremost, Mr. Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, I say that because, remember, in the first few years of Stephen Harper, we had banks that were going bankrupt around the world. The world was looking at Canada saying, how is it that Canada was doing so well in terms of not having banks going bankrupt? And it was being attributed to the work that Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin did during the 90s.
That's right. I remember.
Now, in order to be able to do the things that we did back then, it required a great deal of effort and work. And that is what we have seen since we have been elected back in 2015. We have seen very much a proactive government taking a look at how it is that we build and continue to strengthen Canada's middle class. And that means you have to take into consideration in terms of what's happening in our financial industry. And the banks play a critical role. And that is why we have seen budgetary measures dealing with the banking industry. Canadians shouldn't be surprised. The member himself makes reference to the fact, well, you know, we've been talking about it from 2000, I think he said 2016. That doesn't surprise me. Of course we're going to be talking about many different aspects of the banking industry because we understand the importance of it. Even when you take a look at the pandemic when it hit Canada, it was a worldwide pandemic. And we took a look at how it is that we could pressure the banking industry, the financial industry, to ensure that small businesses and Canadians' interests were going to be best served. So we used, in many ways, tax dollars and government policy to ensure that small businesses and families were in fact going to be protected during that pandemic. Ultimately, I would suggest to you, saving many businesses from going bankrupt, ensuring that families had the disposable income when it came time to pay mortgages, or even ultimately put food on the table. So what has the government done with respect to this specific issue that the member has raised? It was not that long ago, Madam Speaker, in which we had the fall economic statement. And because of the efforts of the Department of Finance and other departments, that we were able to deal with the many different stakeholders that are out there. The member made reference to one area in particular. But what about the consumer? What about the average Canadian? What about small businesses? What about even the larger corporations or the family farms? Right. I think that we had a responsibility to do a thorough consultation. The idea is great, but it takes a lot of work to put it together. And it was coming together quite well. And that's the reason why I was glad as many Canadians, our banking industry, consumers groups, were very pleased with the fall economic statement. That's the statement you're voting against. I'll remind the member, Madam Speaker.
Come on.
Well, some of my colleagues are a little bit more optimistic than I am, but I suspect they're going to vote against it, Madam Speaker. But within that statement is that commitment based on the discussions and the consultations and the working with the many different stakeholders, including consumers, Madam Speaker. And it's coming together. Why? Because at the end of the day, we recognize that you need to modernize.
That's right.
That's not an option, Madam Speaker. It's one thing to have the idea today. We've had that idea for years, and we have been working on it, Madam Speaker. You know, when I first opened up my bank account, my first bank account would have been in the late 70s. And at that time, you just walk into a bank. Mine was the Bank of Nova Scotia on Albert Street.
That's good.
Didn't take too much to be able to open up a checking account back then, I can tell you, Madam Speaker. People would be quite surprised to see how easy it was back then. Today, try and open up a bank account. There's a lot of challenges. Many challenges that my constituents have because of issues like ID and so forth, and just the ability. You have to have a bank account. You know, e-transfers, well, that's something that's relatively new, Madam Speaker. You know, we have to look at ways in which we can ensure that there's privacy issues. That has to be dealt with, Madam Speaker. These data banks and the amount of information that our financial institutions have on the average Canadian is extreme. Put in an application for a loan, even put in an application for a bank account. You can imagine the type of information that is gathered from banks, Madam Speaker, or credit unions. And you will find that they likely know a lot more about you than you might think they do, Madam Speaker. We as a government have to ensure that that right to protect that information is also in place, Madam Speaker. We have to ensure that the transactions, those financial transactions, are not leading to financial exploitation of consumers. We're very much concerned of that, Madam Speaker. That's one of the motivating factors for the government to actually take action, in terms of the budget that's going to be coming up in 2024, just a couple months away, possibly, Madam Speaker. I look forward to seeing that budget and the budget implementation bill that will follow it, Madam Speaker. I think at the end of the day that Canadians can feel confident because not only traditionally through other prime ministers, whether it's Paul Martin or Jean Chrétien, that has been there to protect our financial industry along with the consumers, but you have seen this government, Madam Speaker, that has not only continued that tradition, but is now looking at a way in which we can assist by having that consumer, what I would suggest, Madam Speaker, and others will call it different things, but I call it, in good part, consumer-friendly legislation that's going to ensure that Canadians are not being financially exploited because of fees for services and so forth, Madam Speaker. Now, I'm telling you, saying I only have a minute to go, you know, when the member talked a lot about banks, I think that we underestimate just how important our credit unions are, Madam Speaker. Our credit unions are a lifeline to so many and provide such a wonderful service, including providing competition, Madam Speaker. And we need to look at ways in which we can enhance and support our these credit unions, Madam Speaker, in whatever way that we can. So I'd like to give a shout out to all those individuals that are involved at that grassroots credit unions and for the fine work that they do in ensuring that we even have more competition in our financial institutions, Madam Speaker. And they do deserve a round of applause. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I do believe that as a governing political party, we have been there in the past, and that has been demonstrated as other governments around the world were envious of Canada and the work that we did during the 90s to protect the banking industry and to protect Canadians by doing that. But we're carrying that tradition on today by ensuring that we continue to modernize and protect consumers and protect the industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the member for who tabled this bill. It's the member for Bay of Quinte. It's a very promising bill, and this is our first opportunity to discuss this topic here in the House. Even the Finance Committee has never dealt with this, and so far the discussion has been largely limited to experts and industry reps. The OFSI and the minister, the department, everybody is tackling this issue. And the financial markets and the finance department in Quebec, because of course we have co-ops like Desjardins. So everybody's taking a look at this, and those who have contact with an open banking system, they realize that these are not banks, these creatures, and they're not federally regulated. And the financial institutions not all financial institutions come under federal regulation. So in the preamble, there's a lot of talk about the system of open banking, and this is very enlightening. There were stakeholders from a broad range of backgrounds, financial, stock, and other financial organizations, but there were no consumer groups, no privacy protectors, and no provincial regulators. Were consulted, none of these other important groups. So it's time to broaden the conversation, and the contribution of this bill to the debate is enormous, and I'd like to thank my colleague once again for tabling this bill. Implementing an open banking system would be a huge change with lots of ramifications. Financial institutions would basically be manufacturing financial products, and the relationships with clients would be a matter of interest. And Madam Speaker, this implies all kinds of changes to the way the financial system currently works. I don't think I need to repeat everything that was already well expressed, and I think it's inevitable that we're going to head toward an open banking system. This will happen sooner or later, but since it's the first time we're discussing it here, I'd like to take this opportunity to expand the debate a little bit, because there are some risks, and I think it's our role as legislators to discuss the risks. The great benefit of our financial system is its stability and the confidence people have in our financial system. The system is stable because there are legal requirements that are very, very strict. Ultimately, this is if something doesn't work, if there's fraud or a data breach or a doubtful transaction, if there's money laundering and so on, the financial institution is responsible for that legally and financially. And so the financial institutions are subject to very severe prudential requirements to make sure they have the means to address the risks in question. And since the financial institution is ultimately liable or responsible, they take very good care of the data of their members or customers. And that's the huge advantage of our financial system, its stability. But it can also become a weakness because that can lead to a lack of transparency and flexibility. And the world has changed with new online financial products. We live in a data-driven economy, and that data needs to flow more freely. And it's not clear that our financial architecture is currently adapted to this new reality. And that's the whole purpose of this bill. And so a financial institution cannot be called upon to be responsible for data that it no longer has custody over. And so this has to be adapted to this new reality. It's far from clear that a financial institution would be in a position to assume the risks I talked about earlier, because things can happen in a flash with technology. We've seen this with cryptocurrencies. Entire corporations can vanish overnight. That doesn't mean that we should shy away from open banking and moving towards it. The public wants aggregators that collect data, that give us a full picture of our financial situation, because when things are tight at the end of the month, many of these services are invaluable. There's a demand for many of these services. And if these services can't be provided currently, well, ultimately, our personal information, it belongs to us. It's our privacy that's at stake. So new products are being developed. They're meeting an obvious demand. But unless it's well integrated into a financial system, these things are happening in a gray area. Users provide their own personal information, and the information is extracted by these apps, even personal and confidential information. And the financial security systems are often audited, but these are audited by people, accessed sometimes by people who are not the appropriate actors. And the more uncertainty there is around this, the greater the risk for the financial system. And the Parliament and lawmakers should not be burying their heads in the sand. Things have changed, and people who access data with one click, it's very practical and not always risky.
It's useful to be told what our financial situation is globally, but it's risky because it touches many parts of our most private data, our financial data. This could be used for transactions, which makes us enter a new level of risk. Madam Speaker, that's the risk of fraud. What about the principle whereby you have to know your client? That is the basis of anti-money laundering and terrorist funding statutes. How can we implement this when we're dealing with simple apps and softwares? Consumers are at risk of losing everything, and the grey and the nuanced world of financing and finance needs clear responsibilities and mechanisms with institutions that make sure that everyone can follow their responsibilities. The Advisory Committee states that we have to act rapidly to make sure that Canada doesn't lag behind, like my Conservative colleague mentioned. The committee also says that businesses are evolving in a certain fog of war, which harms everyone. That's why the Advisory Committee said that we could give clear directives. The committee moves that a minimal framework be created so that we can move forward rapidly. Industry can then determine themselves how they can operationalize the situation, which is self-regulation at the end of the day. The committee recognized that the technology industry has not offered any solutions. It mentions that people should have to just get insurance on their own. The committee says that we can circumvent constitutional issues. Federal institutions could be encompassed, and other institutions, like big cooperatives, could then join if they want to, but as second-class institutions, which is what we don't want to see. As Quebecers, our main institution is a co-op, a credit union, and not a bank. So, a two-tier system isn't satisfactory for us. The federal government cannot create a framework without constitutional change. For true open banking, governments will have to work together. So I like C365. It means that government will have to quickly table legislation, but I'm not as certain about the second clause, because it establishes a date without us being ready for such a rapid date. I want to hurry, but with prudence. Let us work from now, because we cannot move forward with a status quo, but let us take the time to do things well. The issues are severe, and we have to, and the government has to consult the Quebec government, for example. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm, as always, proud to rise on behalf of the amazing people in North Island. Powell River. Today we're here talking about a private member's bill from the member from the Bay of Quinte, and it's Bill C-365. So this is a very interesting bill, Madam Speaker. It's about consumer-led banking systems and Canadians. And happily, I've had some constituents come to visit me about this very issue from the Coastal Community Credit Union in my riding. And they talked about some of the really significant issues, especially for people living in more rural and remote communities who may not have access to a bank at all in their community, or it's a long distance to go to a bank. Or they may be in a situation where they only have one banking institution in their community and they want to go to a different one, but they can't because sharing that information can be incredibly complex. And so this is really the key of this issue. It's making sure that information that is your personal banking information is accessible so that if you find another bank that's going to meet the needs that you have, you'll be able to get that information sent in a way that is more transparent for you and for the banking systems. So this PMB asks this Minister of Finance to table a plan for implementation of open banking within 30 days of this act coming into force. Madam Speaker, I think it's really important for us to all understand that in 2018, which is a bit a while ago, the Finance Minister did create an advisory committee to look into this, and in 2021, they delivered a report that included a plan for implementing consumer-led banking in Canada as early as 2023. So here we are in 2024, and it's still not happening. And again, Madam Speaker, it really is about making this more accessible. I've heard from some of my constituents, and this is a particular concerning area for me, who have apps that allow them to take multiple banks that they're using and look at the information in a way that is comparable. The problem with these apps, of course, is that individuals are sharing all their banking information, all of their passwords, and hoping that the app doesn't take that information or it isn't hacked by somebody and be used in a very negative way. So this is very concerning and something that my constituents have been very concerned about. So if the minister, this is the other part of this bill, if the minister cannot produce a bill within the timeline associated within the first 6 months of the act coming into force, the minister must table a report so that there's transparency and we understand what is the holdup and what is the problem. So, we need to see these things done. And, Madam Speaker, when it comes down to it, I think what we have to assess very clearly is that competition is the key here. So I have to thank my friend, the member from Windsor West, who's been doing a lot of work on competition, knowing things like our cell phones, some of the highest rates in the whole planet are here. And why is that? Well, it's partially because we don't have appropriate competition. It's the same thing that we're seeing in our grocery stores. The gouging that's happening in our grocery stores correlates very clearly with the fact that CEOs, big, very wealthy CEOs, are making huge profits, getting huge bonuses, and their shareholders are walking away with a lot of money. At the same time that's happening, everyday Canadians are struggling to feed their families. And Madam Speaker, people who work in those grocery stores are often not being paid well enough to afford the food in the store that they work in. And that just tells us, and I think Canadians know instinctively, that it's just not a fair system anymore. And what we're seeing in our system is more and more gouging. We're seeing it with the oil and gas industry, where they're seeing record profits like they haven't seen in years and years and years, at the same time that people are trying to figure out how they're going to fill up their tank. I do come from a rural riding. Some of our communities are extremely isolated, and it's not just putting gas into your car. It's putting fuel into your boat to get to the places you need to get to for grocery shopping and for the basic necessities of life. So I really appreciate and see a lot more people in my riding buying electric cars. There's plug-ins. I've seen them working out in places like WAS. which is a very small community but already has a plug-in station. So people are using that, and that is fantastic. But we still have a long way to go. And when people are suffering, we know that competition is at the very core of the issue. And this is something that actually starts to take steps moving forward to address the issue of this. And Madam Speaker, when I think about competition, I have to think about basic human rights and the fact that if you can't afford the basic things, and I got to tell you at this point, if you don't have a cell phone, you might be able to get away with it if you're retired in your 80s. But if you don't have a cell phone today, it really leaves you not able to access things. You know, I work with a lot of seniors in my riding who are still figuring out how to use computers, and they are certainly not interested in any way to go to the public library to do their taxes. So we do things to help them and support them, but young people today, they know how to use everything, and they know that if they want to sign up for anything, make an appointment with a doctor, all of those basic things, they must have access. And if it's too expensive, and if we have less and less competition, then the consumer pays, and that is a big problem in Canada, whether it be banking, whether it be grocery shopping, whether it be buying gas. It's all about the fact that we've let the ultra, very wealthy, wealth that most Canadians can never even consider, walk away with lots of cash in their pockets as we're struggling. And that's why the NDP continues to do the work that we do to make sure that there's more fairness. But, Madam Speaker, I am going to take this opportunity because yesterday I was left with a lot of fear and anger in my heart. And I think as parliamentarians, when things happen to our country, we should always stand up in this place and talk about them. And what is making me afraid today and very, very angry is the fact that in Alberta, the Premier is now putting forward legislation that says that children who want to identify as who they are in school have to get permission from their parents. And I think that is a horrifying reality of attacking basic human rights of people. You know, if you look at our system in Canada, there are no things legally as parents' rights. There are parents' responsibilities, but there certainly is children's rights. And I hate to see any step in this country that will put children in a place that they are not safe. Because we know this from statistics, that children that come from the queer community are not always safe at home. They can't always be honest with the people that they love about who they are. And if we don't give them a place where they can make sure to identify as they want to identify, we risk their very lives. And I think all Canadians have to stand up against this. And I want to say in closing, Madam Speaker, that last year I read a beautiful Canadian book called Falling Back in Love with Being Human by Kai Cheng Tom, an amazing, powerful trans writer who does a beautiful job of articulating the power, the fierceness of the trans community, the amazing beauty and strength and solidarity. And so I just hope that as we face this challenge, we remember that not only are these children and young people vulnerable, they are also powerful and strong and are going to be pushing back really hard. And as they push back, we must do our duty and make sure that they are not damaged. So I hope all people in this House consider the safety of children. And I would like to quote Kai Cheng Tom at the end of this speech by saying this, quote, "To build a better future, we need to learn how to transform in response to one another. We can't build a better world by getting rid of people. We can only build a better world by bringing them in." Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me begin by thanking my good friend and the member of Bay of Quinte for bringing this private members forward. You know, unlike the fast and furious finance minister who's a speeder in the streets of Alberta, but is slow as a snail when it comes to legislation that actually matters and is going to help Canadians today. So I want to thank my good friend from Bay of Quinte for waking up the Liberals and hopefully waking up the finance minister while she's at it to pass this legislation that will help many Canadians and hopefully get our economy back on track. Canada has a problem, Madam Speaker. Our country is getting poorer, and so are our people. Since September 2022, the GDP per person has been declining, and in fact, real GDP per person was lower in the third quarter of 2023 than it was in the second quarter of 2018. That means 5 years of Canadians' wealth has been completely wiped out, and the economy is less productive. Why is this important to this debate this evening? It's because fundamentally getting GDP per person back on track relies on getting liberal red tape and regulations out of the way and making the economy more competitive. Philip Cross, the former chief economic analyst of Statistics Canada, has raised concerns about Canada's lagging productivity growth, pointing out that Canada's GDP per person growth rate is the worst since the Great Depression. Just in the past decade, productivity has only grown 4.3%, as opposed to the U.S., which saw a 47.4% growth rate. And in fact, according to the OECD, Canada is last among developed countries for GDP per person growth, a statistic that the Liberal government even included in Budget 2022. William Robson, CEO of the C.D. Howe Institute, said just this past December that, quote, business investment in Canada has not been this bad since the Great Depression. He points out that since 2015, capital per worker has been dropping while our population continues to climb, a situation that will lead to an even less productive and less wealthy economy. Compared to the U.S., from 2014 to 2021, the Fraser Institute found that business investment per worker in Canada declined by 20%, while in the same period, U.S. investment per worker increased almost 15%. This context is important to this debate because it once again highlights the desperate need Canada has for more competition in all sectors of the economy. According to the Competition Commissioner, Canada's already concentrated industries such as banking, airlines, railways, telecommunications, and groceries are only getting more concentrated. He noted that the barriers to entry are too high and too expensive. The red tape, the gatekeepers, and liberal anti-competition, anti-innovation, anti-modernization policies have shut down companies from around the world coming to Canada and from the private sector restarting growth in the economy. 93% of all banking assets in Canada are controlled by the biggest 6 banks: RBC, TD, BMO, Scotiabank, CIBC, and National Bank, as well as HSBC, which is being bought out by RBC. This has resulted in a cookie-cutter services being offered at virtually the same price at all major financial institutions. Businesses and people want financial services that are tailor-made to their needs and that are accessible, easy to use, and affordable. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business recently published a study that shows that overall satisfaction by businesses in banks varies by size. Smaller businesses tend to trust credit unions and smaller financial institutions more, as there is better customer services and more connection to their own communities, while medium and bigger businesses rely on larger financial institutions for access to larger amounts of financing. The options that these businesses have in finding the right institutions with the best services are shrinking. Compared to the U.S., Canada has 34 domestic banks versus the roughly 4,844 domestic American banks. That means there are roughly 121,000 Canadians for every bank compared to just 66,000 Americans for every bank in the U.S. And in the U.S., there are almost 4,800 credit unions. In Canada, only 200. Competition in any sector is vital to lowering the cost of the goods we buy and the services we use as consumers. More important, it also leads to innovation and modernization that will allow Canada's industries to compete globally. That is why customer-led banking is key to the success of innovation in Canada's financial sector and for bringing home affordable banking solutions for all Canadians. And we have examples globally of this modernization actually working to bring home lower bank fees, better services, and more economic growth. The prime example is the UK model, where in 2017 the growth of the consumer-led banking has been exceptional and in fact has saved businesses and individuals over £18 billion thanks to lower or no bank fees whatsoever. The British government brought in consumer-led banking as a market-based fix to an overly uncompetitive financial sector, and between 2018 and 2023, the number of fintechs in the consumer-led banking space jumped from 4 to 295. There are more than 7 million users of consumer-led banking in the UK, and as of 2022, they had made 68.2 million payments using this technology, and for those users, banking and transaction fees are zero. This modernization has added billions of pounds to the UK economy, created thousands of jobs, and created real competition in the financial sector. Globally, the consumer-led banking market has grown to $128 billion as the UK, most of the EU, Norway, India, Australia, South Korea, Philippines, Brazil, and Mexico bring consumer-led banking online. The US, Turkey, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, New Zealand, Japan, and Taiwan are joining Canada in reviewing or setting up a consumer-led banking system. The success that the UK has had with this modernization and the fact that major economies and trading partners with Canada are bringing consumer-led banking online should be an indication that Canada needs to get this ball rolling. But more importantly than that, we see the benefits that consumer-led banking can have for people and businesses: the savings, the access to financial services, and the freedom of choice. Fintechs in Canada are already building up the customer base, the technology and the services that will be important to making a modern banking system work. Questrade, Wealthsimple, Neo Financial, EQ Bank, Borrowell, Intuit, and others are already building the components to offer competition, choice, low-fee, tailor-made banking options to all Canadians. In fact, credit unions are wanting to partner with fintechs to offer better services and products to their customers. But fintechs and credit unions need this government to get out of the way and let consumer-led banking go ahead. There are more companies that want to come to Canada, like Coho, who just applied to the Office of the Superintendent of Bankruptcy to be considered a Schedule I domestic bank and to have access to the Canadian market. After this Liberal NDP government rammed through the RBC-HSBC merger without actually thinking of the Canadians who would be impacted by this decision, it is good to see that there are still fintechs and financial companies out there that want to do business in Canada. As common sense Conservatives look to the future, without this Liberal government and the fast and furious finance minister, our side is working with Canadians and businesses to develop real solutions that bring home competition and productivity growth. We need to focus on these common sense solutions for Canadians and all the newcomers. It not only benefits the people that are living here, but the many that come here looking for a better future. When they come here, they get hit with Liberal NDP, high inflation, high taxes, a high cost of living. At least we can do this for them, so they'll have the freedom to move around their data and have more competition, which would lead to better products in the future. Madam Speaker, it's clear. Our common sense Conservative team is going to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Let's bring it home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being at 6:24, the time provided... 7:24. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
Pursuant to the standing order, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted. Accordingly, the question is as follows: that this House do adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Saanich-Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise tonight in adjournment debate to pursue a question that I asked in question period back in October 2023. On October 7th, I asked about October 6th, I asked about the delays of the Trans Mountain Pipeline and the decision of our Crown Corporation, us, our government, all Canadians, to violate a, I believe, sacred commitment that we'd made to the First Nations at Chulumgwit First Nation. They often go by the initials S and S, First Nation. They're near Kamloops, and they have a sacred area of their territory that they call the Pipsel. I know this area well because I worked with that First Nation when they conducted their own independent environmental assessment of a proposed open mine that was to be run. It was called the Ajax Mine. The reason that the First Nation turned down the Ajax Mine was that it would violate the sacred nature of the Pipsel, and it must be protected. When that same First Nation negotiated with our Crown Corporation, Trans Mountain Expansion, TMX, about bringing a pipeline through their territory, they agreed, but on a strong condition, if and only if the Pipsel was protected. And TMX said they had engineers, they could do micro-tunneling, they could drill around the Pipsel, they would not disturb the Pipsel. That was just up until this fall, when TMX discovered their engineering wasn't so good. They discovered they couldn't micro-tunnel. They went back to the energy regulator, Canada Energy Regulator, and said, we can't keep our word to this First Nation. We're going to have to drill right through the Pipsel. The First Nation went to the Canadian Environmental Regulator and made the case that it shouldn't be allowed. The Canadian Energy Regulator said, so sad, it looks like if we don't violate our commitments to you, in other words, if we don't violate the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that free, prior, and informed consent means something, then the cost of the pipeline will go up again, and there will be further delays again, and the pipeline must be built. Why? It's now an article of faith of this government that the pipeline must be built. They don't need evidence, and there isn't evidence in favor of building that pipeline. There's never been a cost-benefit analysis on building that pipeline, and I know because I went through the National Energy Board hearings at the initial process. Well, it gets worse, Madam Speaker, because not only did the Canadian Energy Regulator give them permission to proceed, as I pointed out in my question in October, the Canadian Energy Regulator didn't give reasons for their decision, so the First Nation was unable to put together a case to go to court to get an injunction against the construction, and they decided to start building on the very day that was the statutory holiday in Canada to mark Reconciliation Day, the Day for Truth and Reconciliation. The answer I got from the Parliamentary Secretary at the time was that decision was made by an independent regulator. I knew that. I didn't ask the Government of Canada why it made the decision to ignore the sacred nature of the commitment. I asked why our government didn't tell TMX, which we own, to stop construction until they gave the First Nation the legal reasons on which they could base an appeal. It's continued to get bad, Madam Speaker. Predictably, the pipeline is delayed again. The costs are now $35 billion. When will we stop the madness and cancel the pipeline?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Reconciliation with Native communities is a priority for our government. We want to work with First Nations across Canada. We need a national plan to share, to make sure that Indigenous communities are with us as partners in our major projects, so that they can attain and share in Canada's economic prosperity. And this through a clean economy. And there are new means of going forward with economic reconciliation. Economic reconciliation, whether this has to do with the engagement of Indigenous partners, the assurance that Indigenous communities are sharing in these major projects to create a strong, sustainable economy. Natural Resources Canada has received over $130 million to work on economic reconciliation in the natural resources sector. To come up with a national framework, the Government of Canada has committed to renew its relationships with Indigenous peoples on a basis of respect and partnership. As we know, the world is dealing with the impact of climate change, and we must invest in solutions to reduce emissions that harm our economy. That's why we need clean, renewable forms of energy, and we need to create jobs, and this with Indigenous partners. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
To say that this was an inadequate response would be a massive understatement. The parliamentary secretary just told us we have to reduce emissions while defending building a $35 billion pipeline that will increase emissions. It's a climate disaster. And he completely ignored, as this government did before, that the pipeline violating the PIP cell is the equivalent, as I said on October 6th, of a decision to destroy the Garden of Eden if we knew where it was for people from the Judeo-Christian tradition. This is the origin story of the peoples of this territory, and there aren't enough beads and trinkets to throw into the mix to make up for the violation and the absolute obscenity of doing it on the day, the statutory holiday for reconciliation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Of dollars in partnership with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities. I'll give you some examples, Madame la Présidente. The Old Crow Solar Project in Yukon with the First Nations of Wonton, Wichin. Also, the Birch Wind Farm in New Brunswick with the Tobic First Nations. Also, Oneida Energy Storage Project with the Six Nations in Ontario is another example. The Picawar Wind Project and the Awasis Solar Project, and with the Kawas-S First Nations in Saskatchewan. These are examples of investments we made with First Nations. I could name many more, Madam Speaker, but these projects are just in ways that we're partnering with Indigenous leaders to deliver energy security, clean power, and emission reductions. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe in Canada. It's nice to stand up here and talk about how I believe that Canada is greater than the sum of its parts. But one of its parts, my home province of Alberta, is such an important part of our confederation. It provides so much food, not just to Canada, but to the world. It provides energy, not just to Canada, but to the world. And sometimes I do feel like my province is forgotten in some of the discussions that we have here. And one of the areas that's very near and dear to my heart, but is also very near and dear to the economy, not just of Alberta, but to the entire country, is that of water. And right now, Alberta is looking at planning for a period of drought, and trying to figure out how we provide that food, that energy, that contribution to Canada's economy, to global food security, global energy security, and also deal with a potential very large water shortage. This is should be an important part of Canada's environmental plan, and yet the federal government has been very silent on this very important issue. It's February. This is going to be a problem come summer. The time for the government to have a plan to deal with this and partner with my province is now. There shouldn't be any partisan politics to this. The federal government should be actively seeking to help my province and come up with a way to support and plan for what is clearly going to be a large problem that affects the entire country. And so now in February, before we deal with the outcome of this issue, my question to the government is simple. What are they doing to assist the province of Alberta, farmers, residents, and industry in dealing with this drought situation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's really a pleasure to take part in the debate here tonight. Late last fall, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance presented the 2023 Economic Fall Statement. With the Economic Fall Statement, we're taking further action to support the middle class and to build more homes faster. I am proud to say that our economic plan to building a stronger economy is working for everyone, with more great jobs for Canadians that you could count on. And the plan is working. And I'll give you a few facts, Madam Speaker. Inflation is 3.4%, down from the peak of 8.1%, and the wage growth has outpaced inflation for 11 months in a row. Also, the private sector economists now expect Canada to avoid the recession that many had predicted. And both the IMF and the OECD predict that Canada will have the strongest growth in the G7 for 2025. And Canada maintains both the lowest deficit and net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. These are some facts, Madam Speaker. Cependant, la hausse rapide des intérêts.
Nevertheless, we have to look at interests across the country. Canadians are having a hard time with their budgets. This is why we're going forward with better targeted measures to help to stabilize prices, to make life more affordable, and to protect people who have mortgages to pay.
Madam Speaker, we are moving forward with the new Canada Mortgage Charter with details the relief that Canadians can expect from banks in these difficult times. Also, we see our government is moving forward with meaningful action to make life in Canada more affordable. En ce qui concerne l'environnement,
with respect to the environment, we know that climate change threatens not only safety and health of Canadians, but also our financial well-being, our economic well-being. We have to keep going forward with a price on pollution, which has been recognized as one of the best ways, and this by experts, one of the best ways to fight climate change.
It would be difficult for some low-income families to make ends meet. And that is why we made the decision to temporarily pause the application of the federal fuel charge on deliveries of heating oil. We do this not because it is a source of home heating, but because heating oil is the most expensive form of home heating. And because home heating oil is more expensive, it means lower income Canadians face particular hardship incurred with these costs. It is important to understand that many low-income earners and rural residents are currently trapped in a vicious cycle where they have to pay for the most expensive form of home heating, the cost in which actually prevented them from investing in cleaner, more affordable forms of home heating.
As confirmed at the economic statement in the fall, we said that Canadians would be helped to transition towards better forms of heating, cleaner forms of heating, which would help them save on their energy bill. We have very polluting forms of heating. Things are different, especially for women, Indigenous people, and in the targeted communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My question, Madam Speaker, and this is the Parliamentary Secretary with responsibility for energy, and Canadian energy production could be severely impacted by water restrictions and the drought in Alberta. So my colleague opposite should be able to provide some response to this. It's not just energy, though. Average Albertans may be facing water restrictions several months, short months from now, and also one of the most critical agricultural areas in the country may be facing severe water restrictions. So I'll ask my colleague again, is the government at least willing, now we don't have a lot of runway, but we've got a little bit of time, to immediately partner with the provincial government, farmers, energy producers and average Albertans to come up with a plan to help Alberta get through this time successfully, not just for the benefit of Alberta, but for all of Canada.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. You know, the Conservatives are reverse Robin Hoods, as it was said earlier today. They're trying to take hundreds of dollars in rebates away from Canadians. While Conservatives debate whether climate change or the debate to fighting pollution, we know that there has been drastic, disastrous impacts on Canadians, and this cannot be ignored. Cela dit, comme le démontre bien.
That said, as the fall economic statement clearly put it, our government is determined to make life more affordable for Canadians and to help them make the transition towards more environmental heating methods. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.